The man awakens the only mythical level talent in history. Yet he chooses the profession of a pastor, the weakest class. Everyone mocks him, considering him a useless person with no future. Unexpectedly, his talent can reverse the rules of the world, turning all skills into reverse effects. Healing instantly becomes critical damage. With just one move, effortlessly, the whole crowd immediately falls silent, because the world suddenly descends into chaos. The demon world game suddenly becomes reality. Monsters spill out from another realm, bringing disaster. But humanity also receives a job system, helping them become stronger. Anyone can randomly awaken and then choose a suitable profession. Talents are divided into levels from common to rare, legendary, then semi-divine, and finally mythical. No one has ever possessed a mythical level talent after awakening. Most choose to become mages or swordsmen. There are also summoners, warriors, and assassins. Pastors, however, are seen as a trash profession due to their weak healing and attack. Today is the day of awakening for the entire school. The principal gives a speech and activates the formation. Everyone is eager to awaken, and Ngiam Hao is no exception. He wants to be strong enough to protect what he has. The girl in front of him is the one he wants to protect. To Mok Mok, the school beauty. To Mok Mok, Lum Da, Bak Shi, Tu Mao, Huang Tiu Fong, Trieo Kai Hung. The students awaken one by one, and soon it is Ngiam Hao's turn. Standing in the formation, his consciousness is pulled into another space. A glowing orb appears before him. When Ngiam Hao's hand touches the orb, a surge of intense energy rushes straight into him. The system announces, Ngiam Hao awakens the first mythical level talent, Reversal of Heaven and Earth. Every skill's effect is reversed, and he can freely toggle them on and off. But there is a critical flaw. It only affects skills, not normal attacks. Therefore, he decided to keep his awakening a secret to avoid revealing his weakness. Then he urged Mok Mok to awaken, while he went to choose his class. To unleash his full power, Ngiam Hao chose the priest class, a profession considered the weakest. However, under his control, healing turned into devastating damage. More importantly, the damage after reversal would be pure damage, penetrating armor and nullifying defenses. Later on, if Ngiam Hao became a mysterious assassin, who could withstand him? The priest was the perfect choice for his talent. At the same time, Mok Mok also completed her awakening. She received a legendary talent and chose the mage class. Next, the whole class would enter a dungeon to begin leveling up. After being refused to team up, Ngiam Hao decided to enter the dungeon alone. This way, he would level up faster and, more importantly, avoid revealing his talent too early. Then he stepped into the teleportation gate of Bycat. The name of this dungeon, Wolf Forest. True to its name, this place was filled with fierce wild wolves. Anyone entering had to follow the marked path, clearing out the wolf pack in the dungeon to proceed. To keep newcomers safe, there were healing springs along the way to restore health. The important thing was that death in the dungeon was real. Once you lost your life, you couldn't come back. Therefore, most newcomers strictly followed the procedure. Clearing the dungeon was the goal. But Ngiam Hao had a mythical talent, so how could he ignore the depths of the dungeon? He immediately encountered 3 wild wolves. Spotting their target, they charged in to attack without hesitation. Ngiam Hao pressed his lips together and activated Reversal of Heaven and Earth. He cast a wave of healing reversal magic. A loud explosion sounded, and one wolf collapsed on the spot. The other 2 immediately closed in on Ngiam Hao. One activated its tearing skill towards him, but the damage was reversed back, sending it flying away. Ngiam Hao continued to use the purification reversal technique. He tightly bound another wolf. Then he unleashed the healing reversal technique to take it down. The remaining wild wolf changed its tactics. It used a charge attack straight at Ngiam Hao. He slid to the side, dodging the normal attack. Then he returned a healing reversal technique. Right now, he only had these 2 skills. Nevertheless, they were dealt with swiftly. Once the task was complete, Ngiam Hao turned off the spatial reversal and used healing magic to restore his full state. His level increased to 2. With the profession of a pastor, enhancing intelligence was the best choice. Therefore, he allocated both of his free attribute points into intelligence. After that, he used fire to light the way, continuously taking down wild wolves and delving deeper into the forest. Finally, he spotted his target, the level 5 White Wolf King, the final boss of this secret realm. Countless young geniuses had perished at its hands, making this area an absolute forbidden zone. To defeat the White Wolf King, Niamhao had to clear its minions first. First, to avoid being surrounded by the pack. Second, to gain experience by eliminating them, thus increasing his strength faster. Niamhao patiently concealed himself, waiting for the right moment. Then he struck down each wild wolf one by one. When he reached level 4, the White Wolf King finally sensed something was off. At this point, Niamhao had wiped out its minions, and now it was its turn. The White Wolf King let out a low growl and charged straight at him. However, its skill attacks were completely ineffective against Niamhao, even healing him due to the activated spatial reversal. The more skills it used, the more Niamhao healed, while he retaliated with healing magic. The boss's health gradually wore down, and just when it seemed like it was about to end, it changed its strategy. It switched to normal attacks, but Niamhao managed to dodge in time. It seemed to have identified his weakness, its body shifting as if testing for a counterattack opportunity. But your blood is nearly drained, and your breath is weakening with each passing moment. Ultimately, under Niamhao's series of healing spells, the pressure mounted until it could no longer hold on. The White Wolf King collapsed, leaving behind a treasure chest of coins rolling onto the ground. Niamhao's level also skyrocketed as a result. It clearly displayed that he had reached level 5 right on the spot. The system unexpectedly assessed Niamhao at level 3S and awarded him an additional silver chest, while also announcing it to the entire school. The level 3S assessment appeared before everyone's eyes. Students everywhere were shocked, discussing who had achieved this unprecedented feat. Over here, Niamhao immediately opened the silver treasure chest he had just received. Inside, there was a skill book for the silver hair therapy. A silver shadow trident and 5 free attribute points also fell into his hands. Niamhao hesitated to learn the skill book and even planned to sell the silver shadow trident for money. The silver equipment could fetch a good price, and he allocated all 5 attribute points into intelligence as planned. After handling everything, Niamhao left the secret dungeon. Mok approached and quietly asked if he was the one who achieved a 3-star rating. Tu Mao, standing nearby, scoffed, saying that there was no way this useless priest could do that, probably running out before even seeing the rewards. In response to the disdainful remarks, Niamhao couldn't hold back and took out the silver shadow trident for everyone to see. The entire area erupted into chaos at the site, with discussions buzzing non-stop. The silver equipment was the clearest evidence that Niamhao had cleared the dungeon. Tu Mao's expression changed completely, turning pale as if he had just swallowed something bitter. The system displayed information about the beginner's dungeon in the wolf forest, indicating beginner difficulty, recommending team formations, and warning about the aggressive wolves in the forest. Lambda looked at the description and pondered. Achieving a B rating with good coordination as a beginner was already impressive. He felt more at ease knowing there was a healing spring, but danger still lurked, especially since priests were often underestimated in strength. If anyone recklessly ventured deep into the forest and stepped into the forbidden area, Lambda knew the consequences. Failure meant losing one's life right in the dungeon. He looked at the energy in his hand and sighed. With divine-level talent, how could he accept mediocre achievements? He had to enter the forbidden area. The scene shifted to the deep forest, and as soon as he arrived, the system immediately displayed an important notification. Level 1. Wild Wolf. Stats and skills clearly displayed, characterized by group attacks and continuous bleeding, making players wary. Lambda smiled upon seeing the information, his eyes glinting as if he had already planned his moves. He gathered his strength to activate the reversal of heaven and earth, aimed his weapon at the wild wolf, and cast the healing spell. The system immediately reported the reversal effect. The healing spell transformed into damage absorption. The strike dealt 50 damage, killing the wild wolf without him taking any injuries, and he received 10 experience points. Another wolf charged at him, and he activated his protective shield to push it back. The system reminded him that the reversed bite helped him regain health, and the reversed bleeding also provided additional recovery. Lambda immediately charged forward. The reversal of heaven and earth activated, turning the cleansing spell into a forbidden one, locking the wild wolf in place and draining 30 mana. It quickly collapsed, and the system reported that the cleansing eliminated the mana and put the target in a state of action prohibition. He nodded, assessing the high effectiveness against monsters with low mana. Another wild wolf continued to charge. Lambda glanced at it and cast the healing spell. It was immediately hit, and the system reported 50 damage dealt and awarded 10 experience points. He thought that eliminating all the small monsters was enough to reach level 4 to face the hidden boss. Just then, the system announced that the cooldown for the healing spell was complete. He immediately raised his hand to cast it, dealing another 50 damage to the wild wolf, neatly earning 10 experience points. Lambda wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling the long preparation. He understood that in moments of life and death, levels no longer mattered. When the danger passed, the system notified him that he had exited combat mode. He immediately ordered the reversal of the universe and the purification spell to be turned off. The system responded that all values were full, then announced level 2, with all attributes increased, and his level 2 status board as a priest was clearly displayed. The skill list appeared, including healing spells, strategy theft, purification spells, and single-target banishment spells. Receiving 2 free points, he chose to allocate them all to intelligence, believing that increasing intelligence would help ensure safety, continuously restore mana, and maximize magical damage when the reversal was activated. As dawn broke, a new day unfolded after the long night. The principal looked at the map and was startled. That area was a forbidden zone. Could he be challenging the hidden boss? The Shadow Wolf King of level S. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. If he wasn't seeking danger, then his talent must be very special. He stroked his beard and sighed, regretting that the boy did not publicly reveal his true talent. Now, he could only watch the other seed groups, hoping Lambda would return safely. Huang Tiante beside him chuckled, teasing him about betting, saying the kid might set a new record, then pointed down to discuss potential contestants. At that moment, the wild wolf was still charging forward. Huang Tiante shook his head. It was a good idea, but in actual combat, it was a bit clumsy. To Mach leaped up to cast the freezing spell, and the two accompanying her praised her strength. A barrage of ice arrows was launched to attack the target. The wild wolf fell immediately, but she noticed something unusual in the distance. Another pack of wolves was rushing toward her. She pulled the 2 people following her along, thinking that her goddess image was probably flying away. As she was running, she suddenly stopped. Mach turned around and shouted, while the 2 stepped back to let her take the front. Then she cast the resurrection spell, and a clone appeared to execute an attack. As she activated the spell, the pack of monsters immediately focused on her, and she used the freezing spell again. At this moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, considering herself safe. The principal stroked his beard in praise, while Huang Tiante replied that just having talent wasn't enough to progress far without experience. In the deep forest, a small rabbit was calmly grazing on grass. It suddenly startled and turned around, just as the system announced a new notification. Lambda leveled up to level 3 after defeating the wild wolf. He excitedly told himself that he just needed a little more to reach level 4. A loud noise came from the bushes, causing him to turn his head. That position was very close. He quickly hid behind the bushes to observe more closely. The system displayed information about the Shadow Wolf King of level 5, with all its stats and skills. describing it as a fierce hidden boss that had caused many geniuses to fail, which was why this forest was classified as a forbidden zone. Hiding behind a tree, he saw the pack of wild wolves still lingering near the Shadow Wolf King, as if patrolling. He knew they sometimes left their den to find convenient spots, and the frequency was high. This was an opportunity for him to take them down one by one, and then he unexpectedly ambushed one of the wolves. It was taken down immediately, and the system reported 50 damage and 10 experience points as usual. Excitement surged within him. The small monsters had now become an excellent source of experience. Once he leveled up enough, he would confront the Shadow Wolf King. The boss's minions were dwindling, while his levels steadily increased. He concentrated his power into his weapon, sweeping through the remaining wild wolves, leveling up to 4. The Shadow Wolf King turned around and noticed. Lambda laughed, finally seeing it. He spoke in a calm voice. He challenged it. The system displayed the boss stats showing damage levels far superior to a wild wolf. For a beginner, this was a death sentence. But he still looked straight at it. Lambda raised his hand to cast the Shadow Grasp without any hesitation. It growled softly. He responded leisurely, "Thank you. My body feels much better now." He silently noted that his divine-level talent turned every attack from it into healing for himself. Letting it attack was no problem. After a moment, the system reported that the healing spell was off cooldown. He said softly, "It's done." The Shadow Wolf King trembled as it took the hit. Its health began to visibly drop. He was startled to see it switch to a regular claw attack. But the boss's HP also dropped significantly with that strike. Suddenly, it curled its lips into a chillingly strange smile. He quietly said, "Have you figured it out?" But it was too late. The system immediately reported that the Shadow Wolf King was going berserk. He tightened his grip on his weapon, thinking that if he got surrounded, it would take quite a bit of effort, but now it was just him against it. Lambda confidently thought. The system reported that the cooldown was over, and a powerful explosive strike shook the earth and sky. The Shadow Wolf King collapsed. The system reported a reward of 1,000 experience points, leveling up to level 5, and began summarizing the rewards from the wolf forest. He received a low-grade treasure chest, completed all hidden quests, did not use any damage-dealing skills, defeated 30 wild wolves, achieved SSS rank, and received an upper-grade silver chest. He chuckled to himself, thinking it was lucky that the reverse didn't count. The system announced that a student had surpassed the Wolf Forest dungeon, completing a hidden achievement with an SAS rating. Everyone was stunned. What? People were bustling, asking each other who it was. The principal was also surprised. No one had ever achieved SSS before, except for Lambda, who was the only one to enter the Forbidden Zone. Huang Tiante was confused. It couldn't be. Achieving SSS required not dealing damage while still clearing the level. What was this? Tamak was also surprised. She had barely passed with an A. She wondered who could achieve SSS, thinking it must be a transfer student. She thought about how Lambda was doing now, while he was extremely excited, feeling truly lucky. His eyes sparkled, if that's the case. Lambda clicked on the system, opened the silver chest, and received the skill book for the healing artifact. 5 attribute points, along with the silver dagger of shadows. The chest opened with blinding light, and the system continued to introduce the rewards. The silver dagger of shadows increased attack by 50, armor penetration by 10, and had a 5% chance to cause bleeding. The healing artifact skill reversed into a calamity, dealing wide area damage. He assessed the skill. Although the cooldown was long and it consumed mana, it was still an advantage at this early stage. He evaluated this as an extremely powerful AoE skill, combining purification spells to reduce cooldowns, far surpassing that of a mage. Holding the dagger, he thought about selling it to the second generation, considering it a personal expense. He couldn't keep relying on his uncle and aunt. The system reminded him of 5 free attribute points. Lambda was delighted because this point was truly precious. only obtainable from high evaluations or hidden chests. He calculated that if he didn't achieve S rank, there would be no rewards, but SSS would grant an additional 5 points. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He decided to allocate all of it to intelligence from now on. He would become the strongest calamity priest in the magic system. When the spatial gate opened, Huang Thufeng guessed that an SSS team was coming out. To his surprise, only Lambda stepped out, shocking everyone. Mok rushed over to ask immediately, "Lambda, is that you?" A useless guy like him got that. Mok is being a bit too generous. He probably couldn't handle it and ran back early just as they finished speaking. Lambda pulled out a dagger and asked if anyone needed weapons for an assassin. Everyone was stunned. "Seriously, do you have this equipment? That's level 7 gear." Lambda asked again, "Who wants to buy it?" The group scrambled to bid. "I'll buy it. I'm calling my dad to transfer the money." "I offer 10,000. I offer 20,000. 20,000 for a rare item. I'll pay 50,000. Lambda considered it. This price seemed reasonable. He boldly announced 50,000 going once, 50,000 going twice. Suddenly, a girl offered 100,000. The whole group fell silent, unable to believe it. That was the amount a family lived on for years. He immediately agreed to the deal. A young man with red hair asked, "What level are you now?" Lambda replied straightforwardly, "Level 5. The group buzzed with questions about which team he joined. Did he really level up to 5 all by himself? He must have an SSS rating. Right. How could he have done that? The principal was about to speak but was interrupted. No way. He must have joined a team. Huang Tiante analyzed. It's impossible to clear it alone without causing damage. Even the top players would struggle. Seeing the young man with purple hair getting frustrated, someone beside him advised, "Do we really want to pick a fight now?" He gritted his teeth and said that this guy just got lucky. He must have used some trick. What could a priest do? Then he laughed mockingly. And at that moment, the principal spoke up. "The test is over. From now on, you are all apprentice professionals. The next 30 days will be the biggest milestone in your lives, the professional assessment," he said sternly. "In the future, you will either return to being ordinary people or become heroes against the demon tide. It's all up to you. In 1 month, you must enter the low-level secret realms designated by the school and reach level 10 or above." Lambda thought about it. The professional assessment required team play, and the evaluation would depend heavily on teamwork. He looked at Mok. The goal for the team was clear. This girl, though cold on the outside, was the most dangerous because she was sincere and prone to making mistakes. He silently vowed that even if she awakened a strong talent, he would protect her, because that was a promise to his uncle and aunt, and he didn't want the tragedies of the past to repeat. "So today," Lambda asked, "how about we skip dinner tonight and go to a dungeon together?" She exclaimed in surprise as the spatial gate opened. The system announced, "Secret Realm, Crystal Cave, levels 3 to 6. Choose the difficulty." The dungeon recommends teams of 5 to 10 people. There are many poisonous scorpions in the cave. While they aren't deadly, their tails contain troublesome venom. Try to defeat the Scorpion King before it goes berserk. Lambda chose the hard mode, analyzing that with increased difficulty. The monsters would be stronger, and the conditions to clear the dungeon would be tougher. But in return, the rewards would be more enticing, so it was worth the challenge. The beginner dungeon usually has 3 levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. But this cave initially only had the first 2 levels. Mok hesitated. Even as a beginner, did he really want to play on hard mode? "Are you aiming for an SSS rating too?" He simply replied, "I believe in myself," she flusteredly explained. "It's not that I don't believe in you. I'm just afraid I won't dodge in time and cause trouble for you." Lambda calmly responded, "There's a way to skip the monsters," leaving her stunned. "You mean bypass the monsters and take a shortcut?" He nodded, having read the previous adventurer's notes and calculated a safe route. She looked at Lambda with admiration, as if everything was already clear in his mind. Mok suddenly remembered that she always knew Lambda was hiding his true strength. He had memorized the dungeon data long ago and scored perfectly in theoretical tests. Yet, he was underestimated. Lambda noticed her standing there in a daze and reminded her, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." She jumped up and followed him, thinking to herself that she always believed he would be the one to change the world. The scene shifted into the Crystal Cave dungeon. She marveled at the scenery, while Lambda warned that this place was even more dangerous than the previous one. The system announced that the team was short on members, forcing a group merge with other players, which surprised Lambda. He became more serious now. In addition to monsters, they had to compete with others and stay alert. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, startling both of them, and the young man with purple hair was severely injured. He was thrown far away, coughing up blood, leaving Lambda stunned as well. The system displayed the monster. Level 3, Poison Scorpion. Possessing deadly skills like Venomous Bite, Harden, and a Paralysis Stinger. Being hit multiple times would cause heart paralysis. Lambda was taken aback, not expecting such a small monster could nearly wipe out the entire team. While the young man trembled as he looked at them, he shouted, "Lambda, hurry and help. Have you forgotten the support rule?" Lambda coldly replied, "Take care of yourself." The guy angrily cursed, "Cheap priest." Lambda didn't care and told Mok to go this way. Lambda emphasized that the scorpions here were afraid of water, all being melee fighters with no ranged attacks. As long as she followed him, she would be safe. She immediately responded, "Okay," and he smiled, saying, "There's one more thing to remember. They are also extremely sensitive to sound," he said, then used the stealth technique to eliminate one instantly. Mok was astonished. "Is this your innate ability? Then the SS rating is." Before he could finish, he signaled for silence, then explained, "To successfully skip class, we must completely avoid the monster's line of sight." The two reached the map bug position, and Lambda landed from the air. He observed, confirming the area had a small stream. The water was harmless and drinkable, then dove down before her eyes. He called out, "Jump down." She stood still for a moment, thinking. Then she jumped after him, swimming quickly in the direction he indicated. She soon reached the opposite shore. Breathing heavily on the shore, he raised his hand, holding a stone, his eyes focused on the ground. He gathered strength and struck down hard. The ground trembled, and strange sounds emerged from below. The group panicked. "What is happening?" The water's surface began to bubble, and the system displayed information about the King Poison Scorpion. Level 6, gigantic, with extremely toxic venom. "It's very dangerous. Be careful." Lambda calmly waved his hand. "Come here." It swung its pincers, and he merely smiled. "If you guys are too scared to fight, then let us handle it." He unleashed a devastating attack, wiping out 100 scorpions and earning 2,000 experience points. The entire team was stunned. How could a priest deal such damage? Scorpions that previously required the whole team to take down were now like prey. Mok also joined in, using her innate ability, life-reviving rain. She killed an additional 50 scorpions, gaining 500 more experience points. The system updated, announcing that all scorpions had been eliminated, and to Mok leveled up to level 4, receiving 1 attribute point. She was surprised at how quickly she leveled up, while he looked ahead and said, "Now it's the King Scorpion's turn." Lambda quietly sighed. Truly the King of Scorpions. Its strength and water resistance far surpassed that of ordinary monsters. When? To Mok unleashed her skill. The system reported that the Ice Freeze spell only dealt 10 damage. She was stunned. Its defense was too thick, and just one mistake could be dangerous. He reassured her. Its weakness was located in the belly during the second blood phase, and we could exploit that. He pulled her to dodge the attack, then seized the opportunity to counterattack. The tail of the King Scorpion swung down into the water, creating large waves. Lambda landed to direct. Mok prepared to move to a new position. She immediately responded, while he cast the tactical theft spell again. Its health dropped, and the tactical theft spell dealt 150 damage to the King Scorpion. He frowned and commented, "Its armor is indeed tough," his eyes never leaving its every movement. Very quickly he noticed the right moment. It was now that Mok used Ice Freeze. He dodged the attack and explained, only when it used this skill would it lift its belly and reveal its weakness. He immediately struck, dealing 1,000 damage in a critical hit. To Mok joyfully praised him, and the system instantly updated the information. The King Scorpion was defeated, earning 3,000 experience, completing the dungeon, leveling up to level 6, achieving SSS for fulfilling all hidden conditions, not getting poisoned, clearing all monsters, receiving a gold chest and 5 free points. The status board for the priest appeared fully. The divine artifact and calamity descending made everyone admire him. The young man with purple hair knelt down, calling him the elder, while the group behind also cried and begged to follow. Teacher Lion An warned the group, "Today's events must be kept secret." Lambda just smiled and said, "Don't speak of it outside." Before teleporting, he reminded one last time, "If the news leaks, you will face the consequences." In the teleportation space, he suggested opening the chest immediately. The system reported receiving the skill Poison Cannon for mages, golden equipment, wind speed boots, the hunter's great sword, and a silver jade ring, plus 5 free points. To Mok gasped, 5 attribute points. No wonder his stats were so high. The information about the Poison Cannon skill appeared. The poison shadow dealt damage and then exploded, inflicting poison status, while the jade ring reduced cooldowns by 10% for all skills. Her eyes sparkled in admiration. The gold chest was indeed rich. Lambda was also surprised. Both pieces of gold equipment were extremely powerful, but the most valuable was the silver ring that reduced cooldowns, which could even be auctioned for hundreds of thousands. He handed her the Poison Cannon book, saying it was usable by mages. Mok asked in surprise, "A poison skill, but I chose the ice element." She happily accepted the book, but when she looked closely, she was startled. The information board reported the activation of the hidden talent Master of 5 Elements. With a progress of 2 out of 5, she felt a surge of power rising. Lambda smirked. "Interesting. It seems you need to collect more attribute skills. That will be your trump card." She excitedly replied, "My trump card." He nodded and said, "Let's go. We can leave the dungeon now." She curiously asked about the point allocation, and he lightly replied, "My method won't suit you." In the new area, the newcomers were discussing, "Can newcomers really clear the outside dungeon? It sounds scary, not to mention the terrifying poisonous scorpion." Another group whispered, "There's the goddess Mok, and the person next to her is Lambda. There are rumors that the SSS score is due to him, and he also sold the dagger for 100,000. Suddenly, a supercar screeched to a halt, startling everyone with the sound. Huang Thieu Fong appeared, stepping down with arrogance, while Trio Kai Hung immediately reminded him not to cause trouble. Mok saw this and quickly pulled Lambda's hand, urging him to hurry, which surprised him and made him ask back. She replied irritably, "That guy is really annoying," thinking to herself that he uses his family's influence to bully female students and forces others to grind dungeons. Not letting them go far, he called out, "Classmates, wait a moment." He appeared friendly, introducing himself as Huang Thieu Fong, the heir to the corporation. The new players buzzed about his reputation and infamy. Muk coldly replied, "No, I already have a boyfriend." Huang Thieu Fong's face darkened as he looked at Lambda and sneered, dressed so cheaply, yet wanting to compare with her. Lambda merely sighed, already being used as a target again. He angrily intended to strike, but as soon as he raised his hand, Lambda immediately blocked him. He stared in disbelief. He slightly curled his lips in resentment, angrily using his skill to charge forward. Lambda calmly used the reverse skill to deflect the attack. His strength immediately rebounded back at him, causing him to cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "What trick are you using?" Lambda replied nonchalantly, "I didn't do anything. Everyone saw it. The priest has no damage." Muck. Standing behind was even more certain. This is indeed Lambda's talent. Huang Thufeng shouted, immediately getting up to counterattack. Just as he steadied himself, he was hit again, staggering and yelling, "The bastard is playing dirty." Lambda remained calm, just testing whether the reverse skill affects the class. Evaluating. The skill not only dealt damage but also caused side effects, and he hadn't even used half his strength. Huang Thufeng angrily shouted, "If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Are you afraid?" "There's still time. Bow your head and call me Dad." Triu Kai Hong stepped in to intervene. "Wait. In a class battle, you can't use awakening skills." He was surprised. A priest could severely injure Huang Thufeng even though he was fully equipped with top-notch gear. Everyone was buzzing. The forum was in an uproar because Lambda soloed the dungeon and jumped straight to level 5. Achieving that on the first day after awakening is truly unbelievable. Trio Kai Hong curiously asked, "Who are you?" Then quickly apologized for his friend, but he also doubted. If rumors spread like this, it couldn't be made up. Lambda replied, "I just don't want to ruin class relations. It's just that this person is not satisfied." Huang Thufeng continued to roar, "Trio Kai Hang, what are you apologizing for? Aren't you going to help me teach him a lesson? Hey, what are you doing?" Trio Kai Hang drew a calming talisman for him and explained, "This is the young master of the Huang family. Today's incident isn't over. He will definitely cause trouble." He advised Lambda, "Don't come to school this month. There's 50,000 here. Call it an apology. If you need to level up, I will arrange it, ensuring you're ready for the exam." "But I hope you stay away from him for a while," Lambda replied. "I can't promise that," Trio Kai Hang thought to himself. This person is not weak-willed and doesn't like to make enemies. Wanting to clarify everything, he reminded himself, "If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them," but he also wanted to see how many people he could call to cause trouble. Lambda thought to himself, "It's also a good opportunity to test the combat power of the Calamity descending." Breaking news, the Stone Cave dungeon on hard mode was cleared in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. The European map, the Great Hunting Sword, silver weapons, negotiable. The SSS level dungeon guide is priced at 5,000 alliance coins. 10 likes, someone asked. "Is the attribute stone for sale?" Muck worriedly said, "Lambda, can it really sell for such a high price?" Lambda confidently replied, "Trust me, no one will refuse free attribute points." The bald young man said, "The terrain in the cave is very dark, cooperation is limited, reaching SSS is nearly impossible." A loud voice chimed in, "Let's try buying it and see." The girl with orange hair said, "Attribute points are worth it." The guy in the blue shirt cheered. Someone already bought it. The system reported, received 5,000 alliance coins. 3 minutes later, his hammer upgraded. He shouted loudly, "I did it." Reached SSS level, although it took 2 minutes, but it's still good for a first try. "If I control the time better, it could be faster." Everyone was amazed. Really, that was so fast. Combining with the naval team would be very profitable. The system reported again, received another 5,000 alliance coins. The forum was in chaos, such a simple method that no one had thought of. One person said, "Stop making excuses. The big shot should promote it more widely. Charging a reasonable fee, no one would object. Dropping out of school can't be that simple, right?" The system continued to report receiving an additional 5,000 alliance coins. Shares and likes skyrocketed. The mysterious Big Shots post caused a storm. Everyone wanted to reach SS without effort. The crowd rushed in to see. Following the big shot would yield attribute points. Muck panicked. Just added another 100 orders. That makes 500,000 now. At a large old house, the system displayed the news of clearing the dungeon on hard mode in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The European map, the attribute stone, the Great Hunting Sword. An enigmatic person looked at the screen and said, "Interesting. Have you found out who posted it?" the subordinate replied. Not yet. He used a technique to conceal his identity, but it has been confirmed that the IP is from the Jiangthan Vocational Academy. The guy laughed, saying that this year the school has a lot of interesting stories. Someone asked, "There's a big brother who wants to buy your great sword." Lambda replied, 80,000. No bargaining, the other person responded. Is it that cheap? Let's make the deal right away. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Lambda nodded, agreeing to meet at the entrance of the dungeon school. Mok was excited. Lambda, you're about to earn nearly 300,000. Lambda remained calm. It's all part of the plan. Valuable items. Getting free promotion. He pondered, but he still needed more dungeons. As silver gear would soon become outdated, he reminded himself, having strong items without skills would still lead to failure in real battles. She sensed it. How precious the time before the exam was. Why was he so focused on grinding for items and making money? He smiled, recalling his goal. Lambda replied, "It's because I want to protect the most important person, the one who has always protected me." He remembered. In his previous life, he had no parents, didn't understand familial love, played games for 18 hours straight before crossing over here, and it turned out to be a stroke of luck. He felt proud, because now he had loving parents. Who would protect him with their lives? He etched in his mind. 10 years ago. After the demon tide, relatives wanted to seize the inheritance, wishing he would die like his parents. Their true faces were revealed, aiming to rob him blind. He struggled like a mantis in front of a car, eventually escaping, but then his uncle and aunt came, taking him back. They cared for him like their own child, helping him reclaim his inheritance, not letting him harbor hatred, bringing those people to court. Suddenly, the crowd shouted, "Hurry up! Someone is selling cheap equipment at the park." He deeply realized, without them, he wouldn't be living like this now. He would have endured so much bitterness, so he had to grow stronger to protect them. A female voice rang out, "Hello!" Lambda turned to look. She asked, "You're the one selling the hunter's great sword?" "Huh, right. I'm Bakchi, from Jiangthan Academy." He was suspicious, a student from that school. "No transactions through intermediaries," she hurriedly replied. "I'm the original owner. Sorry, my battery just died." She continued, "I'm the original owner, Big Brother Muscular, a great sword user." Lambda was slightly doubtful. Can this body really wield a great sword? He thought to himself. Is it all added to strength? Then he handed her the sword stats for her to check carefully. After saying that, he tossed the great sword toward her. Bakchi quickly caught it without any hesitation. He thought, she really is someone with strength. Spot on. Bakchi asked again, "Is it really just 80,000? This is a silver graduation item. It should be worth more than 200,000 on the market." He replied nonchalantly. "Didn't your teachers teach you how to price things?" She stammered. "I've always been bad at math since I was little. I'm not good with money." He gently reminded her, "Remember to ask the price before buying anything in the future. Don't let yourself be fooled." She nodded in thanks, then shyly said, "I want to thank you for selling it so cheap." The system displayed, "You received 80,000. Your account exceeds 1 million. Upgraded to gold card." Lambda flatly refused. "It's just a transaction. If you need anything, just come to me." As he turned away, he unexpectedly stumbled into Bakchi's hand. The system popped up. "You have been granted a mysterious power, receiving an additional special effect from the goddess of luck." He felt it immediately. "This must be your talent." Bakchi excitedly replied, "That's right. This is my talent, and it can be upgraded too." "So, can I join the team of the big boss?" Seeing Bakchi blush, he thought, this luck-increasing talent is rarer than legends. Strategically speaking, it's incredibly strong. Lambda considered. This talent doesn't limit the quality of chests when clearing dungeons. Even someone with a bad talent can open a mythical chest thanks to that effect. While he was thinking, he suddenly asked again, "By the way, have you told anyone about this talent?" She shook her head immediately. No, I haven't told anyone at all. Hearing that, he felt relieved. Good. And also, does this talent have any limits? Bakchi nodded. Yes, it does. You can only use it 3 times a week, once for each person. Hearing this, he sternly warned. Don't let anyone know, or you'll be exploited, because people's hearts can be treacherous. His words made her shiver. Is it that scary? Luckily, I haven't said anything. He knew she didn't fully understand the value of that. So he explained. Your buff is extremely rare. If it gets out, professional players will fight over it. Even losing your freedom, he emphasized. The professional alliance isn't necessarily a safe place, even though it's a large organization fighting against the demon tide. It's filled with factions, constant infighting, and schemes. Therefore, come join my team. We will take care of you. Hearing this, Bakchi was overjoyed. Really? Is it really possible? He smiled and extended his hand. Yes, I am Lambda. Welcome to the team. After recruiting the new member, he said, let me introduce you to the teammates a bit. Bakchi was incredibly happy. Great. Because no one believed I was strong, so no one formed a team. He laughed at that. A tiny person using a great sword. Who would believe it? Moments later, Mok exclaimed, so this is the muscular big brother you just found. Huh, she shyly said. Hello. I'm Bakchi, meeting the newcomer. She smiled and shook hands. Nice to meet you. You're Mok. Right, seeing the beautiful girl. Bakchi's eyes lit up. You're really pretty, and your hands are so soft. But then, Mok suddenly remembered something. She glanced at him suspiciously, thinking, I'm so adorable. Is this guy Lambda having some weird thoughts? He seemed vague. What is he trying to pull? Then he thought, maybe he should invite everyone to continue the dungeon. Mok asked in surprise, what? Which dungeon? Lambda replied, the Goblin City, nightmare level. Since everyone can gain attribute points, I will go in first, solo, and optimize my power for everyone. Hearing this, Mok was stunned. Wait, you're going into a nightmare level dungeon by yourself. The nightmare level is the highest difficulty for beginners, with rich rewards, chests dropping all gold or higher, and the monster's attributes are also significantly stronger. Even a team can easily be wiped out. This is a life or death gamble. Her face turned serious. She couldn't take that risk. Do you want to meet your ancestors already? Even if you're strong, you shouldn't go into a nightmare-level dungeon alone. But he smiled and waved it off. Mok. It's fine. Don't you trust me? She grabbed his collar. I trust you. But the nightmare goblins can easily take down even high-level professionals. Even at level 10, there are people above that who get seriously injured. It's been a long time since anyone dared to solo. Baichi thought of something. Oh, great god Lambda. Mok goddess, I just remembered something. Excuse me, I'll go ahead. You two can talk. After a bit of persuasion, he calmed Mok down. Don't be upset, I know you're worried. The previous difficult dungeons were the same. Just go eat first. Mok. In his mind, he calculated. Mok was opposing too fiercely, so he had to trick her lightly and sneak away. After a while, she finally agreed. Fine, but if you don't, I'll tell my parents. I'm listening to you. But she still had her doubts. Could Lambda really be that easy to convince? During this time, a hot piece of news spread, claiming that the strongest new player had just appeared in this year's examination. Not just rumors. Someone had cleared a secret realm alone. Last night, I received images from the Academy dungeon. Everyone was discussing whether it was true or not. The figure looked ordinary. Experts said you can't solo a dungeon like that. Why do people keep thinking it's a guy? It could be a girl. I guess it's Mok. A powerful mage but rare. That's a reasonable comment. I also think there's no way the strongest rookie exists, but I'm a student from this batch, and there really is someone who soloed, even though I forgot the name. I'm sure they passed the level. If someone can do that alone, they must be top tier. Is it some young master or young lady? Many people guess it's Huang Thu Fong from the Huang Corporation. ECU, looking broader. It must be from the #1 academy in Jiang City. But the whole country is vast. Who knows if there are experts elsewhere? Anyone who solos a dungeon and gets hidden chests is definitely the coolest rookie of the year. The entire process was injury-free, with incredible talent and an analytical mind for dungeons. There's a picture. Look, they're trading something. It's a great hunter sword. That person is indeed a powerhouse, a student from the #1 academy in Jiang City. Seeing Mok Mok glued to her phone, he asked, "What are you looking at? Eat already." She didn't respond, so he snatched the device, causing Mok Mok to irritably call out "Lam Da" during the meal. Her mother kept serving food for both of them. "You two have been working hard lately. Eat more. Keep your strength up." She smiled and said, "Yes, Mom." Lam Da also politely replied, "Thank you, ma'am." Her father asked, "How does little Da find the training exam? Is everything going smoothly?" He nodded. "Yes, everything is good," he recalled. "You've always wanted to be stronger since you were little. Everyone knows. Once you decide, no one can stop you. But remember not to overdo it, because everything is fragile." Hearing this, he teased back, "Uncle, who told you that?" He laughed. "The person sitting right in front of you." Mok Mok blushed. "Dad, why did you say that out loud?" Her mother said, "We don't stop you from pursuing anything. We just hope you're like Mok Mok. Living peacefully is good enough." Mok Mok pouted. "I'm not like that." He nodded. "Yes, I will learn from Mok Mok to be a little fish living in peace." She frowned and asked, "Why does that sound like you're teasing me?" He laughed. "Just kidding. Your uncle can rest easy. I won't do anything beyond my abilities." He was satisfied. "Good. Remember, this house is your support." But Lam Da refused. "I have enough money already. Just let you and your uncle keep it." They hesitated. "Little Da," Mok Mok's mother said sternly, "the upcoming exam will be very expensive. If you don't take it, I'll be angry." He quickly replied, "Yes, yes, please don't be angry." So he reluctantly accepted the card back, feeling grateful. "See? Mom and Dad, thanks to them, I live well." Deep in his heart, he wanted to hold on to this precious life even more. That was his motivation to become stronger. Now, Lam Da was ready to face the challenge. Nightmare-level dungeon, here I come, at Huang Thu Fong's house. Curses echoed everywhere. "Damn your grandfather, Trio Kai Hang, daring to play behind my back." Trio Kai Hang calmly replied, "I saved you back then. I helped pay a bit. Without me, you would probably be in the hospital." Hearing this, he shouted, "Do I need your help? You're just trash." His voice trembled with anger. "If I had full gear, it would be different." At this moment, Trio Kai Hang turned away. "Go rest." Huang Thu Fong angrily grabbed a glass of water and smashed it. "It's because of you that I lost face. Get lost. Don't call me brother." On the contrary, Trio Kai Hang didn't care. "Do you think being a young master of Huang Corporation means you can have whatever you want? Uncle Huang told me to take care of you. I shouldn't have agreed. You should have been beaten up to come to your senses, to the point where even your mother wouldn't recognize you." The corner of his mouth curled slightly. "Oh, I forgot. There's one more thing." He emphasized each word. "You don't have a mother." Huang Thu Fong's anger flared up. He shouted loudly, "Good. If you're leaving, don't come back. A waste like you doesn't deserve to be my brother." Trio Kai Hang just laughed disdainfully. "Huang Thu Fong, you don't even know who you just messed with. A rookie who just appeared has already made you lose badly without even using active skills. Rumors say he soloed a dungeon. No one has confirmed it, but recently, a mysterious figure has risen. He's selling power and gold-tier items, causing students to form discussion groups. There has never been two rookies as formidable as this at the same time in Jiang City. You understand the odds." Huang Thu Fong called, ordering, "Take care of one. Call all the brothers, gear up to the teeth. If you need anything, just say it. Money is not an issue. Thinking back made him even angrier. He said, "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll handle it. Just teach that arrogant kid a lesson so he knows who the real boss is at Jong City Academy." In the first level of the Misty Forest dungeon, Lambda stepped in, and the information panel lit up. Goblin Underground City, Level 5. Nightmare Dungeon. Dark Maze. Home to the goblins. It consists of 5 levels. The deeper you go, the stronger the goblins become. If you can't get past the last level, you should retreat immediately. Or you'll end up empty-handed. If you can't pass the last level, there won't be any items, in my opinion. The Goblin Dungeon is the hardest dungeon at this stage. Due to the long duration and unreasonable requirements, even strong classes hesitate to farm equipment and attribute points here. Moreover, each level only has 10 minutes, and the 5th level has a hidden boss, the Goblin King. The countdown has begun. 30 seconds left. Prepare to eliminate the goblin soldiers. Lambda ventured deeper for 2 minutes and 5 seconds, encountering the Goblin Captain. The result was satisfactory, just as expected. 3 minutes and 59 seconds to clear the level. While running, he suddenly stopped, called upon the healing artifact. Calamity struck. Warning bells rang. The level up panel appeared. The artifact leveled up to level 2. He was level 6. With full attributes, healing skills, purification, and calamity level 2. He was satisfied, having cleared the first level in less than 5 minutes. The method of gathering monsters on the first level seemed very effective. Although the damage was not high, there were still 5 minutes to increase the output before the next battle. All the monsters on the 2nd and 3rd levels of goblins had been wiped out. The 4th level was also done. Lambda immediately descended to the 5th level. In the Goblin Palace, the Goblin King awaited. "Do you dare invade my territory?" Level 8. High stats. Powerful skills. He wondered, did I encounter the boss right away? Aren't there any smaller monsters? The Goblin King did not hesitate. Shouted, "Die!" Unleashing a seismic strike. Truly a dungeon lord. Terrifying power. Solid gold armor. Wide-reaching spear. Slow speed, but no weak points. Upon entry, he unleashed an AoE attack, forcing him to dodge to the side, lying low to reduce damage. Lambda used the seismic damage reversal, recovering 1,521 HP. The reverse wave restored an additional 479 HP. Leaving the opponent stunned, he counterattacked, using healing to steal, deducting 200 HP from the goblin. The Goblin King gritted his teeth. He struggled to hold on. Lambda smiled in satisfaction. The Goblin King used the Dragon Spear, and he reversed the effect. Recovering 200 HP, his attack power temporarily increased by 40 points. The goblin lunged forward. He reversed the effect, recovering 140 HP, escaping the knock-up state. The Goblin King was surprised. "Is my skill useless?" The Goblin King became furious, entering a berserk state. His voice echoed, "I've found your weakness. All troops, attack." He sighed. This nightmare boss is truly difficult to deal with. But it wasn't time to unleash the final move yet. Suddenly, Lambda's eyes widened. The Goblin King shouted, "Attacking this guy doesn't need skills. Torture him with normal attacks. Let's see how long he can endure." Both sides charged into a fierce battle. The Goblin King did not stop, unleashing the skill-crippling wind, demon steps. The soldiers also concentrated their damage. A rain of arrows shot down. He scoffed. Even if he got hit, it wouldn't matter. He immediately called upon the healing artifact. His clothes were tattered, but his body was unharmed. The Goblin King roared, "What's going on?" Lambda shot him a cold glance. Damn it, what's with that look? Lambda counterattacked, continuously using the reverse healing and steal life skills. After provoking, he turned and ran away. The Goblin King shouted angrily, "Stop! Fight me like a true warrior." Lambda sneered, Where's your warrior spirit? Then he turned back for a direct confrontation. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charged forward to counterattack, unleashing the reverse healing divine artifact and the calamity descending. The Goblin King stared in disbelief. Impossible. This is divine power. How can a human possess it? Lambda remained calm, assessing. This time it's over. A bright red pillar of light descended from above. His voice was light. That was fast. The Goblin King screamed in madness. The system announced, the entire Goblin army has been wiped out, earning 1,000 experience points. The Goblin King's HP was reduced to 1%, falling into a near-death state, with attributes and desire to attack greatly diminished. The Goblin King trembled and mumbled, "It's over for me. My life has come to an end." Lambda did not stop, continuing to unleash the reverse healing skill to seize life force. The skill concluded, and the system reported continuously. Goblin King defeated. Received 5,000 experience points, leveled up to level 7, completed the Nightmare Dungeon, summarized rewards, completed hidden conditions, received an SSL rating, and the Goddess of Luck took notice, upgrading the treasure chest from gold to platinum. He smiled faintly. Indeed, the carp transformed into a dragon. Baichi's blessing skill was extraordinary. The treasure chest upgraded from gold to platinum, and with 20 hours left, there was enough time to clear the dungeon again. The system asked if he wanted to open the treasure chest. He chose. Open. The screen lit up, receiving the platinum holy light skill, the harmonizing flame item, 15 free attribute points, equipping the platinum shimmering stone, the skill of the divine stars, and the gold sandstorm bow. Holy light, a platinum skill. Requires a priest or a holy light mage, consumes a large amount of mana, deals magical damage, and has effects that counter undead and demons. The harmonizing flame at gold level deals 300 damage when thrown. The shimmering stone, platinum level, cannot be forged. Increases all attributes by 20 points. Active skill, teleportation of 10 meters. Recharges every 5 minutes. Can be stored 3 times. The Divine Stars skill, platinum level, requires a level 5 priest. Intelligence 20, summons bright stars around the team within 20 meters, restores 300 HP, creates a damage immunity effect for 5 seconds, and reduces damage by 10%. The Sandstorm Bow, when fired, has a chance to summon a sandstorm, dealing additional earth elemental damage. A weapon specifically for archers. Looking at the series of loot, he felt satisfied. 2 platinum skill books, 1 platinum equipment, and the Holy Light skill with counter attributes. The Shimmering Stone was a rare teleportation skill and bonus points. The Divine Stars not only provided wide area healing but also buffed damage immunity for the entire team. If combined with the Cosmic Reversal skill, it would become a wide area damage skill, activating quickly, and even increase the damage received by enemies. Even the toughest monsters wouldn't stand a chance. A strategic skill for the entire team had emerged. First, he would learn the Divine Stars, and the Holy Light could wait. If he couldn't use it yet, he would learn it later. After all, he still had few skills. The system asked again. "Are you sure you want to allocate 15 attribute points to intelligence?" Lambda decided. "Allocate all, immediately." The system reported. Learned the Divine Stars skill. Equipped the Shimmering Stone, increasing all attributes by an additional 20 points. After finishing, Lambda stepped out of the dungeon. This time's results were exceptional. A significant upgrade. Name: Lambda. Profession: Priest. Level 7. Attributes: Strength 10 out of 20. Physique 10 out of 20. Intelligence 42 out of 20. Spirit 10 out of 20. Speed 10 out of 20. Equipment: Windwalker Boots. Shimmering Stone. Jade Guardian. Cosmic Reversal. Single Target Skills. Healing. Steal Life. Support. Purification. Forbidden Curse. Wide Area. Divine Healing Artifact. Calamity Descending. Level 2. The Divine Stars had not been activated yet when a strange voice rang out. Caught in the act. He turned to look, just in time to see someone else arriving at the dungeon. To Mok. Mok frowned. What was Lambda still pretending for? Then she sighed softly, as if suddenly remembering. To Mok asked, "Did you clear the Nightmare Goblin dungeon?" Lambda raised his hand in confirmation. She felt a bit disappointed. She had planned to try it too, but had only thought about it. He teased her. "So that's it. Are you staying in this area for the next 10 days? To Mok's lips pressed together slightly. Just then, a vehicle sped by, rushing to the final teleport point, then stopped. The others saw Lambda and shouted, "It's him! That face looks like it's inviting a punch." Huang Thufeng gritted his teeth. "Deal with him for me." But his companions remained silent, making him furious and glare at them. He grabbed someone else's hair and shouted, "Hey, I'm talking about you. Are you stupid?" Things were not looking good. The other person trembled in fear. "I can't do it," Huang Thufeng continued to yell. "I knew you useless students couldn't be relied on." At the same time, he smiled sinisterly, glad he had prepared in advance. After a tiring day, Lambda sat in front of the computer, posting an ad. Holy Light, Sandstorm Bow, Level 5. Nightmare Goblin Dungeon Power. Price 8,000 Alliance coins. Requires unlocking. As soon as he posted, the comments exploded. The big shot has appeared again, clearing the Nightmare Dungeon alone, guaranteeing level A to S, even SSS? Right. Oh, great one. Take me with you next time. I've never dared to try Nightmare before. Really need those free attribute points. Gathering monsters takes 7 minutes. After all, have you seen the time it takes for the Elder to pass the level? 4.5 minutes. All right, I'm going to give it a try right now. The Goblin Hate range skill is surprisingly precise. I need to time the cooldown just right to maximize damage. If there aren't enough monsters, the skill is wasted. What kind of nightmare level is this? The Elder is the real nightmare for goblins. Not long after, the paparazzi released photos. The admin is Lambda, a student from the vocational academy, the strongest contestant of the year, who once sold a greatsword to a hunter, the only one to clear an SAS dungeon solo, accompanied by 3 photos. Viewers threw stones. What do those 3 photos prove? The newbie dungeon is acceptable, but the Crystal Cave and Goblin dungeon at nightmare level. A student cleared it alone. I'm speechless. This kind of paparazzi is really brainless. After Lambda awakened his divine cover, he became very mysterious. Choosing the priest profession is even harder to predict. I remember he once sold a dark dagger, theoretically. The god score should definitely be maxed out. But in reality, Lambda is quite ordinary. I agree with the exposé. He's just a student. Compared to high-level fake professions, he's far behind. He relies on the monster hate range and the terrain of the secret realm to calculate accurately, which allows him to control the monster's direction. Moreover, as a priest, doesn't he need purification skills like Holy Light? Orders are coming in. 100,000 Alliance coins for Holy Light. 150,000 for the Sandstorm Bow. Are you considering it? He immediately sold both. The bank sent a message. Gold card customer, plus 500,000 Alliance coins, totaling 1,500,000. Looking at the balance, he was also surprised. This might be the only way to clear the level without getting hurt, except for the boss. But no one else has managed it. The power he generates is something no one dares to learn. No problem. The Nightmare level dungeon is a milestone for upgrading equipment and personal data. Money is secondary. Looking at the card, the Koi effect has 15 hours left, he calculated. Took the opportunity to rest and recover, then continued the fight. Finally, after the transaction, he stood up. Lambda stretched, deciding to go for a run to relax and also improve his physical fitness. As night fell, he continued to persist in running at the park near his home. At the same time, a car suddenly rushed in from somewhere. He turned around, the car sped close to him and then suddenly stopped. He was a bit surprised. Huang Thiu Fong, his friend, spoke up. What a coincidence. Get in the car, I'll take you to this place. Lam Da lightly reminded. Trio Kai Hong warned not to provoke me. I don't like trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid. Huang Thiu Fong jumped out of the car and shouted, "Damn it. Don't mention that traitor's name again." His buddies chimed in. Stop being so chatty. Hong Tu wants to fight one-on-one. If you refuse, your whole family will be scared. Lam Da was surprised. You even came to my house. He smirked. Fine then. He continued. I hope you don't lose and cry for backup. He angrily replied. What the hell? Are you framing me? Huang Thiu Fong grabbed his teammate's shirt. Don't intervene later. I want to solo. The guy trembled a bit. What if you can't win? He shouted. The outfit I'm wearing is something that poor guy can't earn in his lifetime. How could I lose? Get out of the way. Lambda looked coldly. So you're calling for backup? The group whispered. Stick to the plan. The guy confirmed. Got it. Lambda began to lose patience. How many people are coming? I'm busy. I don't have time to waste. Hearing this, Huang Thiu Fong was speechless. Just wait. Soon you'll regret it. He also said, I will make you crawl on the ground like a dog. Lambda silently thought. Let's see who suffers more. In the quiet night, the three got in the car and left, stopping in the middle of the forest. The people inside saw them arrive and shouted, Boss, Huang Thiu is here. Lambda looked around, excited. Is it that crowded? Hurry up and choose, one-on-one or a group fight. Huang Thiu Fong sneered, one-on-one. He drew a diamond-level sword. We'll each fight you one by one. In Lambda's eyes, there was nothing special. It was pretty much what he expected. Everything was still the same. He displayed his disdain. Standing tall, Huang Thiu Fong growled, Die for me. Lambda immediately set up a formation, preparing to engage. He charged in, blocking a flurry of blows. His speed was so fast that everyone was stunned. Lambda dodged to the side, causing the group to fall into chaos. Then, suddenly, one guy rushed in to deliver a surprise attack, trying to ambush. Despite the strong blow, he dodged neatly. He smirked, thinking that just because there are many people doesn't mean they're stronger. He must use his innate ability to reverse the situation. Watching the chaos he created, they burst into laughter. The little milk drinker, lucky to get this far. Just then, Lambda's weapon emitted a strange cold aura. A light mist swept through, causing everyone to shiver. The once fierce group now clutched their chests, gasping for breath, blood seeping out, and no one understood what had happened. What is this? Only Lambda knew. He hadn't even struck yet, but the reverse healing had stripped away the golden level equipment's defense. Seeing his teammates in despair, the others frantically asked, How are you doing? Boss, he tried to reassure them. I can still hold on. Forget that guy's move. He's just a pastor. We have the numbers, all dressed in gold. Let's charge in and knock him away. The rest responded in unison, understood, and rushed in from all directions. Iron Fist, Flying Kick, Blazing Fire Cannon, Heavenly Leaf Heavy Harmony. Watching that reckless move, he just smiled lightly. A voice rang out. The divine constellations are reversing. The others stared in disbelief. What is this? What is happening? Lambda activated the fall of heaven and hell. The momentum surged, causing everyone to panic. They fled in chaos but were too late. One by one, they fell, still unable to believe how quickly they died. Then a mocking voice rang out. Relying on money is definitely better than relying on people. It turned out that Huang Thiu Fong was bragging. This was something he bought at a Sotheby's auction. An unlimited level equipment set. Diamond grade. Worth tens of millions, with attributes beyond compare. All attributes plus 100. Hearing the name of the auction house, everyone was startled. Sotheby's, the top in Oahu. Entry tickets cost hundreds of millions. With such financial power, he truly is the heir of the Huang family. That diamond set must be legendary. Relying on that, he confidently declared, Lambda, this time I will make you kneel, thinking he had intimidated them. He raised his chin. What's wrong? Are you trembling? Huang Thufeng even stepped over his fallen teammate. Warning, it's not too late to beg. But he replied nonchalantly, "Your golden exterior hides an empty core. Even strong equipment can't cover your inner weakness. You won't win." Those words made him grit his teeth. "Then you, Huang Thufeng, unleash the shadow blade and curse. Go die." Just as the killing aura rushed toward him, he immediately shifted away. That scene left him even more confused. What? The others outside also realized something was wrong. I don't understand what move he's using to take down all that golden equipment. How could his damage be that high? How did he do it? He even felt this kid was no longer human, resembling something that had appeared during the demon tide. Huang Thufeng shouted, "Impossible. Did you really stack everything into speed? I clearly increased my attributes with this massive outfit," he growled. "The shadow blade will kill you if it hits." Before he could finish, Lambda interrupted. "Your base attributes are too low, so you can't hit me." His gaze turned cold. "Now it's my turn. First step, find your weakness." Reverse healing technique activated. Triggering damage. The system reported 1,000 damage, destroying the target's armor, nullifying all diamond attributes. He was left speechless. My diamond equipment. Huang Thufeng's fury erupted violently. He fought desperately, launching the slash of the rising sun, the triple slash, and the overwhelming army. But the more he punched and kicked, the easier it was for Lambda to dodge. Huang Thufeng frantically chased after him. "Stop right there." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in pain, and he fell to the ground, crying out. "It hurts so much. What kind of move did you use on me?" Lambda replied briefly. "Correct," he affirmed, "with no combat skills like you. My normal attacks can pierce your defense. Now, you can surrender. Sign the agreement. Say, I, Huang Thufeng, voluntarily give my diamond equipment to classmate Lambda as an apology and promise not to repeat this." What? Losing in such a humiliating way. And he still tried to retort. "Are you dreaming? Don't even think about it." But before he could react, he felt another wave of pain. Lambda smiled. "The cooldown is over, so your overpriced defense is useless now." He shouted, "You bastard! Dare to threaten me? Take this." Cornered, he unleashed the Heavenly Horse Meteor Strike. A massive collision erupted, and Huang Thufeng laughed triumphantly. "You trash. You're done." But immediately after, his body froze, writhing in pain. Lambda stepped out from the smoke, snapping his fingers. The reverse healing spread out, and his body immediately surged with energy. "The mist is slowly recovering bit by bit." Huang Thufeng cursed. "Damn it, this is really scary. If you make a move, or rather, my dad, won't let this go." Lambda coldly replied, "I hate being threatened the most." The new formation activated, the reverse healing spell unleashed, and as the strategy unfolded, Huang Thufeng screamed in pain. He reassured, "Don't worry, there's still plenty of blood. Let's keep going." Immediately after, a surge of power crashed down like thunder. The group of underlings stood stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing. As soon as Huang Thufeng collapsed, he was pulled back with a simple grip. Instantly, his entire body shattered like powder. The others panicked. "Is this torture? Boss, what kind of pastor is this?" Then a wave of killing intent rose. Lambda chanted, "Calamity descends." They clutched their heads in panic. Did the little rich kid really die? From a distance, the entire scene was captured by the camera. The live stream exploded. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on? Isn't Huang Thufeng the rich young master? And who is that other person? How many gangsters are there? Do they want to silence him? The underlings were dumbfounded. What kind of skill is that? The screen displayed the timer. What kind of powerful mage is this? Where did Huang Thufeng find the guts? He still taunted. "Do you want it?" Poor dog. Netizens gasped. "Oh my god, such rude talk. I didn't expect this at all. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he has good stuff. How much did this equipment cost? I hate rich people." The hot search exploded. The arrogant young master was crushed by the big shot. Netizens were furious. Can money really do everything? No mistake there. That's a pastor, healing while attacking. What kind of skill is this? Can it shatter unlimited level diamond equipment? We need to trace the whereabouts of this great figure urgently. I want to become his disciple. A few minutes later, someone jumped into the comments. Wow, he looks just like my classmate. He studies at the Zhangchengjia Vocational Academy. It's highly likely the same person. I heard there was a conflict before. Huang Thufeng wanted to get close to Goddess 2 but failed. I remember this pastor had cleared a dungeon that someone recorded, and 2 days ago, he made Huang Thufeng furious. It really became a thing. Someone was sure he must have awakened a high-level talent. Now netizens began to dig up old news. There had been reports of IPs selling high-level equipment and powers logging in from Jiangcheng. Yes, although this great figure set a record for the dungeon, it wasn't a professional-level dungeon. Moreover, the transaction photo was also captured. Students from that school must recognize him. Someone laughed. It's not a joke. Seeing this, Bakchi commented, "That's not Lambda. I once bought items from the big shot. He is very humble, so please stop the rumors." However, her words were quickly dismissed. The signs were clear. This time, the big shot couldn't hide anymore. Many talented people would definitely want to join his team. But what about me? Am I out of chances to tag along? A fan club for Lambda Group 8 was established online. With the big shot Lambda Invincible, healing, damage, tanking, mana regeneration, pulling monsters, supporting, and carrying. One person carries the entire team. The priest can now drain the warrior's health. The lines between professions are starting to blur. The priest is no longer at the bottom. A new era for this profession has begun. A new career trend is rising, breaking the boundaries of talent and resources. Online, Huang Xiaofeng is being severely boycotted. That guy is fake, riding on his parents' coattails and dragging others into fights. He must be dealt with. Young Master Huang looks down on commoners and has finally met someone tough. His arrogance has revealed his useless nature. His father is Huang Tiantian, a high-ranking official in the Alliance of Professional Gamers, and he will surely climb into the alliance thanks to his father. Social media exploded, collectively opposing people like him entering the alliance. Like father, like son. Calls for him to be ousted grew louder. The Huang company faced backlash that could lead to bankruptcy. Sites were rotten to the core. Netizens demanded the alliance take action. The news was also reported on TV, and Huang company's stock plummeted. Hackers launched widespread attacks because the chairman's son bullied his classmates at home. Tamakmak was watching with her parents, angrily exclaiming that Huang Xiaofeng was outrageous and they needed to teach him a lesson. Her father stopped her. "Mok, no," her mother chimed in. "That child has a bad temper. If they go down the wrong path, they will face consequences. Abusing power that doesn't belong to you will lead to disaster." How can one become a great professional gamer like that? Tamakmak looked at her mother, her eyes showing hesitation. Mom, she was still worried. If they took action, wouldn't her parents make Xiaoda the second Huang Xiaofeng he could handle it himself? Shangguanyan was also watching, exclaiming in awe that Lambda hadn't even tested his profession yet. Truly impressive. He paused to take a closer look. Shangguanyan smirked. That talent must be legendary. Choosing priest is like using a knife to butcher a cow. Compliments flowed. A genius like that appears only once in 100 years. Surely he can go straight into the alliance. Right, what does everyone think? Can we recruit Lambda early? The whole group agreed, wholeheartedly. For global stability, someone like him must be brought in as soon as possible. Someone even joked. Old Huang, are you still sitting here? Don't you worry about your son? Everyone burst into laughter. This was nothing compared to Minister Huang. This is also a great opportunity. How could they let it slip away? Chairman of Huang Company, branch minister of the alliance. Huang Tiantian replied sternly. I am handling things at the company. The compensation plan for Lambda is ready. As a bad father, I apologize on behalf of my son. I have sent someone to meet him. Rest assured, I will handle this strictly in the arena. Huang Xiaofeng was struggling continuously. Please, wait a moment. Now he was begging. Lambda, please go easy on me. He was surprised when Zhao Kaiheng rushed over from afar to report. Chairman Huang wants to talk. Seeing this, Huang Xiaofeng laughed maniacally. My dad is here. You're done for. Just wait to die, kid. In that situation. Lambda smirked. Chairman Huang wants to pressure me. Then he should come himself. The other person hurriedly waved his hand. That's not it. The Huang family is ready to compensate. Uncle Huang wants to apologize to you directly. Watching this, Huang Xiaofeng glared, bowing his head to this poor kid who was unbearably cheerful. Is he crazy? My ears are ringing. What, my dad wants to apologize to him? What nonsense are you talking? Huang Tiantian connected and immediately took all the blame upon himself. Hello, is this Lambda? I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lambda nodded and began. As a father, he bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistakes. I am the father of Huang Xiaofeng. Everything is due to my poor parenting. He continuously apologized. I am very sorry for causing you such great trouble. Lambda politely replied. You're being too harsh, uncle. Huang Tiantian took responsibility for his son, saying that mere words were not enough. I want to meet you directly to apologize and compensate, within what I can do. And as for Huang Xiaofeng, I hope you can hand him over to Zhao Kaiheng. I will deal with him severely using family rules. Huang Xiaofeng was furious, unable to accept it. Meanwhile, Lambda smiled and agreed. If you are sincere, I accept. But the compensation needs to be specific and clear. Your request, I want 3 sets of unlimited level diamond equipment, including priest, mage, and swordsman, plus 5 million alliance currency. Can you manage that? Uncle you. Zhao Kaiheng was flabbergasted. What 12? His face turned pale. 3 sets of unlimited level diamonds, 3 different professions. The entire country probably doesn't have enough. Huang Tiantian hesitated slightly. If you really need 3 sets, it might take a few days. We are short on stock. Rest assured, I will send someone to the secret realm to farm the items. The Alliance is also ready to provide additional resources. At this point, Huang Xiaofeng had been placed in a care vehicle. It was truly troublesome to clean up the mess he created. Zhao Kaiheng found it strange and turned to check the rearview mirror. There were indeed electronic devices in the distance. The camera suddenly stopped. Someone poked their head in and said, "Thank you for watching. Chairman Huang has directly apologized and discussed compensation. For details, please tune in to the official stream tomorrow. Thank you." Lambda was also taken aback. The Alliance has noticed him already. Have they discovered that his talent exceeds the norm? As for Huang Tiante, he added, besides that, I can offer you the resources of 50 secret realms around Jiang City, excluding a few rare ones. Jiang City does not belong to me alone. Despite the complex intertwined forces, he still smiled reassuringly. It's okay. As long as we win, that's enough. The members of the Alliance were astonished to hear this. 50 secret realms in 1 month. What new profession could achieve that? Finally, he nodded. All right, bring your teammates tomorrow night. I'll treat you to a meal. Regarding the online commotion, Lambda added, I will clarify with the profession faker. Tomorrow's meal with Chairman Huang will surely be hard to sit through. Huang Tianti frowned. Has this young man thought that far ahead? He chuckled. Let's do it that way, he thought to himself. This kid's future is indeed bright. After ending the call, Lambda turned off the phone. He handed the phone to Triu Kaiheng. Out of respect for you and Mr. Huang, I'll let it slide today. But don't let it happen more than 3 times. The other person hurriedly accepted. I understand. The Huang family is also complicated. Extreme circumstances can easily distort a person. There are many things Lambda interrupted. I don't want to hear about Uncle Huang's family matters. If we are not close, let's not talk too much. Triu Kaihong sighed in relief. Thank you for your understanding. The next day, at Ngochilan Restaurant, the top one in Jiang City, it officially achieved 5-star status. The restaurant is highly rated due to chefs gathering from everywhere. Its strength lies in personal experience, whether for one person or a group. There are private rooms available, ensuring no moment of enjoyment is missed. Even ordering the cheapest dish comes with the highest treatment. Upon arrival, Tamak still felt uneasy. Although Huang Tiante had streamed an apology, he remained cautious during this banquet. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, it's fine, understanding in his heart. That formal apology was because he saw her potential and wanted to befriend her first. As soon as they entered, the staff immediately greeted them warmly. Mr. Lam, this is room 888 reserved by Mr. Huang. Please, come in. Inside, Huang Tiante was already waiting. Lambda, you all have arrived, please take a seat. He introduced. These two are Tamak and Bakchi. Right. Both nodded in confirmation. Huang Tiante warmly invited them to sit down. Yes, thank you. You can bring the dishes up now. Please, he said. 3 of you, allow me to apologize on behalf of my son, Huang Thufeng. I apologize for not teaching him properly, allowing him to act inappropriately like that. Hearing this, Tamak was quite surprised. She didn't see him acting superior at all. Bakchi was also surprised. She didn't expect the head of the Huang family to be so amiable and humble. Everyone was taken aback by his attitude. Lambda agreed. Parents who love their children think long-term. Here is the chairman of Huang Corporation, yet he is willing to humble himself for his child. He spoke up. I understand Chairman Huang's intentions. If Huang Thufeng recognizes his mistakes and corrects them, I will let the past go. The two shook hands amicably. At that moment, a bodyguard entered to report. Boss, the items have arrived. Should we take them out? He nodded. Yes, let them see. The bodyguard brought out the items. Yes. The equipment name is Thin Trang of Ma Huang, consisting of 4 pieces. Type, a set of gear. Level 1 crafted. Diamond quality. No level limit. Required profession. Priest. Effect. Increases 30 physique. 30 wisdom. Self-healing increases 15%. With passive recovery. Note. When hit, it will recover the amount of damage taken. Cooldown 10 seconds. Especially increases 50% self-healing. Looking over, Lian exclaimed. Diamond equipment is indeed top-notch, and it matches the set currently in use. Adding health and survival is simple, yet powerful, if calculated. The damage reflection doubles. Lambda smiled in satisfaction. I am very pleased. Bakchi couldn't hide her emotions either. Thank you. Tamak didn't expect such generosity. The diamond set of 4 pieces with no level limit, given all at once to 3 people. The Huang family is serious, not just for face, she replied. The equipment is excellent. Thank you. Uncle Huang. We accept. The onlookers were also stunned. Is this the big boss of Jiang City? Yet he treats Lambda with such respect. No need to say. If you don't teach your child carefully, you'll encounter a tough expert. If you don't apologize properly and compensate enough, the online community will spit on you and bring down the Huang family, since the expert has said to let it go. Then, we shall leave. Both sides chatted happily. After that, they had a meal together. After eating, Lambda spoke first. Well, let's call it a day. He nodded. All right, there are reporters outside. I will see you off. Huang Tiante added. This is the pass for the dreamy land of Haikot. The resources from the dungeon promised to you will be compensated later. He was delighted to hear this. That's great. The meal concluded, and the reporters were already waiting. Lambda stepped outside. The reporters surrounded him, firing questions rapidly. Lambda, I heard your talent is reverse healing. Can you clear dungeons by yourself? Is that true, Lambda? Did you really solo the newbie dungeon and achieve SSS? Please confirm, no profession has ever done that. May I ask, is the anonymous expert on the forum you outside was bustling? While inside the room, Huang Thufeng sneered. What a lost dog. He slowly opened his eyes. In a harsh tone, he asked, "Who do you think you are?" A strange laugh echoed. "Me, I am Lord Mai Cao from the Abyss, a high-level demon with pure bloodline and immense power." Huang Thufeng laughed derisively upon hearing this. "What a big deal. When we humans awaken, don't we just smash you back into bugs?" Mai Cao was furious, unable to believe it. How could the pastor beat him up and still look so smug? He hurried to explain that it was a strategic retreat. "Do you understand?" Then he provoked. "Huang Thufeng, are you really okay with this? People are mocking you. Friends have abandoned you. And you're flattering the one who bullied you. What if you made a deal with me? Now I have a way for you to gain superior power and crush those who have humiliated you, so your father can see that you deserve respect." He mumbled something, then snapped, "Get lost. This time I'll let it slide." He roared, "I, Huang Thufeng, am a genius. I don't need pity from a bug like you. What power that's for the useless ones to use." Mai Cao was so angry he wanted to kill him right then and there, but he had to remind himself to hold back, all for the KPI. After some thought, he decided to retreat. In short, whenever you come to your senses, just call my name, Mai Cao, and I will immediately appear, granting you the power of the Abyss, leading you to become an evil being without fear. In the secret realm of Haikot, levels 6 to 10. Difficulty level Dream of the Abyss. Standing in front of the dungeon gate, Lambda asked, "Bai Chi, how many more times can you use your talent?" A brief summary: this is the land of Haikot, where deathly energy envelops everything. Entering awakens the army of bone spirits, who will see the living as a delicious meal. She immediately replied, "One more time." "Before. I used it once in 2 dungeons. He sighed. "Then don't use it yet. Save it for later. Even though it's the Dream of the Abyss dungeon, I have diamond equipment. The strongest platinum drops here aren't worth much. The Hoang family promised to give us better dungeon resources this week. They will open the level of the Annihilation dungeon for us. Right now, we just need a transitional weapon. Even if it doesn't drop anything good, we can still sell it for a decent price." Finally, he concluded. "This time we have 3 goals: gain attribute points, unlock a platinum weapon, and push our power to SSS level for the Dream of the Abyss. You all watch closely. I will do it this way." Tamak winked happily. "Okay, I'll only step in when you're about to lose." The 3 of them immediately entered. The system announced, "This dungeon is referred to by class changers as Bone Soup. Achieving SSS requires 4 conditions. 1. Defeat the boss, the Undead Knight. 2. Eliminate all skeletons. The Holy Sword cannot be used, as it is a weapon specifically designed to suppress the undead in the Haikot region." When passing through the gate, the Holy Sword still had over 60% health. Seeing that scene, Bai Chi shivered. Haikot is called Bone Soup because the difficulty between normal and Dream of the Abyss isn't much different. You just need to use the Holy Sword to finish. But this is her first time in Dream of the Abyss. Tamak stepped forward to remind her. A counter type that deals 300% damage appearing in Dream of the Abyss. Then what's the point of it being Dream of the Abyss? Then he hugged her to comfort her. "Don't worry, after the dungeon, I'll sell the loot and buy you some food." "Okay." Bai Chi felt embarrassed. "I don't need it." Lambda had to give in. "Okay. Okay. Okay." He stood up. "I'll demonstrate first. Watch closely." Lambda raised his hand, lightly biting his own blood. Then he dripped blood into the crack. Suddenly, a swarm of bone spirits rushed over, shouting, "Living person. Let's eat," he had calculated carefully, using his blood to lure them past the Holy Sword barrier, which despised evil creatures. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Lambda activated reverse healing, stepping into a state of continuous blood loss. Blood poured from his mouth, and all his stats dropped sharply. The swarm saw this and charged even more wildly. Mok immediately raised her hand to stop them and then threw out a pill. Lam Da. Catch this. It's a pain relief pill. Use it when you're injured. It reduces pain significantly, but it doesn't heal or close wounds. He caught it and swallowed it right away. His strength gradually returned. And Lam Da moved faster, calculating as he ran. HP below 25%. Just as predicted. These bone spirits are thirstier for blood than they fear the holy sword. Seeing this, Bai Qi worried. Do you really not need support? Mok patted her shoulder. No need. Trust him. That's Lam Da. Lam Da made another cut on his wrist. The system immediately warned. HP below 10%, then reported again. You have reached the boundary of the High Cot dungeon. He breathed a sigh of relief. We've made it. Lam Da rushed to the healing point. Divine healing. HP restored 250. Restored 250. Restored 250. The others panicked. He sneered. Now it's too late to find it unappetizing. The spirit reversal hasn't even been used yet. Lam Da's eyes gleamed coldly. He unleashed his skill, Hell of the Fallen, causing all bone spirits to drop to 0 HP. Then, the dust gradually settled. In front of him was a deep, dark pit. Mok and Bai Qi were still watching, while Lam Da stared intently at it. A deep, hoarse voice rang out. Who has awakened me? The undead knight boss has awakened. He shouted loudly. I will use your skull as a cup and drink your blood dry. The status board displayed Undead Knight. Level 9, Strength 2, Physique 15, Intelligence 20, Spirit 15, Agility 10, Platinum Aptitude. Skills include Vengeful Fire, Wrath of the Undead, and Abyssal Descent. A wave of vengeful fire erupted violently. Lam Da murmured, Reverse healing spell. His spear plunged into the ground, red light flared up, and he cast the skill, Soul Snatch. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief. HP reduced by 500. Lam Da remained calm. Weak indeed. He followed up with another strike, using the divine weapon reverse therapy. Calamity descends, increasing damage by 50%. The attack caused the status board to report the boss was heavily injured, activating the passive skill, Undead Transmutation, enhancing all stats. The Bone King shouted, Rise up, my comrades. All undead creatures revive, recovering 100 HP each second. A group of other undead knights quickly gathered around. They charged forward, shouting, Foolish humans, your time is up. Do you have any last words? In response to the provocation, Lam Da merely smirked. Bai Qi was worried. But Mok reassured her. These undead are really stupid. They don't even know basic math. Each second they only recover 100 HP. Lam Da doesn't even need to use the sacred weapon. She confidently stated, Just give it 3 minutes, and they will all be wiped out. A notification rain echoed. HP increased by 100. HP reduced by 500. The undead died. HP increased by 100. HP reduced by 500. The undead died again. The Bone King stared in disbelief. Lam Da appeared, correcting the statement. That last word must be asked of you. Then he continued with reverse healing, Soul Snatch, reducing 750 HP, with an additional 50% damage increase. He was struck into a state of paralysis. Finally, the Bone King vanished and the information board appeared. The Undead Knight boss was defeated. Received 6,000 experience points. Completed the Bone Pit dungeon. Rewards are being calculated. All hidden conditions completed. Ranking achieved SSS. Received the Golden Sun treasure, Platinum 11. Lam Da leveled up, reaching level 8. Name Lam Da, profession priest, level 8. Energy 10 plus 20. Physique 10 plus 20 plus 30. Intelligence 42 plus 20 plus 30. Spirit 10 plus 20. Agility 10 plus 20 plus 20. Activated 4 pieces of Demon King equipment. Swift Wind Boots, Emerald Ring, Talent Reverse, Heaven and Earth. Single target skills include Healing Spell, Soul Snatch, Support with status effects, Banishment, and area skills include Divine Healing, Calamity Descends, various spirit spells, and Hellish Descent, Level 2. Mok excitedly praised, "Lambda is really impressive." "That's great." A surprise notification appeared. Mok and Bok Chi did not register any exceptions or movements. Checking conditions. No experience rewards yet. She widened her eyes. The final mission was completed, protecting the sacred sword throughout the dungeon without letting it be attacked by the undead, receiving the only reward, the stone sword key, opening the portal to the secret kingdom replica. The undead pit dungeon can be opened when conditions are met, with the highest difficulty being genius level. Bok Chi trembled upon seeing the rare item. Key. The genius level dungeon key. I can't be mistaken. Right, the system asked further. Do you want to activate the Golden Sun treasure reward? Mok suddenly remembered. In the Bonehead Stairs dungeon, there is still a secret key that no one has opened yet. He nodded. Personal items from the secret realm can only be used once, unlike regular dungeon keys. Once used, both the key and dungeon disappear, along with the rewards. Because of this limitation, it is a highly valuable strategic resource, rarely seen by newcomers, usually only encountering common-level dungeons. Additionally, there are higher difficulty levels: Nightmare, then Disaster, Harm, Catastrophe, Calamity, and Execution, the highest common dungeons. Secret realms used once are extremely rare, all controlled by professional forces. Bok Chi's eyes lit up. So at the same level, the rewards from a one-time dungeon are even more amazing than usual. Right. To Mok smiled and nodded. Yes, many times over. And moreover, it guarantees a unique reward for the worthy. But Lambda hesitated. Wait. No professional has ever maintained the sacred sword HP above 100% after achieving SS. She didn't pay much attention, pushing him along. Forget them. Open the treasure quickly. Let's see if the great Lambda will bloom. Lambda had no choice but to nod. The lock opened. The platinum-level treasure chest opened, receiving 10 free attribute points, obtaining the platinum hunter's ring, and the stone staff. Continuing to open the treasure, gaining another 10 attribute points. Receiving back the hunter's ring and the stone staff, he picked up a few items to examine. They weren't suitable for a priest, but that staff. Mok, don't you need a new weapon? To Mok smiled awkwardly. No. 10 free attribute points are already enough of a gain. Lambda then added. Intelligence plus 10. Totaling 52 plus 20 plus 30, he suggested. You take the staff. It should suit a master of the earth element. After completing the mission, she asked, what should we do next? Lambda replied. The three of us lead in equipment and stats for the profession test. Let's repeat it once more, and we can reach level 10 right away. The three of them continued to move to another area. As they walked away, Lambda immediately asked if the two could solo the Bone Pool land, just like he did earlier, even though they weren't at SS yet. Getting an S was enough to level up. Bok Chi nodded, saying, I can do it. Suddenly, someone rushed past them. Lambda quickly shouted, Stop! It's dangerous! The scene before them left both of them stunned. To Mok screamed, Bok Chi! Someone has taken her hostage and is laughing coldly. He growled, You have the stone sword key, right? I'll give you 15 seconds. If you want to live, hand over the key. The two immediately tensed up, their faces filled with caution. If not, your little teammate will... At that moment, Bok Chi exploded with anger and reacted fiercely. She forcefully pushed him away, saying, Why should I hand it over to you? At the same time, his accomplices behind him smiled sinisterly. Bok Chi realized this and quickly turned to run. Unfortunately, she couldn't block the attack from behind. She collapsed, and the others laughed mockingly, saying she had some ability, but it was wasted. Lambda clenched his fists, letting the girl go, saying, If you want to live, behave. The leader refused to back down, sneering, Don't be so fierce. I actually like strong types like you. Before he could finish speaking, Lambda charged in like a bolt of lightning. The guy was caught off guard, stunned, and they all shouted in unison. "What the hell?" The leader yelled angrily. "What are you doing?" "Didn't I tell you to stop?" The purple-haired guy shrank back, trembling. How can a kid under level 10 be this strong? They were overwhelmed by the killing intent and couldn't resist. Lambda coldly shouted, "Get lost, who gave you the guts to steal from me?" The guy in the cloak remained arrogant, saying, "Just wait until you regret it in hell." The others chimed in. "Second brother, don't let anyone survive." The bald guy called out for the deadly Banfai to threaten them. "Kill the kid first. The two girls aren't a concern." Mok was stunned, not expecting him to abandon his teammates so easily. Lambda calmly said, "Mok, Bakchi, step back. These guys smell of demonic tide." In his heart, he knew they were all evil beings who had traded their talents for deep abyssal power. They had sold their humanity and turned their backs on mankind. Lambda then activated his healing energy, reversing the situation. The calamity descends, and the demonic fire erupted. The cloaked guy laughed, saying, "Your skill won't even have time to activate," he added. "Second brother, their gear looks nice. Strip them of it." The bald guy had already prepared his weapon, but before he could act, Lambda stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. The two were startled, asking, "What the hell is this?" They trembled, shouting, "You idiot, hurry and heal." The purple-haired guy stammered in fear. Bro, it's too late. He was killed in one hit. How can a priest under level 10 have such damage? Unless he also traded with the Abyss. No, he's a priest. It's Lambda. He wasn't just an ordinary class. No, he wasn't human. Seeing this, the cloaked guy screamed, "Run!" But it was too late. Lambda stood in front, saying, "If you want to leave, step over my dead body first." He activated the spirit reversal technique, and the others collapsed, trembling. No. In the end, he unleashed all his power, descending into hell. They were hit, screaming in pain. When the smoke cleared, Lambda smirked. All damage-increasing skills had been fully activated. He could take down a nightmare boss immediately, fighting against a player over 5 levels higher. Reducing HP to 0 was as easy as pie. Just then, Mok said, "If we don't strike now, it will be our end." Baichi was also concerned. "Should we deal with the corpses? What if their organization or guild comes looking for us?" Lambda remained calm, opening the tracking panel, reassured that no evil organization would dare to claim responsibility publicly. He analyzed that if they didn't go public, they would form their own group, and no one would care. Platinum and gold gear were strong, but had locked attributes. Unfortunately, their items could only be used by those who were evil. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. And then he pulled out a pass. The Giant's Forest dungeon where players had perished. A disaster-level quest. His mood brightened as he looked at this pass. It was a rare item. The Nightmare Boss dungeon was originally meant to test players. No one had ever cleared it in years. Lambda calculated that the second boss, the Soldier of the Spiritless Kingdom, was a nightmare for students. It blocked the path for all players. Even elites had to form teams to conquer the Giant's Forest dungeon at disaster level. Their goal wasn't just loot or experience, but the exclusive reward for clearing it for the first time without taking damage. The key to unlock the Forgotten Lair dungeon. A calamity-level quest. In short, Lambda had a plan, but that was a matter for later. A while later, all three arrived at another location. To Mok. Mok shouted, "It's the Giant's Forest dungeon." She wondered if they could just enter right away. He nodded, waiting for Baichi to finish her cooldown before they could go in. Lambda emphasized that besides reaching level 10 in the dungeon, they also needed to grab the pass for the Forgotten Lair. Level 16. Baichi held his arm tightly, So how do we deal with these evil ones? Burning or smashing them would leave traces, Tamak suggested. How about burying them? An idea popped into her head, if only someone could summon them, using the corpses as food. Seeing this, Lambda quickly reminded her, Hey, let's be serious. He picked up the bodies and suggested throwing them into the dungeon, waiting for the time to end for them to disappear. Tamak clapped in approval. Great idea. I didn't expect the dungeon could do this. Standing in front of the dungeon gate, he raised his hand to check the time. All right, let's head back and prepare. Working while resting. There was also fish to peel, waiting for Baichi's cooldown to end before they entered the Giant's Forest dungeon. Both happily nodded. 1 day later, at Jiang City, during the meal, Tamak suddenly remembered that since awakening her special ability to prepare for exams, she hadn't had a full meal like this. Lambda reassured her, Don't worry. Today, I earned a lot of alliance currency, and Baichi was carefree, eating to her heart's content. Seeing everyone happy, he suggested, Let's come back here when we have time. She immediately agreed. Sure, but Tamak advised, we should save the money for equipment instead. I'm not a child. I don't need to spend much on eating and drinking. Baichi blushed and quietly said, Big shot. How about I pay for this meal? He laughed and shook his head. Save it for next time. Our team isn't short on funds. Just then, the server approached, saying, Sir, the bill has already been paid by a gentleman. All three were wide-eyed. Lambda looked over there, wondering who this person was. The man immediately stepped forward to greet them. Hello, everyone. I am Thangquan Yen, an officer of the Player Alliance, and also the leader of the Lingyun sect. Lambda also stood up to return the greeting. Hearing this, all three were stunned. Tamak even repeated, You joined the Player Alliance first. Lambda quickly explained, I didn't participate in the player competition. Moreover, if I agree without showing my strength, people will suspect I took shortcuts. He concluded, So I will not agree, and I also do not intend to join any sect. Thangquan Yen accepted the cup of tea Lambda offered, smiling as he replied, Actually, I didn't think you would refuse. Indeed, strong people always have their own plans. He wasn't discouraged and continued, I hope to see you join the Alliance soon. If you need anything, just find me. This is the Alliance's wish, as well as my personal desire. The day you come, I want to have a proper duel, Lambda replied. No problem. Lingyun sect, he thought. This person is interesting too. On the second day, at the Huayuan Academy, Lambda spoke up. The challenge begins. Baichi immediately reacted. Here we go. The system announced. You have been granted an unknown power, gaining the attention of the goddess of luck. Each time they clear a dungeon, they receive a level-up treasure. The effect lasts for 24 hours. Lambda took out the artifact to activate it. Using the transit pass to unlock the teleportation gate to the Giant's Forest, where many had lost their lives, the server operated at full capacity, confirming the request to open the teleport. The secret dungeon has opened. With a disaster level announced, they are about to enter the forest. Levels 8 to 15. Disaster difficulty. Description: Calamity resides here, and Yumin is the destination. This is the dead land of the giant race. Upon entering, Tamak sighed, saying that this place is a fragment of a large-level secret realm, accessible at level 8, but the difficulty far exceeds that. From a distance, a monster was already waiting. She shouted, It's here. Its name is the Soldier of the Yulin Vong Kingdom. Level 8, Strength 15, Physique 15, Intellect 2, Spirit 12, Agility 2. Golden Talent. Skills include Horizontal Slash, Charge, Jump Slash, and Thrust. Tamak volunteered. Lambda, let us handle these two first. Both immediately activated the life protection shield. She narrowed her eyes to aim and attacked. The monster was hit continuously, losing 150 health 3 times. Bok Chi was astonished. The damage really was double. On his side, Lambda snapped his fingers to use healing, the clear vision spell he reminded. Pay attention to the combo of horizontal slash and charge, sitting back and observing. He felt more at ease. The new equipment was clearly effective. Mok Mok and Bok Chi had become stronger than their peers. The two girls were still fighting fiercely. They coordinated very well. At the right moment, to Mok Mok unleashed the poison bubble attack. Bok Chi supported with the flame slash. The blow caused the monster to explode, but immediately after, the ground shook violently. Both were startled. What was happening? Lambda warned. Be careful. The first boss is coming. The system has recorded its strength. Level 13, Strength 27, Physique 22, Intellect 15, Spirit 18, Agility 20. Platinum talent. Skills include Ambush, Ordinary Light, Protection, Lion's Barrier, Divine Light, and Level 17. The White Knight was continuously being dealt damage by Lambda. Reverse, Celestial Star Magic, Hellish Descent. Mok Mok had no time to breathe. He shouted, "Kill it. It's dead." His gaze still hadn't softened, still filled with killing intent. Be careful. Bleed it out. Inflict bleeding effects. The White Knight appeared from behind the smoke. Bok Chi and Soul Spirit Mok Mok charged in, using poison bubbles and flame slash. They split their attack directions. The boss's health dropped by 800, then 50. The health value continued to decrease. The White Knight was poisoned, suffering consistent damage. With the bleeding effect, health dropped an additional 600. The boss was clearly weakened. The White Knight activated the Holy Light Knight skill, boosting all its stats. Mok Mok was surprised. Is this its fixed skill? Just after losing 1/4 of its health, it entered an invincible state. Bok Chi sighed. The first boss is already this tough. Lambda immediately explained. This skill activates before the knight becomes a wraith. I will lure it. You two remember not to draw its hatred. He jumped to another direction and provoked. Come here. White Knight. He calculated silently. This position is hard to avoid but has clear visibility and a good distance. If it were a real knight, it would definitely throw a spear to attack from afar. The White Knight immediately created a protective barrier, the Lion's Barrier skill, absorbing 300 physical damage and 300 magical damage. It charged its spear toward him, using the Light Spear skill. The spear struck directly where he stood, but he was unharmed, activating the reverse Heaven and Earth, recovering 1,500 health, greatly increasing both attack and defense. The White Knight was stunned, unable to believe its attack was useless. Lambda slashed directly into its body, using the reverse healing technique to steal health. His foot scraped the ground, pushing it away. What would it do next? Perhaps it would withdraw its spear and switch to close combat. Just as predicted, the White Knight gathered its strength to charge. Using the Knight's charge skill, Lambda leaped up, using the dodge skill to evade the attack. Two forces collided violently. The ground shook. The cleansing spell, reverse, and prohibition. He then charged forward, activating the Swift Stepstone, boosting all stats by 20, an active skill that teleports 10 meters in the designated direction. Seeing the plan succeed, Lambda smirked. Too bad you fell into the trap. The White Spirit Knight still did not realize that he had fallen into Lambda's trap, continuously being hit. His health was gradually depleting. -56, -47, -32. He analyzed that now was the time to strike. After the surprise attack and the Holy Light skill, he had nearly exhausted his energy, now only capable of close combat. After a series of blows, health recovered 500, reaching the limit. The light skill ended, when the protective layer and barriers were completely gone. Seeing the disadvantage, he turned and fled, but Mok Mok and Bok Chi had created a chain to block the way. It was too late to run. Lambda jumped up, channeling spiritual energy into his weapon, reversing, healing energy, calamity, descending. The strike landed directly on the White Spirit Knight, reversing, divine spirit, condemning to heaven and hell. The White Spirit Knight was completely destroyed, received 8,600 experience points. Lambda leveled up to level 9, Tamak to level 7, and Bak Chi to level 6. Bak Chi was panting. The disaster-level dungeon was no joke, Mok thought. If it weren't for Lambda's damage immunity skill, then even with diamond equipment, it would be hard for us to survive. Lambda wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to move on. The second boss was waiting, following the direction of the arrow. They would reach the mountain, but he was surprised, as there were no signposts at all. Suddenly, vines from nowhere tightly bound all three. It turned out this was the teleportation method of the storage-level dungeon. The whole group fell straight into the abyss. Remembering to roll upon landing, or it would count as injury, he immediately activated his protective power. Lambda created a cushion of spiritual energy to support the entire team, finally preparing to meet the legendary Master Ju, but unexpectedly, someone struck hard at his chest. Moonlight burst, be careful. Mok shouted loudly. Lambda. Bak Chi panicked. Master. A strange creature appeared. For unknown reasons, the tip of the sword pierced through his chest, causing him to collapse. It was Master Ju, whom he had heard of for a long time. Cold sweat soaked his forehead. No wonder it belonged to the celestial flower boss, attacking without needing to manifest, dealing damage extremely quickly. Lambda contemplated whether to use the reverse transfer technique. If he didn't dodge in time, it would be a real disaster. The Dark Master Knight drew his sword, entering battle mode. At that moment, the weapon would automatically be enchanted, causing magical damage. When releasing the incantation, all stats surged. A sword strike rushed towards Mok and Bak Chi. The Moonlight Sword Shadow was an unavoidable skill, hitting the entire backline. Lambda could only shout, Mok. Bak Chi, don't dodge, take it head on. Bak Chi rushed forward to block the blow, successfully, but her wrist was nearly paralyzed. Bak Chi's health dropped sharply. Mok hurriedly ran to support her. She understood that the Moonlight Sword Shadow was not the strongest attack from Master Ju. Mok supported her, putting medicine in her mouth, explaining that this was damage caused by the collision of sword energy. Luckily, they had brought enough medicine. Now they couldn't let Lambda use the Pastor skill to heal. Lambda turned around, swinging his weapon, Divine Spirit. He charged forward, unleashing a series of strikes, condemning to heaven and hell. The attacks came in rapid succession. Divine Weapon Therapy, Calamity Descending. The boss's health decreased steadily. Healing, Tactical Theft. Mok was astonished. Such a powerful 3-hit combo only took 1/3 of Master Ju's health. Meanwhile, all their equipment was top-notch. Unable to stand by, she used the Wood System's Poison Cannon skill, freezing the boss with Ice System's Ice Wolf. But the knight quickly broke the ice. Lambda's eyes flashed with killing intent. Continuing, he held his weapon, jumped up, and delivered a powerful downward strike. Before he could hit, he was thrown back. The rising dragon slash struck straight into his abdomen. Health points. -157. The knight continued to unleash the 3-link slash, but his health continuously recovered. Health points +789. Health points continued to increase by 521, then 378. It was silent, watching him closely. The Dark Master Knight had discovered the weakness on his body, then swung horizontally, aiming for his neck. Mok and Bak Chi stood frozen in place. Lambda touched the cut. Health points +888. He smiled faintly. Indeed, Master Ju was truly powerful. He needed to focus even more. The dark spell knight was closing in on the two girls when Lambda ambushed it from behind, using the seizing technique. It turned around, glaring with hatred at the priest Lambda, instantly filling its hatred meter to 100%. Lambda shouted loudly, "Stick to the plan. Mok. Tighten your grip. Okay, I'll attack while running." Seizing technique, Lambda thought. I have drawn all the hatred towards myself. To prevent it from attacking Mok and Bakchi, no matter how tough its skin was, it could still be worn down slowly, he thought. This is a God-given skill to turn the situation around. A clear way to defeat the boss. Mok and Bakchi also put their all into attacking the Dark Spell Knight. Lambda glanced back. Even though it was at disaster level, with high health and defense, all they needed was a bit more time. Its body hesitated, the hatred meter shifted. It looked towards the tree where Bakchi was hiding, lunging its sword towards that direction, using the reverse technique. The Calamity Energy Therapy was about to land, and he quickly intervened to draw its attention, losing 937 health. Lambda planted his staff into the ground. Master Spellcaster. Remember clearly, your opponent is me, he smirked. I'll shield my teammates. Your long-range attacks will be useless. Then he jumped, using the reverse technique, the Divine Spirit's descent to hell, unleashing a finishing blow. Accept your death. The Dark Spell Knight collapsed. It struggled to stand with its sword, a green light emanating from its body. Lambda was stunned. This is... Bakchi rushed over, defeating the Dark Spell Knight and earning 9,300 experience points. The Dark Spell Knight was removed from the Giant's Destruction Dungeon, and the disaster difficulty was now lowered to Dream level. The Giant of Destruction fell from Dream level to Disaster level, and the system interface appeared, completing the final quest and defeating the boss without taking damage. The reward was the summoning of the Dark Spell Knight, summoning a cursed knight of level 15 gold for 1 hour, skill cooldown after 1 day. She looked at him with admiration. Boss, did you really defeat the Master Spellcaster and even summon a dungeon boss, lowering the difficulty to... He patted Bakchi's head. That's right. This is the result of the whole team, Lambda thought. Just as expected, a boss that hasn't been defeated for a long time won't deal damage upon death. It was a lucky moment, and the accumulated rewards exceeded expectations. The brilliant light caught Mok's attention. Quick, look over there. The system reminded that it wasn't over yet. There must be something even more surprising. Level 19. A line of text appeared. You have qualified to hunt the Forgotten Lair dungeon at disaster level. Lambda and Mok looked at the golden light above. You have qualified to enter the lair. The guardian will open the gate. He raised his hand to collect the item. She forgot. They fought the Master Spellcaster just to gain entry to the lair. But Lambda was still concerned. Completing the hidden quest and gaining the right to hunt. Would it change how others approached the dungeon? She walked behind him, asking, "What's the big deal we're helping people? No one has to worry about being dealt with by the Spellcaster anymore. Thanks to that. We avoid failing the final exam and open the path to our careers." Lambda led the group through the butterfly path, thinking they might miss out on some necessary experiences. But never mind, they would fight the final boss now, on the map. They were close to exiting the forest, with only the Giant of the Middle Destruction deep inside remaining. He reflected. The design of the Giant of Destruction was quite unique. The second Dark Spell Knight was truly the strongest. The final boss resembled a gorilla, but its destructive expansion skills were extremely powerful. However, it was quite foolish. The system clearly stated Giant of the Middle Destruction. Level 15. Strength 25. Physique 30. Intellect 10. Spirit 15. Speed 10. Golden Aptitude. Skills. Giant Sweep. Giant's Iron Fist. Introduction. A creature like a puzzle, appearing for unclear reasons. Bakchi anxiously asked, "Boss, we need to stick the nails on its left foot." "Right," Lambda calmly replied. No need to rush. This one is slow. It often sways back and forth. Observe closely. If we stick it on the left foot, it can only do normal attacks. Bok Chi was still tense. All right, I'll summon the monster. Lambda stopped her. Wait a minute. He raised his hand to block Bok Chi. This time, we won't use the old method. I'll let the spellcaster fight instead. A giant knight appeared, summoning the Dark Spell Knight. Level 15, with the same strength as when it was a boss. Lambda shouted loudly, "Go, Master Spellcaster." The giant hadn't even reacted when the spellcaster charged in. It continuously swung its sword at the giant, striking with a sudden attack. The giant's health steadily decreased. Giant sweep. The giant turned around. The Dark Spell Knight saw an opening, continuously attacking and then landing. Dragon Slash. Moonlight Sword, Chi. Triple Slash. Lambda shouted. Mock mock. Unleash your big move. While Bok Chi buffed for enhancement, both responded immediately. Got it. The system announced an increase in attack and mental shield for the whole team. Bok Chi attacked head-on. Fireblade Chi. Mock mock used Soul Command. Resurrection of the Fallen. Poison Shadow. The giant could only stand there and take hits from all sides. Lambda chose the moment to finish it. Descending into hell, a critical blow landed, defeating the Middle Destruction dungeon boss. Receiving 8,000 experience points, Lambda leveled up to level 10, Mock Mock to level 8, and Bok Chi to level 7. Lambda was now enveloped in brilliant golden light. Mock Mock excitedly exclaimed, "Lambda, you reached level 10. A few lines of text appeared on the screen. The evaluation showed that the player completed the hidden conditions. The dungeon was upgraded to SSS level. Receiving double experience points, Lambda leveled up to level 11, Mock Mock to level 9, and Bok Chi to level 8. All three leveled up, and the Giant of Destruction dungeon began distributing rewards. A purple chest appeared, thanks to the Goddess of Luck's ability. The chest was upgraded to diamond level, completing the hidden conditions. Upgraded to SSS, receiving an additional platinum chest. The system asked, "Do you want to open it?" Mock Mock hugged Bok Chi tightly. Little Bok is the living goddess of luck, a golden fish reincarnated. He chose to open it and said, "That's why I chose her for the team." The treasure chest opened. The diamond chest contained the skill Diamond Sea Tide. Receive the diamond-level giant heart equipment. Each person gains 15 free points. A platinum chest also appears. Each person receives an additional 15 free points, along with a platinum-level white Spirit Knight chest plate and spear, plus 3 random Soul Stone items. The system displays the details of each item. The giant heart is an accessory that boosts all stats and grants a 5-second buff skill. The Soul Stone increases armor penetration and physical attack, while the electric seal paper adds lightning magic damage. The Spirit Knight chest plate is limited to knights, enhancing strength and physique, reducing speed, and activating a set with special effects. The Spirit Knight spear is for knights, increasing power and enhancing the Enlightened Shot skill by 2 levels. Bitch High Trio Sin restores all health for the party. Additionally, it randomly removes 2 negative effects. He stroked his chin. Looking at the item, this skill is quite good. Lambda spun his weapon, creating a swirling red vortex, reflecting back. Bitch High Trio Sin Vong Lin Tu Hai. Level 1. It summons waves of the undead, dealing 500 damage to all enemies in the area. It does not account for equipment or buffs, and simultaneously randomly removes 2 negative effects. He frowned slightly, thinking that his innate skill of reflection turned the team buff into a strange skill. Exactly like the boss control skill. For example, the enlightened shot of the Spirit Knight that stuns, but it slows him down, he thought to himself, when reflecting. That effect becomes a self-control removal, while also increasing speed. Beach High Trio Sin is now a damage-dealing skill. It should have removed debuffs from allies, but now it increases negative effects on enemies. The random effect makes it unpredictable. It could reduce health, lower stats, or even stun. Lambda closed his eyes. After learning the skill, He understood that he needed to practice skills with soul dissolution to establish a control fighting style. Two sources of power are merging into one, as the introduction of reflection and chaos clearly states. If the innate talent rises high enough, it will change the very nature of the skill. Lambda stroked his chin, smiling lightly. The power to change lies within the existence of his talent. He could change it however he wanted. He turned back to the two girls, saying that the remaining matters about distributing items could be discussed later. Regarding the dungeon's difficulty reduction, he still needed to report to the academy and Thuong Quan Yen. His face suddenly became serious. Another shockwave was likely coming, excepting 20. A soft golden light spread throughout the street. The next day, in the principal's office, a scream shattered the atmosphere. What? The principal of the vocational academy slammed his desk and stood up. Lambda eliminated the Dark Curse Knight in the Ruin Forest. He was stunned. Did you say it was the boss in the disaster level forest? After the disaster dungeon achieved SSS, the system announced the mission was complete. The difficulty of the Ruin Forest immediately dropped by 1 level. Quan Yen calmly replied, "Yes." After leaving the dungeon, Lambda reported to me. "The Alliance has confirmed it," the principal asked. "Where is the certificate of the Forgotten Lair?" He nodded, confirming he received it. At this moment, only 73 people remained in the Forgotten Lair. Quan Yen immediately recalled the terrifying scene in the deep forest. 24 people had died, and the rest had given up midway. No one could get through, and many collapsed before even halfway. His eyes lowered. No one dared to try again. Quan Yen remembered when he himself had also collapsed. It wasn't that they didn't try, but they lacked the conditions for a second attempt or had exceeded their limits. Seeing Quan Yen's bitter smile, Tienda placed a hand on his shoulder. They had to wait for him to get stuck at level 15. He absolutely must not level up to 16 before entering. A genius like that. The Alliance would support him fully, but once in the dungeon, he could only rely on himself. The principal laughed heartily. "Truly wonderful, truly wonderful. My academy must thank him." He sighed heavily. The award ceremony must be held. I had previously suggested sealing this dungeon, but it was opposed. Thiente shook his head seriously. Soldiers are precious in their essence. Many students fear challenges, and thus they are eliminated. The Alliance does not support useless individuals. The principal frowned. I was merely lamenting. The Dark Curse Knight has driven away quite a few students from our school. Quan Yen waved his fan, about to say something when the door suddenly burst open. Mok stood blocking the door, holding out her phone, apologizing to the principal. "Please allow me to interrupt. Lambda's team is in trouble." On the phone was hot news about Lambda on a professional forum. Less than 24 hours after leaving the dungeon, his image had flooded the forum. They dissected every detail, questioning whether he was a fallen one or a genius of dark magic. Mok continued. People analyzed Lambda's attributes, claiming his point allocation and strategy were corrupt, accusing him of dealing with demons, demanding strict punishment. Her voice was filled with anger, to the point that some were scrutinizing every frame in the leaked video. They claimed his talent was absurd, illogical, suspecting he had signed a contract with a demon. Mok's eyes sparkled with fury. Lambda is the Academy's most outstanding student. The future practitioner the Academy has high hopes for. Everyone knows his strength and character. She earnestly pleaded, "Please help Lambda." After hearing this, the principal finally spoke. "Classmate." To Mok, "We understand your feelings." Quan Yen opened the control panel, checking immediately. A series of articles about Lambda appeared before him. ID God Chi 2, a level 35 member of the Alliance. Below were countless comments debating his abilities. One person wrote, "I graduated from the top academy." Please see the analysis below. Lambda is a fallen one. The so-called talent and genius are merely hype. He wears diamond gear but still chooses to bloom. He does not acknowledge that video as fake. Clearly dealing with demons. I have insider information. His teacher is a friend of my father. His academy is full of doubts. That clip was fabricated. I would rather believe he is a fraud than an evil person. He must be punished severely. Invite him to prove himself. If not, revoke his examination rights. But he is still a student. How can he be judged so easily? One moment they cheer, the next they curse. It's truly ridiculous. Those who have been brainwashed and those who can still think are fundamentally different. The principal stepped closer to Mok, smiling. The so-called teacher is likely fabricating. He proposed that the Alliance, the Academy, and the royal family issue a joint statement. However, public opinion has not yet calmed down. Seeing the doubts from everyone, Lambda suggested, "I want to test the dark magic." Kuan Yin was astonished. Lambda and Tiente held a three-party press conference, refuting the rumors. The initial source also admitted to fabricating it. The alleged deal with demons did not exist at all. A crowd gathered at the Alliance base. When Lambda appeared, questions surged. "Lambda, why do you want to test the dark magic? Is your talent related to evil demons? Does the Alliance guarantee the machines are not tampered with? How can we trust the results? Lambda, you are a pride. You cannot be slandered." Amidst the countless whispers, Lambda truly appeared. It was said that he actively requested to test the dark magic. People looked at each other, their hearts growing cold. His silence sent chills down the reporters' spines. He smirked. "If you're so cowardly, don't be a reporter." That statement boosted the students' confidence, pointing directly at the reporters. "You were just shouting a moment ago, and now you're silent. The world doesn't revolve around you." The crowd erupted. "It's broadcasting now. Watch quickly. Don't argue with him anymore." Lambda stepped into the testing area, and a person approached. "Please enter the match and wait for the examination." He took off his coat and calmly replied, "Sure." A golden light enveloped him as he began to check the level of demonic energy infection. Checking 5%. The other person looked at him and softly said, "Actually, there's no need to do that. Some people can't handle extraordinary individuals." His gaze darkened. "Most experts believe in your strength." Lambda didn't care. "Actually, I find it quite interesting." The machine beeped, indicating a test level of 15%. He continued, "I don't care what they think. I'm just afraid of making those who believe in me worried." The other person nodded. "Got it." The machine beeped again, reaching 50%. Another person stepped forward. "We hope you get a good result. If not, we will have to detain you on the spot." He still smiled. "Sure." The test was nearing completion. The machine showed 85%. The atmosphere was tense. 100%, but Lambda remained calm. The machine displayed demonic energy infection, 0%, no demonic contract. When they saw Lambda was clean, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Great. I will print the report for you right away." The reporter stared at the screen in shock. "What, not infected at all? How is that possible?" The live commentary began to shift. "They said he was evil. What do they say now?" No more comments. "Oh my, a cultivator this strong without needing a demonic deal. What kind of talent is that? Is it a gift from the heavens?" Cheers erupted. "The god is invincible." Lambda stood in front of the camera. "Now I will publicly reveal my attributes and level. Anyone with objections can challenge me one-on-one or in groups at the same time." Tiu Fong jumped up. "Damn it, can we really believe this?" He claimed Lambda was enchanted by demons, surely using some trick to pass the test. Then he jumped out the window. "I have to stop him." Lambda was carrying snacks for Tumak and Bakchi on the street. A shadow was stealthily following him. Huang Thufeng scoffed. "Poor milk tea and snacks. Lambda has truly fallen." Suddenly, he muttered, "Where did he go?" Lambda kicked him from behind. "I just broke out of prison," he yelled. Damn it, that's so unfair, Lambda replied nonchalantly. The one tailing you is more dangerous. Feng rubbed his rear and shouted, You dare, I'm here to remind you. Lambda tilted his head. He leaned in close and whispered, Have you encountered any trash demons? He replied calmly. No, Lambda thought to himself. He had only met a few wicked individuals. Feng shouted, Stop being so arrogant. I let you win on purpose, and then the demon Tamu Yen will come for you. Quickly report to the Alliance, coordinate the investigation, and trace the evil demon's trail. Lambda frowned. You mean the Tamu Yen demon values you, and you still dare to refuse? Feng sneered. A bunch of cowardly rats, dreaming of making this young master submit. He boasted endlessly. I am Huang Feng, born to be the best in wealth, beauty, and strength. What do I need a useless person like you to prove? Lambda was speechless, thinking to himself, definitely the best. At delusion, Lambda sighed, reflecting that while his personality needed some adjustment, his ability to resist demons was worth viewing differently. Ignoring him, Lambda turned to leave. I hate the Tamu Yen demons, and my talent is something they can only dream of touching. You know that, Feng shouted from behind. What do you mean, Lam? Wait, I will report. Looking at the calm sky, Lambda calculated that it was best to call Hoang Thien Te to lock him up for peace. The phone in his pocket vibrated, and he opened it to find a flood of messages. Lambda. Da God. Da God. Bold. We have caught the fabricator. News from the Night Academy's Career Support Association. Da God #1 in Jiang City. The sender was Da God 10,000 years, reporting. Lambda. Da God. We have caught the fabricator. He even exploited your strategy, Lambda asked. Who? The other side quickly replied. Tao Nguyen. He modified your strategy and sold it, while slandering you. He asked if there was evidence, and they sent it. Yes, he formed a small group to fabricate. You pulled it up to my brother, and my brother took a screenshot. Lambda sent a voice message. This person is blacklisted. No use of power or equipment. Anyone with evidence, please send it to me. I will post it on the Alliance forum. Daygod 10,000 years cautiously asked. Dagod. But the brothers are very angry and want to deal with him, Lambda reassured. The job check is almost done. Don't ruin your future over a petty person. The best punishment is losing attribute points. If you catch him, I will gift you a portion of power not sold outside. The other side was astonished. Really? He replied. Of course. Feel free to copy. They were excited. Really? He added. If you find anyone like Tao Nguyen, report it. I will also provide additional power benefits. A friend B sighed. When will I be like you? Power at will, Lambda reminded. Right. Soon there will be a guide on skipping school in the Bone Sea area. Everyone check it out. An image of the Bone King appeared, previewing the power to skip school in the Bone Sea area. Dagod 10,000 years was stunned. Maintain Holy Sword blood volume at 100% to pass. Friend A was surprised. Dagod, that's too unreasonable. Friend B shouted. Lambro, you will always be my bro. Please use all your power to reward me. Lambda said sternly. But I need you to promote this. Many students are buying the pirated version from Tao Nguyen, affecting my rights. From today, anyone who buys or spreads the pirated version will not receive any guidance in the future. Dagod 10,000 years quickly replied. Understood, Friend A shouted. Stop the theft, stop the smuggling, Friend B said. We are off. Someone sat in front of the computer, typing. From today, I will delete all pirated versions of Lambro's power. Bakchi checked her phone. Anyone who steals again will be blacklisted. Not receiving power. Anyone who covers for them will be blocked as well. The blonde girl slammed the table in frustration. Based on what we just want to save money for the Alliance, a girl chimed in. That's right. I think Tao Nguyen is good too. Immediately, a wave of outrage erupted. This strategy was entirely created by Lambda. Tao Nguyen is just a smuggler. People criticized. You want the SSS reward, but also want it cheap. That's outrageous. You even want Lambda to work for free. That person was annoyed. If you don't want to use it, then fine. The terms are tyrannical, and the power is just for show. A member of the Jingbi group replied, "The land of Haikot requires keeping the Holy Sword's blood at 100%. We already have a trial version," the group erupted. "What I want it, help me, I want it too." The person was furious. "I don't believe it," and then left the group. Seeing this, someone said, "This ID is permanently blocked. Check the identity. Other accounts are also blocked." Everyone agreed. "I blocked it too. I hope for your power." A boy excitedly asked, "How do I join the internal group of Dathan? I want to join too." Two girls happily said, "I will delete the pirated version right away. I support the original version of Dathan." Messages continuously poured into the group. You can join the group besides the land of Haikot. There are many strategy dungeons, continuously updated, tested, and supplemented with strategies. Young and old are welcomed, one person declared. "I am ready to climb mountains of knives and cross seas of fire for the Great Elder, just hoping for a divine strategy. I also want to join Lambda's fan group. We are a proper strategy group. No matter what, I love the strong." I am a die-hard fan of Lamb. He was a bit surprised when he saw the group surge to over 9,999 members. He was astonished. Why are there so many? Lambda sighed. Dealing with petty people sometimes requires hitting the right weak points. Poking at their greed is always more effective than a fist. This way, income stabilizes, and there's no worry about bad competition. He finally returned home and immediately opened the system. If that's the case, he adjusted all the data and equipment. The attribute panel now displayed complete information. Lambda noticed the error report section on the system. He opened it, and a notification appeared. Reverse situation level 2. He assessed this. It leaned towards unlimited firepower. However, leveling up could wait until the job check was done. He analyzed that after surpassing level 10. With luck and free points, his intelligence was nearly 150. The next goal was to reach 150 when removing equipment, then quickly raise agility, spirit, and physique before considering strength. His secondary attributes were still among the top students. After thinking, he sent a message. "Zhao Kai Hong, right I am." Lambda. The other side replied immediately. Lam bro. "What do you need me for?" Lambda said straightforwardly. "I want to buy golden level priest equipment or higher, including weapons, shoes, necklaces, and jade pendants. I will send specific requests." Zhao Kai Hong was stunned. "Lam bro, golden is easy, but higher is difficult." He replied, "That's fine. Gold is okay too." He immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, he sent back, "Lam bro, here, choose. I have the attributes, pros and cons, and price is ready." Lambda considered. "This golden weapon is a bit thick. It doesn't fit." He messaged again. "I want a priest weapon, a healing staff, a bone necklace, and a Bakju jade pendant. Get rid of the thick ones," he said. "Okay." Deleted. Total 350,000. He agreed. "By the way, I need refining stones to upgrade a few pieces of equipment to level 10. Zhao Kai Hong was taken aback. "You want it right away?" "The price is fine." Lambda was at a loss. He was in a dilemma, unable to say he wanted to strategize in the land of the dead. Zhao Kai Hong panicked. "Sorry. Lambro, I'm rambling. I'll get right on it. The total for refining and equipment is 2,400,000 alliance currency." Lambda happily looked at the series of items like the bone necklace. Bakju jade pendant. The healing staff appeared one after another. He was excited and began to refine, power enveloping the staff. He successfully leveled up. The item increased to level 10. He smiled. "For now, this is fine. With this equipment, surpassing SSS in the land of the dead should be enough. In such dungeons, the drops are only better, not worse." He heard a noise outside. Lowering Lambda looked out and saw someone's shadow. He called, "Mach Mach." To Mach Mach was startled. She hugged the towel tightly and shyly said, "Why did you come home so quietly? I used your bathroom. You don't mind." "Right. The hot water in my room is broken." Lambda scratched his head. "It's fine. Let me help you check." Mock blushed and shook her head. "No need for that. By the way, are you free? I want to talk to you." Lambda was surprised. "Me? Sure. But you should dry your hair and change first. It's cold." Mock stuttered and ran off. "Just wait for me a moment." "Just a few minutes," he replied softly. "Okay." 5 minutes later, he looked at her seriously. "What's with the formality?" Mock slowly said. "Xiaobaiqi once complained to me that she wasn't suited for the great sword profession, even with new gear. She still struggles when going solo." Lambda pondered. "Really, she hasn't mentioned it to me. I think the great sword she uses is quite light. It's a bit troublesome, but it's still manageable." He analyzed further. If there's evidence of a hero class transfer, she could choose a more suitable profession. "I'll ask Huang Tiante, but Baiqi needs to decide for herself first. Does she really want to change Mock's face?" Brightened. "Great, I'm relieved. I'll head back now." Suddenly he said, "Stop." His gaze pierced through. She had something else to say, not just about Baiqi. Mock avoided. Lambda insisted. "I'm asking about you." Mock was flustered. Right. You saw through me, but you can't laugh after I tell you this." He chuckled lightly. "Sure, I won't," she shouted. Ah, don't laugh." Gathering all her courage. "Lambda, you've reached level 11. Right, can't you see? Since you revealed your talent, the distance between us has grown." Lambda paused. "Is that so?" She smiled faintly. "I know, since we were young. We've always been together, I thought after awakening. We would coordinate the best, trust each other the most. But you don't need me anymore, just relying on yourself. You can earn hidden rewards and become the center of attention." She mocked herself. "While I can only do a few trivial things that you can do on your own." Her voice choked. "I'm happy for you, but every time I go down to the map, I feel like I'm a burden. Not strong enough to be a pillar." Lambda gently rubbed her head. Mock, you're overthinking it. You're upset. You fool, you don't understand." She laughed bitterly. "You don't know what it feels like to chase someone but get more out of breath the more you run. I don't want to rely on you anymore." Lambda nodded. "If that's the case, starting today, you need to be stricter with yourself. No more late-night snacks, except when going down to the map, at 5 in the morning. Train with me to improve your reflexes." Mock was stunned. "But it's easy to just accumulate points," he replied bluntly. "Your points aren't enough." She pouted more. Lambda opened the system and handed her an item. "Take this," Mock asked seriously. "What is this?" "A giant's heart." "For me," he nodded. "That's right. It's a gift for you. It's suitable for your transitional phase, and your clone will double the effect." She hugged the gift tightly. He continued. Mock, believe in yourself. Your talent fits the profession. Your potential is limitless." She clenched her fists. "Okay, I'll do it, starting today. No more junk food." Lambda smiled helplessly. This girl only listens when there's a reward. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and pushed him down onto the chair, boldly saying, "Let's see if Teacher Lamb can test my potential with my birthroom tears." He was stunned by her unexpected action. The spirit behind her appeared proudly, punching his back, massaging, cooking, cleaning. Mock was delighted. It knows everything. Both were full of energy, and he could only endure helplessly. Just then, Baiqi peeked in, and Mock rushed out to greet her. "Xiaobaiqi, you're here." Lambda stood behind, the guest teacher said. "Thank you for your hard work. You have to go on a trip too." Baiqi looked worried. "Do you want to go to the realm of death? Aren't you taking a break?" His body suddenly glowed faintly. The system announced, "You have received unidentified power, blessed by the goddess of luck. Each clearance increases your luck by 1 level, effective for 24 hours. He took the key and reassured her. "No need. I've rested enough. You two need to rest. Go watch a movie. Working in between breaks will be more effective." Saying that, he inserted the key into the teleportation door, using the stone sword key to open the Death Realm once. The system reported, entering the Death Realm once, selecting the highest difficulty level, Disaster level. Stepping through the door, the armor automatically covered him. He spoke coldly. "Let's go." Seeing the difficulty of the disaster, Bak Chi turned pale. The disaster level was high. Lam Da thought to himself, "The system reports a death trap dungeon. Level 15 to 25. It's extremely dangerous. The level difference is too great. Any living creature that enters here will become fodder for the undead." He reassured himself. "Fortunately, there are no intruders. It might not be as terrifying as I imagined." Lam Da activated his skill, shifting the heavens and earth. Red alerts blared. His life energy triggered the awakening of death, and the dry bone king stirred. The energy he touched awakened the immortal without love. The giant form's trial husband awakened, and the daughter of death awakened. Before him stood a group of fierce skull soldiers. The system introduced the Undead Legion, level 15, strength 10, physique 25, intelligence 10, spirit 15, speed 10, golden quality, skills of resentment, death's rage, deep darkness, and the great army of spirit beasts awakened, closing in. A few of them looked at him with greedy eyes, hungry for a living being, thinking of the taste. He looked up at the sword bound by chains of fire. The system reported that the undead riot had unsealed the sword. The holy sword of radiance appeared, granting him temporary unmatched power. The holy sword of radiance, an undefined divine weapon, would inflict 500% restraint on the undead. It had a curse effect, reducing damage by 50%, along with divine flames. In a large area, he paused, realizing, "This holy sword is just the lazy fighting method of the bonehead." Lam Da thought to himself, "Of course, I can't use it." Before him, a notification popped up, clearly stating the conditions to clear the death trap dungeon. 1. Survive for 2 hours surrounded by the undead until the summoning team arrives. 2. Defeat any boss, achieve any reward, or complete 3 special requirements: kill all secret realm bosses, eliminate all spawned undead, and clear out all creatures in this area. 3. Absolutely do not use the Holy Sword of Radiance. 4. Complete all 3 initial tasks before the summoning team arrives. 5. Unknown. At that moment, Lam Da leaped into the air, unleashing the stellar reversal technique. He swung his weapon down to the ground, sending the soldiers flying over 100 meters away. The undead screamed in terror. "You are not human. How can you have hellfire? It hurts." The system reported that all the undead soldiers lost 754 health points. Lam Da coldly executed the next move, casting the healing divine artifact downward. A lethal bolt of lightning struck down, causing the undead legion to lose an additional 463 health points, activating a bleeding effect that deducted another 77. In a second, they lost 1,304 health points, and the undead legion was officially wiped out. Lam Da smirked. "Just as I expected." After upgrading his equipment and attributes, the Demon King gained an additional 90% recovery. The level 15 golden soldiers were cleared in an instant, without needing to use the ultimate move, Blood Sea Tide. But unexpectedly, the situation shifted. The system warned that another undead army had appeared. He needed to quickly break through the encirclement, defeat the boss, and destroy the altar of death. Lam Da smiled, pulling out a green potion, silently thanking Mok Mok and Bak Chi. He was truly grateful to his 2 teammates. The system reminded him to use all the following items: a speed potion that helps move quickly for 5 minutes, a potion from the Windbird Egg that temporarily increases agility by 50 points, a thunder potion that activates lightning speed, and a stamina potion that boosts short-term endurance. After drinking the potions, Lam Da transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the enemy ranks in the blink of an eye. With his fiery red eyes, he executed the Blood Sea Tide technique, riding the wave of blood to sweep away the soldiers, shattering the sea of undead. Damage increased by 10%, and the blood transformed into ferocious beasts, causing the enemies to flee in fear. The system announced all enemies were being burned in their souls, their attack power diminished, afflicted with poison debuffs, silenced, defense reduced, speed drastically lowered, stunned, losing 1,080 health points. The undead army disintegrated, and Lambda commanded the dark water to retreat. Before him appeared the altar and a massive zombie corpse. The system reported the altar of death had 10,000 health points. No defense, no attack. There were 5 buildings in the death trap dungeon continuously summoning undead from the void, protected by 5 secret realm bosses. Destroying them would stop new summons, and the creatures that had emerged would not disappear. The giant zombie, level 15, strength unknown, platinum quality, skills included: burst, poison shield, recovery, clone, iron hook capture, death slash, and blood devour. It was a colossal undead from a corpse, fond of tearing apart and crushing enemies. Upon death, it would split and revive. The system warned reverse transfer technique. Dark curse technique was imprisoning. Lambda immediately charged forward, thinking, just 30 more seconds. He commanded the Dark Water soldiers, go eliminate them. Lambda simultaneously unleashed 2 techniques, reverse healing technique and force theft technique. Calamity descending, reversing the divine artifact and corrupting heaven and earth. After the 2 strikes, the system reported the altar of death was destroyed and the area ceased summoning undead. However, the giant zombie immediately split in 2. The zombie splits its body in half, creating 2 new entities. Nevertheless, Lambda remains calm, raises his weapon, and unleashes 2 beams of light, executing the selection technique. The system reports the zombie clone has been destroyed. The Bone King and the Undying Witch begin to awaken. He looks at the zombie's corpse rolling around and thinks, the genius-level dungeon, as long as it's within the level limit, is still within reach with my current abilities. He then calls out loudly, summon the spirit, go forth, I need you this time. A powerful spirit immediately appears, followed by a battle dragon. The dark spirit of the golden level, level 15, is summoned, fighting continuously for 1 hour. Lambda rides the dragon. The soul of the undead awakens. He leaps into the air with the dragon, soaring over the mountain peak. The 2 quickly descend to the ground. The place they land is the lair of the Bone King. The system displays Bone King. Level 15. Strength unknown. Platinum quality. Skills Legion Command. Death's Anomaly. Evil Light Sphere. Flesh Rebirth. Death Shield. Specializes in enhancing the undead with the Light Sphere, using a swarm strategy to annihilate enemies. On his thigh is the Undying Witch, level 15, platinum quality, skills Death Wave, Bone Frost Magic, Black Hole, Lunar Eclipse, Frost Blood Trap. As an elite witch, she transforms herself into an immortal being using death magic, with extremely sophisticated spells and intellect far surpassing ordinary undead. Lambda looks at both with a murderous gaze, slamming his weapon into the ground, shouting, kill! Seeing the spirit standing still and unresponsive, he shows his frustration. He exclaims, Spirit Master! The spirit immediately hoists its sword onto its shoulder, and Lambda commands, do it, then slams his weapon down again. The Undying Witch changes her attitude upon seeing this. She immediately charges forward, and the spirit executes the Moonlight Strike. The powerful slash causes the Undying Witch to scream in pain, losing 1,441 life points, but unexpectedly, she bares her teeth and laughs. Her entire body radiates a dazzling green light. Monster minions rise from the depths to attack the spirit, but they are weak. The spirit immediately activates the shield spell. This shield absorbs all magical damage, counterattacking everything for 3 seconds. The weakened Undying Witch raises her hand towards the Bone King, pleading, "Bone King, help me." Just as he is about to stand up, Lambda silently approaches from behind, hearing the noise. The Bone King turns around in shock. Lambda braces his staff, calls forth the black water, and says, "Your opponent is me." Then he unleashes the technique, reversing the Emerald Sea, Tide of the Undead. The black water quickly constricts the Bone King, and the system notifies he falls into a state of desiccation, losing 999 vitality, severely weakened. On the other side, the spirit continuously unleashes fatal blows on the Undying Witch, the Rising Dragon Slash. The triple slash sends her floating in mid-air, with subsequent slashes exploding with power, a spell detonation. The explosions create a thick cloud of smoke. The Undying Witch tears through the smoke, throwing out a dark sphere, shouting, "Black hole." But the spirit easily dodges and then glances at the Undying Witch. She laughs maniacally, gathering energy to create a gigantic ice sphere, Bone Frost. The monk did not hesitate, swinging his sword to cleave the immortal fiend in two. With a moonlight strike, she had no time to react, only able to scream, "Min Vuong, at the bottom of the abyss, I will exchange my soul for yours." Even as her body began to disintegrate, she still mumbled her last words, wishing for her foolish enemy to descend into hell forever. Lambda saw the danger and shouted loudly to warn the monk, "Master, she will self-destruct, taking everyone down with her." The system reported Ice Wind Blood Sacrifice. The immortal fiend offered her soul, burning away the remaining blood, casting a wide-area ice spell, dealing damage with a freezing effect. In the end, she was frozen in a large block of ice, panicking as she cried out, "What? What is happening?" At that moment, the monk was dealing with the remnants, coldly reporting, "Target has been cleared." Hearing this, Lambda praised, "Well done, Master." The fiend's soul gradually dissipated. While the Bone King was fading away, he murmured, "The calamity is just beginning." He struggled in his final moments, shouting, "Foolish humans, the real despair has only just begun." As the Bone King vanished, the system reported, "Bone King and Immortal Fiend have been destroyed. Basic requirements completed, teleportation gate opened. Players can now leave through the teleportation gate, receiving corresponding clearance points based on completed requirements." Lambda turned back to heal the monk's wounds, using a healing spell. After a moment, his body returned to its original state, the cleansing spell completed. Looking back at the battlefield, he thought to himself, the altar of death has been eradicated. The Shadow Wing Dragon, his ally in life with the Dark Mage, is now rarely summoned. Lambda climbed onto the dragon's back, grasping the monk's hand, saying, "This altar is clean. No undead creatures threaten us anymore. It's all cleared up. Let's move to the next point." And together they flew off with the Shadow Wing Dragon. On the way, Lambda calculated that there were only 2 final bosses left. He turned back to praise the master behind him, thanking him for saving a lot of time in monster hunting. Hearing this, the master was overjoyed, but suddenly both of them were ambushed. Hundreds of ice arrows shot down from above. At the same time, a black dragon roared and dove down. Lambda shielded himself and shouted loudly, "Master, we've been spotted. Be careful." The master immediately jumped down and launched an attack on the dragon. Both landed safely and immediately took a defensive stance, ready for battle. The system reported the boss's identity. Death Evil Dragon. Level 15. Diamond quality. Strong ice skills. Prolonged damage. Once a revered ancient dragon, now resurrected by the immortal king. Beneath it stood a female archer named Death Goddess. Level 15. Diamond quality. Magical archery skills. Once a heroic spirit, now a harbinger of death. Lambda told the master that this secret realm only had one chance, no less than an SSS-level dungeon. After finishing his words, he leapt up and unleashed his ultimate move. Reverse transference of celestial spirits to the hell of earth. The reverse transference caused the Tide of the Abyss to summon the undead. The system reported continuous health loss for both bosses. 1,555 points. The goddess of death, furious, drew her bow to retaliate, cursing, "You despicable humans dare to sneak attack." Her arrow and the evil dragon both aimed at Lambda. He sneered, "A counterattack? Huh. Let's see what a real sneak attack looks like." The attack sent the master flying, while Lambda took all the heavy damage. The goddess of death laughed scornfully. "Is that all you've got?" But she had misjudged. Lambda caught the arrow with his bare hands. He dropped the arrow, and the system reported a significant increase in speed, dispelling the ice effect and greatly boosting his attack. The goddess was horrified. Impossible. The arrow clearly hit his heart. The skill should be nullified. He's immune. She quickly shouted for the evil dragon. "Wait, something's not right." But it was too late. The evil dragon opened its mouth and exhaled a blast of ice. Lambda was completely unharmed, his health continuously increasing, and the system reported resistance to the ice freezing effect. At that moment, a dark figure was lurking behind the goddess, closely watching. The master seized the opportunity to charge forward, and the goddess noticed just in time. She turned to defend herself, stepping back and firing a dense volley of arrows. But the master's speed was too fast for her to react. The goddess gritted her teeth. "No, I must stop it." She immediately commanded all undead, "Obey my orders, stop the enemy." The master charged in, sweeping away the undead blocking his path. With a single slash, all the undead were annihilated. Then he stabbed straight through the goddess's chest, executing the moonlight ambush, causing her to lose a significant amount of health, and she immediately summoned chains and silence. The system reports, draining health from the Death Tri-Maiden, totaling 347, 256, and 277 health points. The goddess draws her bow to block the spellcaster's attack, muttering, "How annoying. You only know close combat." Seizing the opportunity, she sticks a purple talisman on the spellcaster's back, saying, "Then go ahead and die." The system reports that the talisman manipulates creatures. The weaker they are, the longer they are controlled. If she dies, the effect will be released and cannot be removed. The command is given, and the spellcaster's health begins to decrease gradually. The control talisman causes the spellcaster to inflict 300 damage on himself with each strike, lasting until the talisman loses its effect. The spellcaster's strength is waning. He collapses. The goddess smirks, taking aim and saying, "Just 1 second is enough." Unleash the Yang East strike. She fires a chilling ice arrow. The Dark Spell Knight's speed is significantly reduced, and its attack power weakens. The spellcaster's body is gradually freezing. Lambda sees this and shouts, "Spellcaster, switch to defense." He immediately complies, summoning a shield against the ice arrows. The system reports the summoning of black armor, greatly reducing speed and decreasing incoming damage by 70%. The goddess of death absorbs numerous skills while threatening the spellcaster, saying, "Once that shield is broken, your life will be in my hands." Immediately after, she launches a deadly arrow toward them, laughing gleefully, running low on health, aren't you? Meanwhile, the spellcaster silently gathers energy. She laughs triumphantly. "This time, you're finished. After you, it'll be your companion's turn." Suddenly, dark tentacles rise up to control her, countering with a forbidden technique. Lambda steps forward to shield the spellcaster, coldly asking, "Who just said they would deal with?" Whom? Just then, the Beach High Trio Sin technique is unleashed, dispelling the dark energy. The tentacles tighten further. She panics and screams, not understanding what this is. As the situation completely reverses, she incredulously asks, "Why aren't you dead yet?" The spellcaster silently watches, unleashing a technique that had previously defeated the evil dragon, shattering her power. With a single slash, the Thung Long Cham technique is unleashed, sending the enemy flying. Lambda raises his staff, aiming at the evil dragon, shouting, "Shu Ting Tan Dieu." The technique is so powerful that it tears the monster apart. The system announces, "You have slain the Death Evil Dragon." The goddess screams, "Death Evil Dragon, you all." She is furious. her eyes shining fiercely as she exerts overwhelming power. Lambda calmly calls out the technique, Fan Chuyen Tan He Liu Fap, Tham Hoa Giang Lam. A beam of energy descends, annihilating the goddess. The system reports, "You have defeated the Death Tri-Maiden." He turns to the spellcaster, splitting their attack direction and sweeping through quickly. The two of them coordinate to wipe out the altar. Lambda thinks that as long as they finish cleaning up, this map will be complete, although special. It is not as difficult as expected. He continues to unleash techniques, Fan Chuyen, Beach Hai, Triu Sin, sweeping through the sea of the undead. He quietly calculates that in less than 10 minutes. They are close to clearing the level, much easier than the 2-hour requirement. Lambda stands proudly among the corpses of soldiers. The system reminds him, "You have eliminated all remnants of the undead at the death pool, completing all 4 missions." But just then, he feels something is off. The system continues to warn, mentioning doubts about the dual-winged beast. The angel Kuro is about to manifest, opening up the 5th special mission, Choose Your Destiny. The system gave him 2 choices. 1. To receive the blessing of the deity and the reward from Kuro, surrendering all the holy swords that had absorbed the souls of the undead, and then leave this place. 2. To choose to kill the deity and destroy Kuro's phantom clone. Lambda asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Is there a hidden boss at this level?" The system explained that if he chose to receive the blessing, he would be ranked SS if he chose to kill the deity. Defeating Kuro's clone would grant him Omega rank, but failure would only leave him with rank C, he muttered to himself, analyzing that SSS was not the highest rank. But did the other experts know about this? Were the high-ranking members of the Concealment and Sealing Alliance aware? Lambda hesitated, struggling to choose. First, they didn't need to hide it because very few people were qualified. Second, this map could change without humans knowing. Third, both Omega rank and angels were real, but humanity was not strong enough to reach them. The angel stared wide-eyed at the two. Its main eye bulged fiercely. Then it emitted a piercing sound and vanished. The system reported. The Dark Knight retreated. The summoning was in the phase of recall. Lambda raised his hand to shield himself, shivering from the pressure. Is this the leader of the angels? But if the system had warned him, perhaps he didn't have to confront it yet. Where was Kuro's clone? At that moment, a feather fell. Kuro appeared along with the angel above. The system provided information. Name: Dual-Winged Angel Kuro, Phantom Clone. Warning: Do not challenge. Stats and skills are not displayed. It is a divine creature, born to counter the undead. Kuro praised, "Human, well done. On behalf of the holy nation, I thank you. These evil spirits should rest in peace. Surrender the radiant chain, and you may leave." Lambda asked in dissatisfaction. "Leave? No reward. I just cleared everything." Kuro then angrily shouted, "Do you dare to doubt the angel?" He drew his blazing sword, threatening, "Human, you should be grateful. Get out of here. Do not obstruct the angel." Lambda was stunned. The angel here was no different from exploiting humans. Lambda pressed the system while coldly saying, "What's left to do?" He arrogantly asked Kuro, "Is there anything else to do?" "Dear angel," holding the dark orb, he retorted, "the credit is mine. How can it belong to you?" Then he unleashed a technique, reversing the cosmos. Even though he spoke gently, Kuro remained arrogant, pointing the sword and insulting, "You pathetic creature. Serving the deity is already a great reward, yet you are greedy enough to defy the deity's orders." Lambda did not argue, launching a swift attack. The snatch technique. Lambda offered the staff, telling him to take it. And after that, there was no need to say more. Kuro angrily roared, "The power of the divine. Endure." Kuro unleashed a terrifying lightning strike, sending Lambda flying far away. He immediately switched to attack mode. Kuro continuously struck with lightning as Lambda touched the ground. Thanks to his excellent agility, he easily dodged. Seeing Lambda forced to retreat, he laughed with delight. The opening was clearly exposed. Kuro thrust the sword straight through, the tip of the radiant chain embedding into Lambda's body. But Lambda countered just in time, executing the reverse Cosmos technique. He smirked. Life value plus 1,678. Kuro, furious, watched Lambda flee and shouted, "Don't even think about using your skills to escape the deity's wrath." He raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Lightning, come forth." Meanwhile, Lambda continuously healed, life value plus 2,647. Yanjiang unleashed a move, reversal of the celestial spirits, as both sides clashed, descending into chaos, losing 1,531 health. Kuro growled, "You want to die, creature." The system announced a damage boost buff. He screamed. Look closely at the outcome when facing the angel. Judgment. Judgment. Lambda countered but thought to himself. At first it was indeed terrifying, but now he saw Kuro wasn't very smart, probably because he was just an illusion. Kuro, realizing he wasn't dealing any damage, yelled, "Why aren't you hurt? You're healing continuously." He chuckled softly, thinking to himself, if Pham saw me take down a boss like this, he wouldn't question it at all. Kuro, furious, gathered his strength to unleash a powerful technique, asking loudly, "Invincible, do you have an invincible skill? Impossible." He couldn't believe it. While Lambda stood firm, coldly replying, "That's right. So you only managed to cut my hair and coat." He unleashed another move, reversing the Emerald Sea Tide. His black water wave enveloped Kuro, soul-reaping tide. Dealing 2,352 damage, the angelic illusion received a slow debuff ×3, slowed down, and reduced damage. Lambda slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Reversal of the healing artifact. Calamity descends." In just a few seconds, Kuro collapsed. The angelic illusion received another slow debuff, losing 2,077 health. He lay sprawled on the ground, his health bar nearly empty. Kuro whispered, You. Lambda pressed his staff against Kuro's face, unleashing the move, Reversal Healing Technique, Plunder Technique, dealing 2,505 damage. In an instant, Kuro turned to smoke. The system reported the defeat of the two-winged angelic illusion, completing the secret realm of the Dead Land, receiving a Diamond Level 6 clearance reward, meeting all hidden conditions, receiving an SS rating, gaining an additional Diamond Level 6 reward, Omega Level clearance points. The secret realm was about to disappear, and the gathered power transformed into a unique reward for Lambda. The system announced that the user received a matured weapon. The quality name was unclear, Lightning Spirit Moon Concealment. A unique item. Lambda received the sword. The system displayed, Lightning Spirit Moon Concealment. A unique weapon. Level 1. Quality undetermined. Usable only by priests. Equipping increases all attributes by 1 point. Unlocking 3 energy forms. The weapon data gradually appeared. Its devouring ability helped the priest enhance quality, increase stats, and unlock new skills. Liberation form. The blade heals the target hit, excluding the user, unlocking the Sea Moon Oath. Destruction form. Dealing both physical and magical damage. Healing based on damage dealt. Unlocking the Moment of Annihilation and the Moon Shadow Rift. Sea Moon Oath. An active skill. Summons moonlight jellyfish to continuously heal nearby allies, including the user. Removes negative statuses for teammates, including oneself. The Moment of Destruction summons a destruction dagger, dealing area damage and increasing subsequent damage. Moon Shadow form. An active skill. Enters an unseizable shadow state, immune to damage. Quick teleportation. Lambda held the sword joyfully. 3 forms. 3 ultimate moves, perfectly aligning with his innate talent. The question was the quality. Would this matured weapon surpass Diamond level? The system reported unlocking Diamond status, receiving 20 free points, equipping the diamond frostbone guiding, the ancient dragon necklace, speed attack skill, equipping platinum magic core, fine items, specialized weapons, and rare potions. Lambda contemplated the necklace and attack badge, adding perfect defensive gear and a top-tier battlefield skill. He touched the system arrow and said, "All attributes plus intelligence." The stats displayed. Name Lambda, Class Priest, Level 2. Attributes included Strength, Physique, Intelligence, Spirit, Agility, activating enough Magic Emperor gear, Rings, Gems, Staff, Lightning Spirit, Moon Concealment, Ancient Dragon Necklace, Awakening Innate Talent, Reversal of Heaven and Earth, Single Skill, Support, and Complete Group. He held the staff and stepped into the spatial gate, whispering to himself. This was just the first target. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the real world, still thinking, taking advantage of the Goddess of Luck's effect, to quickly raid another level 12 dungeon. At that moment, Tao Nguyen stepped out from the bushes, his voice deep and gruff. "Lambda, it's finally your turn." Hearing the strange noise, Lambda turned around abruptly and asked, "Who?" The fierce guy rushed in, cursing, "Die, Lambda. Today is your doomsday." Tao Nguyen stabbed fiercely, muttering, "It's you. It's you who made me like this. My family and friends abandoned me. It's all because of you." Lambda deflected the spear and coldly asked, "Are you done talking?" He thought to himself that he had warned the students not to act recklessly out of anger. They had committed not to interfere, only intending to make him fail his attribute test. Now he wanted to drop out. At most, he would just face a disciplinary fine. Then he spun the spear to counterattack, causing blood to pour from Tao Nguyen's nose, and asked back, "You say I'm fabricating, exploiting, stealing power. You said that yourself." The guy was so furious he was shaking, a wave of dark energy emanating from him as he howled and charged in to attack. Lambda was startled, stammering. "This is," then exclaimed, "demonic energy." He immediately dodged the attack, a suspicion flashing in his mind. Could it be that Tao Nguyen? Tao Nguyen ground out each word. You were never worthy to be his opponent, just a pathetic supporting role, looked down upon. He recalled the times he had been beaten, his eyes vacant, feeling that no one liked him. Abandoned, ignored, completely isolated. He was mocked. You are just a backdrop for the genius. If he refused to play the background, he would be hated even more. He screamed, "I have to kill him." Then a voice echoed from the abyss. "Do you want to change your fate? Come into our embrace." A dark shadow invaded his body. "Now you can only rely on me." Tao Nguyen knelt down. "Great Lord of the Abyss, grant me the power of the Abyss." His body turned purple, growing larger. He screamed, "No, don't make me into a monster." Lambda raised his hand and shouted, "Tao Nguyen, you have been enchanted by the Abyss." But the guy only laughed maniacally. "Is this the power of the Abyss? It's too strong." Lambda still tried to persuade him. "You can still stop. If not, I will have to kill you." He spoke sternly, raising his hand to prepare to strike. According to Article 11 of the Alliance, when encountering a fallen one, any means of immediate elimination could be used to protect the innocent. But the guy laughed harshly, raising his sword and shouting, "Kill me. Do you dare? This is your retribution, Lambda." Tao Nguyen swung his sword straight at him, the abyssal version, but Lambda stepped back, narrowly avoiding the edge. The slash grazed him, causing him to bleed continuously. As the abyssal energy seeped into his body, reducing his strength and increasing the damage he received, Lambda's face darkened. "All right then." He summoned his sword, "Don't blame me," then charged in. Lightning Spirit Moon hidden, dual blade. Thinking to himself that even if he chose the abyss, he was still no match. A horizontal slash. At most, he was just a level 10 boss. Tao Nguyen laughed loudly. "That's a correct analysis. The priest only knows how to increase power. You're definitely dead." Lambda smirked, thinking he didn't need to use the reverse universe just yet. There must be demons monitoring around here. If he revealed his invincible skill, it would create disadvantages. He immediately slashed down. Tao Nian's eyes widened. How is this possible? My power has weakened, and one strike makes me bleed like this. Lambda chuckled softly. I can still cut a bit. He looked at the guy with disdain. A copy like you. Both in theory and observation are lacking. You don't even realize the low-level physical damage magic. Fine. I'll use you to lure the demons out. Then he swung his sword, almost delivering a fatal blow. His eyes glowed red, deciding to spare the guy's life. Lambda invoked, "Please invite the demon into the container." A dark shadow appeared in the distance, observing everything. Being this cowardly won't work. The combat power after transformation is still weak, and the swordsman can't even defeat the priest. Then he merged into Tao Nguyen. Lambda. This time it's definitely over. The shadow imagined Huang Thufeng collapsing in despair if Lambda died. It was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. If they could capture Lambda, Huang Thufeng would easily join their side. The shadow, using Cao Nguyen's body, laughed loudly, but I prefer the second option, then attacked, causing Lambda to bleed heavily. He chuckled, surprised. The main course has just arrived. Lambda took the chance to recover health. The healing spell helped him regain some vitality. The shadow roared in anger, and both rushed into battle. Lambda growled, "You are not Cao Nguyen. You are the abyssal demon." The demon did not hide its intentions. Laughing, "The professional alliance is coming. No more wasting time. You should die." Lambda smirked, quietly provoking. The demon suggested, "You can choose to join us." Just then, Lambda thought to himself, "I've fallen for the trap." He pretended to ask, "Join you. What can you offer me?" Then dark energy surged from his body as he shouted, "Could this be?" The dark energy grew stronger, still not enough. It arrogantly stated, "See? This is the power of the abyss," Lambda scoffed. "Is that strong?" "Interesting," then retracted his power. Mentioning Huang Thufeng, "He once rejected you and insulted you." "Right." The demon nodded. "I personally invited him. Yet that fool looked down on the power of the abyss. If it weren't for that terrifying compatibility, I would have acted long ago." Lambda coldly laughed. "So you gave him a chance that he foolishly didn't seize." Remembering how Thufeng had looked down on him, the demon muttered angrily, "I am Huang Thufeng." A genius. Does he think he is a monster? Its rage intensified. Lambda thought, Huang Thufeng truly hides nothing. The demon's intelligence is limited. He continued to lead. Even if he has the power of the abyss, he will be exposed and hunted by the Alliance. I'd rather have it than him. Despite hearing this, the demon remained cautious. Lambda then lied. "I have gained the Alliance's complete trust. With my current strength, I will soon become a key figure in the Alliance, then secretly sabotage and destroy this world." It questioned back, "You want to destroy the world. Why? Aren't you the most favored?" Lambda scoffed. "Those people are all fake." He clenched his fists. "Do professions protect anyone? Then why did my parents die? They were ignored and left behind. They lured monsters away, dying under claws so I could live. In this world, the strong exploit the weak, and the weak drain the weaker. Where is the fairness? There is only darkness, only the strong survive. Everyone is guilty. Everyone should die." The demon was moved by this, its eyes reddening. Well said. Very well said. It gradually detached from Cao Nguyen's body, saying, "I can feel your pain." The black smoke gathered into a new body. The true form appeared. The shadow beckoned. "Come here. Join the abyss. I grant you absolute power." Maikao, the demon's true form, raised a hand to offer a sphere of energy. "Together we will erase this world." Lambda reached out to accept it. Just as the sphere of power was about to touch his hand, he suddenly summoned Thunder Spirit Moon Concealment. His face darkened, activating the annihilation form. One hand gripped the sword tightly. It shouted, "Are you joking with me?" Without answering, he swung the sword to attack. damage skyrocketing within 10 seconds. He rushed towards my cow, who was sent flying, unleashing a reversal of celestial spirits. Descent into hell. Another strike landed, causing my cow's health to drop by half. Lambda's gaze was icy as he received a damage boost effect, continuing his counterattack with reversal of the Azure Sea's tide. Spirit of death. This blow not only hurt twice as much, but also burned and weakened him. He was caught in a sea of vengeful spirits, panicking. I'm really facing a demon. What kind of human has such terrifying damage? Immediately after, lightning struck my cow, reversal of divine spirit healing. Calamity descends. Blood poured from him as he screamed. No wonder Tao Nguyen couldn't defeat him. Anyone who enters can't win. It's over, Lambda asked disdainfully. Run. Your true form is exposed. You're in a fight now. You can't use illusions to escape anymore, can you? My cow, stunned, asked. You knew my abilities from the start. Did you set a trap to lure me? Lambda exuded a chilling aura. That's right, he shouted angrily. You cunning one. I'll fight you to the death, and charged forward, executing. Deep abyss grasp. But he had dodged it. This left my chow confused and bewildered. Lambda suddenly appeared behind him, growling. Well done. You've used your sliding skill. And continued to strike. Let's see where you can run. He unleashed Deep Abyss Claw, dealing damage to Lambda. He laughed. Got you. Suddenly, Lambda soared into the air, casting a healing spell. It's over. Deep Abyss Demon. He coldly looked down. Reversal of healing technique. Then he swung his sword down. Soul absorption technique. The system announced. The Deep Abyss Demon had been eliminated. The sword glowed. Energy surged. It had just absorbed the remnants of the Deep Abyss soul and immediately evolved, its power skyrocketing. Lambda smiled at the sword, thinking to himself, even if he didn't gain experience. The weapon developing by defeating the Deep Abyss Demon was enough. He wondered silently. Could it be that only the remnants of Deep Abyss Demons could be used, or were all creature souls useful? The townspeople were in a frenzy, wondering what had happened, not quite clear. Had the class professionals arrived yet? Hey, why is there someone lying on the ground? They reassured each other to stay calm. The class professionals had been notified to patrol. Lambda stood apart, looking at the sword, contemplating the weapon's ability to absorb demon souls for upgrades. Perhaps he should report this to the Alliance. As for Tao Nguyen, suddenly, a group of people rushed over, the ones on the other side quickly removing their gear and throwing down their weapons. He found it amusing and was about to approach when they arrived. One guy raised a gun threateningly. Put your hands up, stand still, or I have the right to fire. He immediately complied, nodding. Then Lambda gently placed the sword on the ground. The guy aimed the gun straight at him. Skill of venomous demon. Sorry, just following procedures. It won't cause you any headaches. The gun emitted a taser that paralyzed his hands. This was how class professionals controlled suspects to prevent riots. Even so, they maintained a calm demeanor. Lambda observed closely as this person questioned the surrounding civilians, while others examined the scene, providing first aid and reassuring the residents. He silently assessed that everyone was playing their roles correctly. One person rushed over, reporting that the seriously injured victim was a student, but the body showed signs of deep abyss influence, suspected to have been lured by demons into becoming a fallen demon. Jia Huang hot shouted, "There's more!" My cow lay sprawled out. Next to him was the dry skeleton of a deep demon. He analyzed that the demon was level 20, covered in injuries, as if it had been dealt with by a professional hunter. But why was there only a skeleton left? Could it be? The image of Lambda defeating it appeared on the screen. The crowd gasped in shock. How could this be? It was unbelievable. Andak Yi looked at everyone, his head displaying information. Lambda, level Y, the strongest professional hunter in Jiang City. A third-year student at the academy. Everyone was astonished. A student killed a deep demon. A person stepped forward and said, Lam Da, hello, I am the captain of Team 1, the team that captures deep demons, part of the Jiang City Professional Hunter Alliance. Wang Ma Chao, while relaxing, asked, Did you kill that demon and the student? Was he lured into becoming a demon and then dealt with by you? Lam Da stepped forward and replied, It was me. He is Cao Nguyen. From my school, he intended to assassinate me after turning into a demon. So I acted. Ma Chao skeptically asked, How did you lure the demon out? Lam Da smiled, guessing it was always watching potential dark hunters. So I made Cao Nguyen pretend to want to become a dark hunter, and that's when it revealed itself. Everyone was astonished to hear this. He was able to trick it. Ma Chao pondered silently. Right. Using that method to deceive a deep demon is extremely difficult. Even veteran hunters might struggle, yet this student managed to do it. He broke into a sweat, exclaiming in astonishment, facing a dark hunter and the deep demon alone, without sustaining any injuries. Notably, he maintained his health at 1%, not dead, not resisting, not fleeing. Even a mid-level hunter would find that hard to achieve. Ma Chao spoke. So I hope you will cooperate with us at the Alliance branch. Another person quickly interjected. But he is not an ordinary student. Captain, haven't you heard of Lam Da? He is quite famous. He crossed his arms and retorted, I also know how to look up information, but this matter still needs to be carefully examined for its seriousness. Ma Chao replied. It also concerns the safety of all of Jiang City, so we cannot overlook the procedure. Lam Da, I hope you understand, even though this may affect the upcoming assessment. I cannot make exceptions, Lam Da pondered. Surely he was about to waste his luck, but with the damage he had just tested on Uma, he still had enough advantage. He sighed softly. The data was not up to standard, yet the power had exceeded limits. After thinking it over, Lam Da nodded. Understood. I will fully cooperate in the fight against the deep demon. Ma Chao's pocket suddenly vibrated. A man appeared, commanding, Wang Ma Chao, no need to bring Lam Da back, nor to monitor him. Ma Chao was taken aback, saying, Boss, the man continued, the case involving the demon is temporarily postponed. Wait until he finishes his assessment before handling it. Ma Chao turned pale, asking again, But this is the basic procedure. Why is it being broken? He anxiously inquired further, If I let him go, will I be punished by the headquarters? The man on the screen reassured him. No one dares to touch him. Not just my opinion, but the president and all the ministers agree. Have you heard of the famous teacher Zhu? The information he revealed left everyone stunned. That very teacher had killed a demon without injury and received certification into the hidden organization. Ma Chao looked at Lam Da, confused, realizing that the rumors online were true. Could it be that he possessed an unprecedented divine-level talent? Or a special ability to counter the Dark Knight? He half-jokingly asked lightly, So I don't need to investigate anymore. The man calmly replied, Of course. Just focus on your own work. The man smiled and advised, If you need help, just call these professional hunters. Don't hesitate. Ma Chao handed the sword back to Lam Da, apologizing, but I still want to ask one thing. Lam Da took the sword and said, Go ahead. The other man then asked directly, This case is related to the report about Huang Thufeng before. Right. He felt a bit sad and replied, Yes. The demon Yumi was the one who tried to lure Huang Thufeng but failed. The plan failed, so he turned to Xiao Nguyen. He silently assessed, indeed, a skilled professional hunter. Quickly linking the two cases, so I no longer needed to hide, the man confirmed. Indeed. Huang Thufeng's physique after examination was that of a rare dark talent. Lam Da recalled and said, While I easily tricked the deep demon. Meanwhile, Huang Thufeng couldn't hide anything, always bringing me up. He chuckled lightly, analyzing. It seems the deep demon thought Huang Thufeng had feelings for me, so it refused to lure him. Therefore, It intended to replace me to control Hoang Thiu Fong. The man laughed heartily. Truly amazing, young and talented, not only exterminating the deep demon, capturing the dark hunter, but also extracting useful information, surpassing many high-level professional hunters. We will not obstruct you anymore. But Lambda crossed his arms. Serious. Wait, I still have something to discuss. I'm not sure if it can be made public. Please ask those unrelated to leave. The man nodded and ordered. Understood. Disperse. Wang Ma Chao. Lead the team to withdraw. Hand over the equipment to Lambda. Monsieur signaled after receiving the order, and the entire team immediately withdrew from their positions, dispersing right away. Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes!" They quickly dispersed. He approached, looking apologetic. Lambda. I'm sorry for my earlier attitude. Here, take this. Lambda replied calmly. It's fine. He immediately set up a personal barrier and activated security mode. All right, now you can speak. Lambda. He firmly held the sword and said, This is the Shadow Spirit Moon Hidden. A weapon I obtained after passing through the land of death. After slaying the deep evil spirits, it absorbed their power. He asked in surprise, What do you mean? Lambda explained that there was very little information about growth weapons, and even the large library couldn't find anything. He had searched through every library and still found nothing. I want to ask, can growth weapons level up by killing evil spirits in the real world? He replied thoughtfully. This type of weapon is extremely rare. Since the formation of the Alliance, only 3 have been recorded. However, it involves many secrets, so I don't have a clear grasp, he added. What I know is that growth weapons usually level up by defeating monsters in dungeons, not by killing evil spirits from other realms in reality to become stronger. Lambda looked at the sword, pondering. So my weapon is the first exception. He chuckled softly. Thank you for trusting me with this important matter regarding the Alliance. Lambda raised the sword. If that's the case, I have a hypothesis. If Shadow Spirit Moon Hidden gains experience from evil spirits, there could be other weapons like it. His sword emitted a strong aura. This is not the only one. Soon, there may be more weapons or items similar to it, specifically designed to counter evil spirits. This is very beneficial for humanity. He nodded. That's good news, but it's better to keep this secret for now. Secretive gazes followed Lambda. The innocent suffer. Carrying jewels will lead to trouble. The jewel is too precious, easily causing envy in others. He praised again. If only everyone had your vision. This way, the Alliance would become even more solid and powerful. He cleared his throat and said, I will report this. The Alliance will handle it seriously. Now you should focus on your profession exam. Before leaving, he added, after the exam, the Alliance will contact you again. Lambda nodded. Understood. Lambda turned off the screen and walked over to return it to Masu. Here you go. He accepted it. Friend Lambda, I hope you will join the Alliance with us. If you don't mind, just call me Old Wang. Lambda hesitated slightly. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Old Wang, in another solemn place. A man spoke up. Tiente, what do you think? Tiente smiled with delight. This kid is not only strong, but also calm and visionary in this generation. I have only met Shang Quan Yen, who is similar. He chuckled softly. Honestly, I used to think only Shang Quan Yen had the strength to lead this generation. The other person nodded. It's hard to say. Young people have their own ways, but the fact that Lambda has obtained a weapon to confront evil spirits, along with Mok Mok and Bok Chi, they are the darlings of opportunity. With a bright future ahead, a dark shadow suddenly appeared under the table. Thudo tore through the sky, appearing in the city. The shouts echoed, My Sao is dead, My Sao is dead. Humanity faced strange upheavals. In another place, the sky was thick with darkness, devoid of light. A strange object suddenly appeared. Elsewhere, Lambda opened the door. Looking at the empty room, he said, I'm back. From a distance, Mok Mok secretly observed. Lambda scanned the room and then scratched his head. She was about to shout when he turned around and discovered Mok Mok hiding. He said, To mock, Mock. I saw you hiding behind the sofa, she pouted. Can't you pretend to be startled to make me happy? He chuckled lightly. I tried really hard. But why are you just snacking at home? Mock immediately retorted. Who said I'm lazy? She stretched out her hand to show. Look, the system screen displayed, to Mock level 10. She proudly declared. I've reached level 10. Lambda was surprised. That fast. Mock was full of pride. So, am I good? Let's go into the dungeon together tomorrow. Okay. Suddenly, Lambda pinched her cheek. I need to check the data first. Have you been working hard lately? Staying up all night? Mock got annoyed. No way. She quickly explained. It was Xiao Mock who helped me train all night, Lambda asked suspiciously. Xiao Mock. She quickly pulled out something. Don't you recognize it? The birth room tears. She tilted her head and smiled lightly. It simulates tears, helping to level up skills. As long as she can clear the dungeon herself, I'll receive rewards from the secret realm. So I decided to check again. Lambda scratched his head, confusedly repeating. Her meaning was that the birth room tears had no limits on reach or time, and could automatically clear the dungeon without control. At the same time, Chile was facing a monster. She was in a nightmare of Loch Ness. Mock quickly operated on the screen. The system reported that the boss of the secret realm was in a severely injured state, nearing defeat. Lambda leaned down to look at her, clarifying. This talent helped her clear dungeons, level up at any time, and could even be monitored directly. Her face turned bright red. Yes. Xiao Mock helps me do everything. Are you jealous? He sat down beside her. Right. I also want an assistant like that. But about this, the dungeon under the birth room tears isn't limited by fatigue. Can it be farmed continuously? Mock lightly coughed to confirm. Of course. Otherwise, how could I level up to 10 all night? Lambda sure. Why are you suddenly not so smart today? Lambda opened his phone to look it up. Oh. I just see this ability is really effective. I need to adjust the strategy for allocating points for you from level 10 to 20. But, he thought to himself, it was simply useful. Mock's eyes lit up as she jumped up. Wait, did you just say I get to add strategic points? He kept his eyes glued to the screen, replying briefly, yes, I will combine talents, skills, equipment, and current stats to optimize the way points are allocated for you. She immediately agreed. Oh great, I'll send it right away. Lambda continued to input data, then asked further, I need your height, weight, and waist measurement. Mock blushed and shouted, Huh. She panicked and kicked him, stammering, What? What are you planning to do? He jumped up to explain, What are you thinking? Those numbers affect the ratio for adjusting high-level stats. He laughed and continued to explain. Moreover, your body attributes will directly affect the birth room tiers, optimizing it for effectiveness. Just then, Chile unleashed a finishing move on the monster. Lambda continued to input data, mumbling. In low-level dungeons, you can just eat anything. But the higher you go, every detail matters. A slight deviation changes the outcome immediately. And if you want to fix it later, it will cost a fortune. Mock turned away, sulking. I know, but who would have thought it would relate to measurements? Never mind, wait for me a moment. Don't peek. Suddenly he remembered. Oh, and Bai Chi. She's planning to change jobs. Right. Can you ask her if it's convenient to share her data? It's not appropriate for me to ask, he mumbled. It's her personal matter. If she doesn't want to, then fine. She turned her head in annoyance, muttering, still curious about other people's data. Mock slammed the door shut. Lambda scratched his head in confusion. I just want to help my teammates get stronger. In the next room, Mock huffed. To Mock. It's just a few stats. She paused for a few seconds and then wondered, what could be more important than getting stronger? Memories flooded back. She remembered the two of them together since childhood, things she had never seen before. Her face turned red. Her hand slipped under her shirt, but feeling awkward, she said, "Do I really have to measure?" Then Mok forcefully pushed the 2 pads away. She measured for a moment and sighed, still at 80B. Drinking milk all the time but no improvement. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Wait, that guy Lambda is definitely going to take this out and mock me. The image of him teasing her flashed in her mind. She covered her face in embarrassment. Last time I used an 80C pad. What if I'm found out? How can I maintain my image? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wait, there's also Xiaomumu. The idea excited her. Using Xiaomumu's data would be so reasonable. What's hers is mine. Who would know? She raised her hand and called out, "Perfect timing." She must have finished her report. Illusory shadow step. Fongxin Trile. Chile appeared, looking puzzled, while Mumu walked over with a sly smile. She grabbed Chile. "Hold still. Let me measure you for a bit." Lambda stood outside, listening to the commotion in the room. He tilted his head to peek inside. What's all the noise about? 10 minutes later. Mumu handed him a piece of paper. Done. Take a look. But don't spread it around. Lambda looked at the paper and commented. "Your data," she asked. "Is there a problem?" He scratched his head. "It says 80C. Are you sure? It feels a bit off." Mumu blushed and snapped back. "No way. It was the same last check." He glanced at her and explained, "If the data is wrong, the strategy is useless." Hearing this, she could only remain silent. She snatched the paper back and quietly jotted something down. Then she corrected it. 80B. This time it's accurate. Lambda lightly tapped her forehead. "Now that's more like it," Mumu shouted, holding her head. He turned serious. Also, have you asked Bai Chi yet? What did she say?" She rubbed her forehead and mumbled, "She turned me down." Mu gestured with her hands. Xiaobai said she can't bother the big shot over something trivial like this. She recounted fully. "The big shot has already given me too much equipment, resources, and free points. Asking for more would be too much." Mumu pulled out her phone. She even sent her health check results to prove she trusts you, not making excuses. Lambda pinched his forehead and sighed. If someone else did this, I'd think they were trying to flirt. But he remembered Bai Chi's innocent demeanor. I understand her character. She doesn't want to bother anyone and is afraid others might misunderstand her trust. Even so, Lambda still sent the data sheet. As teammates, they had to support each other. Mumu chimed in. She had such strong potential too, and mentioning her potential made him confused as he turned to look back. Just then, the system's voice rang out, announcing that Xiao Mumu had just learned the soul summoning skill, allowing her to summon spirits to fight. Fongxin Trile softly activated the sound, while Mumu was puzzled because the system didn't specify what would be summoned. Lambda widened his eyes and pointed at her. Could she also summon? It was just like the infinite Makio's Ka doll game. She hurriedly waved her hands, saying it wasn't the same, then explained further. The spirit summoning skill could only be used in secret realm dungeons. Unlike Xiao Mumu, this skill couldn't be brought into the real world, and if the spirit died, it was gone for good. While Xiao Mumu could revive hers, she added. I'm not sure until I try it. He absorbed all the information and replied succinctly. I understand. Lambda had an idea. Then let's test it right in the dungeon to see the effect. The scene shifted to the secret realm of the Gigi Ren tribe. The system displayed information. Level 8 to 10. Difficulty hard. A rapidly breeding race of giant lizard people. Brave warriors who knew how to use tactics. Luckily, their individual strength wasn't too high. Only the strongest warriors were recognized as professional fighters. Mumu looked at the weapon he transformed and asked, Lambda, did your pastor weapon change form? It even looks like a knife. He smiled and confirmed, even letting her try it out. While Fongxin Trile was stunned by the scene, he showed the life value increased by 311 and asked lightly, Did you see that? Mok puffed out her chest proudly. Is that all? Little Mok, let Big Brother show you. She waved her hand to execute a martial skill. Tears of Rebirth. Using a special skill to summon the spirit, the system repeated the notification. The mysterious spirit had heard the call, was establishing a connection, and was about to descend to fight for you. He was stunned by the displayed information. When Rebirth Tree Lee unleashed her move, the system reminded him. The Guardian Trent spirit has descended. The screen immediately switched to information about the newly appeared entity. Guardian Trent Knight, level 10, strength 30, physique 35, intelligence 35, spirit 35, agility 20, golden talent, possesses skills like shield strike, heaven's first strike, tri-linked death slash, protection, despair, heavy strike, origin unknown. Lambda looked at the stats and analyzed softly. Even though it has golden talent, its power far exceeds that level. It's a true high-tier boss. I guess as Mok levels up, the summoning level will also rise, similar to the summoning item of that master, but the difference is that the master doesn't die and is harder to find. As for Mok's innate ability, she called Big Brother down as soon as she entered the dungeon, and there was no cooldown. He looked at her intently. This is almost a demigod-level innate ability. After a moment of thought, he called out, Mok, try it right away. She nodded. Okay. She shouted commands. Go, Guardian Trent, eliminate those lizardmen. The Guardian Trent charged forward without hesitation. It confidently said, just a bunch of insects, then unleashed Heaven's first strike. In the blink of an eye, the lizardmen were wiped out. The system reported, Heaven's first strike. The special skill of the Guardian Trent uses a battle strike to deliver a powerful blow and a small shockwave. The first target hit is knocked down. It coldly said, rest in peace. While Lambda carefully observed the unfolding events, he noticed that Heaven's first strike resembled the move of the Goblin King from earlier, but the range and damage were many times greater. Suddenly, he turned to ask to Mok, Lamb, can I try fighting it? She was taken aback and immediately stopped him. No, it's your teammate now. Watch it fight monsters and complete tasks. There's still one boss left to defeat, and it's convenient to see the solo strength of the Guardian Trent. Lambda laughed and said, no, I meant Rebirth Trile. Rebirth Trilo was startled, panicking as she understood his intention. Mok immediately stepped in front of her. I refuse. From that action, he guessed, she can't be revived. Can she? Right after that, he transformed into the Ring of Destruction, allowing the Guardian Trent to handle the next area. While Captain Lee stood in front to help visually assess Lambda's strength. I'll take care of this part. Then Lambda jumped off the ground. He charged up, leaving the Guardian Trent stunned, then delivered an extremely powerful basic strike. The enemy's life points dropped by 821. He paused, considering. No critical hit or weak point, yet a normal attack still can't take it down. He unleashed another strike, causing the system to report, you have defeated the Guardian Lizan. To Mok exclaimed excitedly. His regular attacks were really strong now. Meanwhile, he glanced at the enemy's corpse, thinking to himself, this Thunder Spirit Moon Seal weapon truly brings too many benefits. Now, Lambda seriously reevaluated everything. Previously, he only attacked from a distance, relying on counter-healing. He suddenly understood the key point. The faster the attack speed, the greater the benefits from the Thunder Spirit Moon Seal. Of course, that applies to regular holy artifacts, against those that negate physical damage like the Illusory Angel. He still needed to use the blood loss counter technique. While delivering a critical blow, he concluded that only this method could quickly take down a strong target. He fixed his cold gaze straight ahead. Lambda gathered his strength to unleash the Annihilation Time Strike. A thunderous explosion erupted. The enemy's health dropped by 1,203, then 1,305, then 1,275. After eliminating all the lizardmen, Mok was astonished. He wiped them all out. Lambda was really strong now. He couldn't afford to lose. Fong Sin Tree Lei immediately ordered, "Guardian Ancient Tree, clear the way. Kill all enemies." The Guardian Ancient Tree promptly responded. Understood. Lambda switched to the rescue tree ring, smiling as he said, "Now it's your turn to perform. I'll handle the healing." At the same time, he focused on sensing. It was time to test the Jangkeech Moon Shadow and the Ocean Moon's might. Before long, the system reported, "You have arrived at the Lizardman tribe. There are 300 warriors who will fight to protect the city and their leader." She observed and said, 300 level 10 Lizardmen defending. "That's no small feat," Lambda excitedly shouted. "Leave the healing to me. I guarantee the Guardian Ancient Tree won't die." She waved her hand to cast the skill. "Guardian Ancient Tree, breaking through the city wall," the system announced. "Guardian Ancient Tree has entered charge mode. Speed and impact force have greatly increased." At the same time, the Guardian Ancient Tree activated the Moon Shadow form. Mok did not hesitate to rush forward as well. Lambda immediately unleashed the Moon Shadow ambush, then murmured to himself, 3 seconds of damage immunity, increased speed, and teleportation 100 meters after casting. This was the perfect skill that helped him survive while pursuing the target. The system reminded him again. Illusory Moonwater Mother has been summoned, while removing all negative effects from himself and the selected target. It also reported, Illusory Moonwater Mother absorbs moonlight, restoring 521 health every half second for 15 seconds. The Guardian Ancient Tree was astonished to see 512 health restored. This was. Just then, the Lizardmen leader, Liza Redman, appeared. She stood beside them and shouted loudly, "Guardian Ancient Tree, fight with all your might, show them your strength." Upon hearing this, it immediately unleashed the Despair Heavy Strike, responding succinctly. Understood. Lambda assessed the situation and remarked, "Fong Sin Tree Lei has high intelligence and strength. There's no need for Mok to give further commands. Only she has the strength to control the Guardian Ancient Tree." Although she had great contributions, her weaknesses were also clear. She primarily fought in close combat, making her vulnerable to ranged professions with quick reflexes later on. Lambda switched back to the Annihilation Ring, silently calculating. It seemed he had tested nearly all the capabilities of the Thunder Spirit Moon Shadow. The system reported further. Counter-transmission, celestial star reflection, hellish descent. After a long battle, the system announced, the boss of the secret realm, the Lizardman leader, has been defeated. At this moment, the Guardian Ancient Tree realized, sensing a familiar surge of power from that person. It was. Hearing this, Lambda was astonished and exclaimed, then suddenly saw the Guardian Ancient Tree kneeling down. It looked straight at him and said, "Sir, before we return to the Soul Realm, please, help me with one thing." Lambda was confused and asked, "What is it?" Then he froze. So it really has consciousness, summoned from another world, a being that truly exists. Now he understood the reason why the Guardian Tree could not be resurrected. This summoning could only be used once. He gradually realized that, like the Elder Master, it had a certain level of memory and intelligence, but was merely an illusion. Even if destroyed, it could be resurrected infinitely. Lambda thought for a moment and asked, "So what do you want?" In his mind, he analyzed further. A being from another world with this level of intelligence was just like the demons or angels he had encountered. He cautiously glanced at the Guardian Tree, wondering if it truly posed no danger to humans. It answered briefly, "The Forgotten Lair. I hope you can lead my master there." The Guardian Tree earnestly continued, "I know you have a special mark, qualifying you to enter. My master does too. Please take her along." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Who is your master? Who are you?" It then glanced at Fong Sin Tree Lei. "It's her." The Guardian Tree introduced itself. "As for me, I'm just an unnamed guard." Lambda commanded, "Stand up first." The system reported the completion of the mission for the Shapeshifter tribe, awarding a chest of silver. A team with many members did not receive the hidden chest. Open the chest. Yes. No. He remained cautious of the guardian tree's words. I need to verify before I answer you. Lambda coldly said. Mok, go outside first. She was worried but nodded. All right. She saw that smug face and felt confused. Lambda, what's wrong? He focused on reasoning, realizing that any profession that awakened a talent would definitely activate that talent. Without talent, the profession would be weak and useless. Lambda grasped the key point. If the profession sacrifices itself, even a strong talent would be lost. The summoned being would protect its master because it had intelligence. He was astonished to discover that the simulated tears could summon beings from another world, making them recognize themselves as masters, even keeping a token to the forgotten lair. What exactly is she? Just thinking of the angelic figure Kuro is enough to leave me perplexed. I can't stop thinking that Mok could drag all of humanity into danger. He silently resolved. Anyone who threatens humanity, even if it's a small fish, must be dealt with. I have something to do. You can go back first or do another mission, she replied succinctly. Okay. But then she realized he was staring at her intently. She couldn't contain her curiosity. Lambda. What's up? He pulled out his phone and replied, It's nothing. I just need a bit more time. So I wanted to inform you first. Inside the room, Lambda immediately called. Hello? Is the master free now? The scene shifted to the 20th floor of the Heavenly City, in the center of Jiang City. Huang Tiante was surprised. What's so urgent that you need to contact me directly? He lifted his teacup and got straight to the point. Uncle Huang, I'm sure you and the Alliance know I have a token to the Forgotten Lair. Right. He poured tea and confirmed, You're asking why we didn't inform you about this mission. Aren't you? Lambda calculated silently. He was proactively revealing information, and not asking would be a waste. So he said directly, You must be worried about my mental state, wanting me to finish my profession before knowing about this. Huang Tiante sighed softly. He hesitated and said, There is that reason. But if you want to know, I'll tell you the truth. You can't even imagine the difficulty of this mission, Lambda interjected. It far exceeds any secret realm I've ever entered. Even the small monsters are already at the diamond level. Many fake challenges have claimed lives before they could escape. He asked, Yet there are still reckless geniuses who dive in. Do you know why? He guessed. Because of the gear. Skills that surpass diamond level. Huang Tiante nodded. Killing bosses can drop legendary gear, soloing maps, and even receiving items and skills of mythical level. After hearing this, Lambda quietly thought, So that's it. They fear he might become complacent. Lambda felt fortunate. If he were like Huang Thiufeng, thinking he was invincible and charging in without a plan, he might have been crushed by now. He pondered and then asked, So what level do I need to be to enter? He quickly replied, At least level 15, but it's best to wait until level 20, with full gear and skills before considering it. Lambda reassured, Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. This dungeon is important, and I will prepare thoroughly, just like for a career exam. Huang Tiante nodded. Actually, there's another reason I want to mention. Recently, the Alliance has been focusing on hunting down the abyssal demon, those who have fallen. The rats in the dark are becoming increasingly aggressive. You almost got pulled in. He looked outside, besides Baitu Su just appearing. We also received news that the demons have infiltrated the Alliance. Jiang City will definitely see some changes. Career practitioners must not let a tragedy happen again. Huang Tiante adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. So the plan may change. Remember to check the message I send when the time comes. Lambda hesitated. You mean? He poured tea gently. Yes. To prepare for emergencies, the Alliance has sealed off the entire city, conducting internal checks, temporarily isolating those showing signs of falling. Huang Tiante spoke slowly. With the upcoming career exam, we cannot let the rats affect the candidates, so we are hiding information to avoid causing panic. He reassured. You don't need to worry about the abyssal demon. Just focus on your exam preparation. We are fully aware of the situation, and even if they have infiltrators, we have ways to handle it. After hearing this, Lambda took a sip of tea and nodded. All right, but I have something I want to ask. He paused for a moment and then said, if the career talent is summoning, and the creature called from another realm has its own consciousness and retains its old memories, could it betray? Huang Tiante answered firmly, no, but Lambda felt he was hiding something. Huang Tiante explained slowly, you know, the awakened talent and the career practitioner are a living entity together. It is a power from the body, living and dying with us. The most loyal ally, he continued. No matter what creature is summoned, from whatever realm, it cannot threaten the life of the career practitioner. Even if they have consciousness and personality, their nature is still absolute submission. Huang Tianti recounted that he had tried using high-level control to influence thoughts, but still could not force the otherworldly creature to attack its master. Lambda pondered if it were an abyssal demon, but he just shook his head and said it wouldn't happen. He continued, the Alliance has summoned abyssal demons, and they did not lure humans into falling. Instead, they blended into the abyss and reported back to the Alliance. He frowned at him, asking, so, did you awaken that kind? Or someone else? Lambda replied, not me, but my friend and teammates. He rested his chin in thought. He had said that otherworldly creatures would not betray their master. If a fake tear was born in a forgotten lair, it would surely be discovered by the Alliance. Her talent summoned otherworldly creatures, and it saw that he had a pass to enter the lair, so it wanted to follow him in. Huang Tiante jumped up in surprise. Oh, it has a pass too. Lambda thought, yes, but I'm not sure if it's real or fake. Huang Tiante analyzed. If it doesn't deceive your friend, it won't deceive you either. You can take it with you, but remember to inform the Alliance first. He assessed. Your friend has great potential as long as the Alliance confirms that it is a legally summoned creature, not from a forbidden ritual or dark power. They will not restrict actions. On the contrary, they will train and provide full resources. Lambda remained calm. Then I can rest easy, but inside he felt tense, hating the feeling of being passive like this. Huang Tiante asked, it seems you've finished asking. Lambda replied softly, yes. He hesitated. Then let me ask you something. He replied, go ahead. He took out file number 31, Mai Tao, and flipped through a few pages. The report indicated that its death was caused by a special type of magic. He analyzed. It looked charred, but in reality, the cells and organs had suddenly shrunk. The body ceased to function immediately, similar to an ancient herbicide. He handed over the file and asked casually, could it be that your talent is the milk poison technique? Lambda received the file. The forensic expert had clearly seen the effects of the counter-transmission. He nodded. The milk poison technique is my talent. Huang Tiante smiled with satisfaction. Then that's good. We've been debating this for a while. He recalled the previous debate. They asked if Mai Xiao's injury was caused by him. Some opinions suggested that he was severely injured beforehand, allowing him to finish it off and reap the benefits, should this credit be given to him. Lambda was confused. Huang Tiante spoke in a serious tone. Wait, I thought you knew everything. Are you not aware of the bounty on the abyssal demon? The Alliance recognizes the contributions of anyone who can eliminate them. He patted his shoulder. Just wait for the award ceremony and the rewards. Choose a platinum-level equipment and rare materials. And items as you wish. Lambda felt a bit excited. All right, once I finish thinking, I will send you the list. Huang Tiante nodded. Of course. Lambda bowed his head to take his leave. I'm heading back first, and I'll lead the team to the dungeon, Huang Tiante replied. Go ahead. Then seriously wished him luck with the upcoming test. He looked forward to it. Make sure to bring home the title of valedictorian to bring glory to Jiang City. Lambda helplessly replied, okay, I will do my best. He teased, you placed a bet with someone. Didn't you? Huang Tiante coughed lightly to evade. Seeing this, he burst into laughter. That afternoon, the late sun bathed the academy. Bak Chi stood in the middle of the schoolyard, looking around for someone. Lambda appeared and asked, "Xiaobai, is there something you need to find me for?" Hearing his voice, she turned around with a radiant smile. Bakchi was determined. "I have made my decision. Here is all my data and materials." Lambda smiled, thinking, "I didn't expect her to trust me this much, so I need to plan carefully for her." He patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Just leave it to me. When your talent reaches level 2, I will take you into a 2-person dungeon." Lambda was serious. "Based on the data I calculated, let's see if we should change classes or not." Bakchi was excited. "Really? I will prepare thoroughly." Before she could hear him say more, she had already run off. She said her points weren't enough yet, so she would continue. Lambda exclaimed in panic. "Hey," he sighed helplessly. "Well, let her keep the spirit alive for now." Lambda reviewed Bakchi's data and then thought, "Let's put her into a 3-person dungeon first, then combine the body data and continue calculating." He toiled away all night. He sat writing and revising. The skill and equipment data were sufficient, but the muscle fluctuations, reactions, and movement habits were also very important. Lambda was frustrated because the previous dungeon had 3 people, so Bakchi's data was still not accurate. He sighed. Currently, aside from luck, she wasn't ready yet. He put pen to paper on a plan to help her not reveal her talent but still pass the test, Lambda thought. Because of the personal dungeon for the class change exam, they do not rely solely on luck. In the Undercity, in a shabby apartment under dim light, that person extinguished his cigarette. The white smoke dissipated. The abyssal demon spoke wearily. Michael has been taken down." The large man with a long scar, a high-ranking abyssal demon, said, "Let's go kill the one who killed Lord Michael." A figure stepped out from the shadows, chuckling lightly. "Kill him." He analyzed that the Alliance's spies were dense. Just revealing any profound strength would lead to being surrounded in a few minutes with no way out. He is the card of the fallen evil, moving closer to the woman, especially those big guys. Even if they grew wings, it would be hard for them to escape. Black Fist slammed the table angrily. "You." She shoved his hand away and pouted. "Oh, come on. My cow is dead. I just want to know who will be the new commander and if the assassination plan will continue. You are the Fox Spirit, a member of the fallen evil." Yin Ghost shouted loudly that they still had to proceed. Black Fist's deep voice echoed, "We don't need to act personally. Just a light touch will suffice. We shouldn't stop because of my cow's death." Suddenly, Yin Ghost smiled wickedly. "Just need to add a little something to the final exam dungeon." What he summoned was a creature that could mesmerize hell, a special tool that increased the difficulty of the dungeon to catastrophic levels and spawned strange bosses. Its effect would last forever. Yin Ghost smugly stated that any target that appeared would be dealt with by it on their behalf. Black Fist touched the tool, lamenting why the master used such a precious item. It could have been exchanged for diamond equipment or skill books to strengthen the whole group. Just then, an object zipped by, making him freeze. Yin Ghost was stunned, realizing something. While Black Fist nervously looked at the one holding the card growled, "How foolish. Do you think the Alliance will let you go assassinate their protected target?" He darkened his face and coldly said he was looking for a way to die. The Fox Spirit smiled seductively. "Oh, come on. Little card. Don't be mad. Just ignore that fool," she teased further. "His IQ is low, so he only likes blunt talk. What do you need? Just keep poking fun." Hearing them bicker, Black Fist's face darkened in annoyance. The card disdainfully turned away. "I hate foolish types, especially those who work together." My cow let him into the team. Sooner or later, something will happen. The Fox Spirit called back. "Hey, little card." Black Fist clenched his fist and stood up. He bowed slightly and muttered an apology. Yin Ghost patted his head. "No need to apologize. Black Fist. Remember, Your strength is greater than his. Just don't give up. Suddenly, the tool changed its aura, and the power within it erupted violently. The card felt the chill and turned back. While Yin Ghost was also stunned while comforting Black Fist, everyone looked at the newly appeared figure. The card of the Master. Welcoming the Master. He reported that my cow was dead, and that a new dark demon would be sent along with a fallen evil to assist them. They had surely heard that name before. He continued. Bak Tio Su, and the image of the madman wreaking havoc immediately appeared in everyone's minds. Yin Ghost received the order immediately. Understood. We have certainly heard of him. He continued. He has killed dozens of high-ranking professions and even slaughtered civilians in the club. His death toll is over 1,000. His voice was as cold as ice. So are you not satisfied? Yin Ghost cautiously replied. I acknowledge Bak Tiu Su's strength, but his actions threaten us. If he comes to Jiang City, I will refuse any action. He emphasized, either Bak Tiu Su leaves or he must die. The atmosphere in the meeting room became tense. Inside, Yin Ghost was also restless and uneasy. The master broke the tension with praise. Good. You all think very correctly, rest assured. You have the right to refuse me. He reassured them that Bak Tiu Su would not interfere or act with them. He came to Jiang City to take over their assassination mission against Shangquan Yen. Moreover, the master emphasized that he would assist them in completing the new mission. The crucial task of the fallen evil group. It was to throw Huang Thiu Fong into the dungeon. He was a rare evil genius and would become their powerful ally. He added, after completing those two tasks, you can deal with Lambda, the one who killed my cow. Remember not to reveal your identities, and then have them bring the mesmerizing creature into the final exam dungeon. Then make the boss more ferocious, silently eliminate him so that the professionals regret it too late. However, Yan Kuai still wondered, my lord, while Lambda did kill my cow, is he really worth using a permanent diamond equipment creation tool on? Black Fist excitedly said. So, once we all have diamond equipment, my lord can kill anyone he wants. He also mentioned that even if Lambda managed to kill Mai Chao was only level 20. In terms of threat, he is not even as strong as Thang Quan Yen. If we use someone with a charming appearance, wouldn't it be better to target Thang Quan Yen instead? The lord appeared behind them. The guild members were hiding, but I still knew that Lambda might have obtained the certification at the Forgotten Lair. His life is more important than the leader of the Lin Van sect. He looked at Yen Kuei and whispered, right now. Everyone protecting Thang Quan Yen has left him. Even with the 4 of you, plus Bai Tiu Su, you might not even reach him. Do you understand? Yen Kuei quickly replied clearly. The Lord was satisfied and left, promising to take them back to the deep abyss for a baptism once the mission was completed. Yen Kuei gradually dissolved into mist and disappeared, destined to become a true warrior of the deep abyss. However, if he failed, it meant he was not worthy of receiving the profound power. The 4 of them immediately knelt to accept the order, swearing not to disgrace the mission and to complete the entrusted task. The next day at school, the teacher praised Lambda for not fearing the deep abyss demons and relying on his strength to defeat them. The students whispered. The guild came to present a commendation certificate. He is truly terrifying. Having once defeated Huang Thiu Tian and forced Huang Dong to apologize, now, he even killed a deep abyss demon. And it is said that his attributes are the best in the entire school. A skeptical voice chimed in. Why is the great Lambda showing off like this? Didn't he always rely on our information before? That's right. He has a significant influence on the forum but has never acknowledged it. The Deep Abyss demons have held grudges for a long time. Will they cause trouble? I don't think they would dare target him. They are just a bunch of sewer rats, not daring to confront a professional. Mock secretly cursed upon hearing this. He didn't even tell me when he was in danger. This foolish guy. I hope the guild can protect him and suppress the Deep Abyss forces. The teacher raised his voice to invite the principal to present the certificate. He proudly praised, Lambda, You are an outstanding student and the hope of the guild. Lambda softly replied, "Thank you, Principal, but I don't dare accept it, as each profession is a hope to eliminate the deep abyss." Before him appeared various treasures, all equipment and skill books of golden quality. He could choose and take them away. The students below widened their eyes in surprise. Wow, golden quality, that's amazing. However, Lambda felt troubled. I don't need to take them. Many items I can't even use. In his heart, he thought that the Thunder Spirit Moon Pendant and the Dragon Collar Necklace were both high quality and had great potential. Hard to replace. The 4 items were interconnected. And to exchange them, he needed to find 4 equivalent items. The Platinum Ring, while good, lacked cooldown reduction. When worn, it also lacked Blink, an active skill. It's not that I'm complaining, but it truly doesn't increase anything. It's a pity that platinum equipment is always attractive. While thinking, he suddenly stopped when he saw something. This is it. Lambda pointed directly at 3 treasures. I have chosen these 3 items: the Spirit Belt, Agile Shoes, and Holy Light. The system displayed a note. Spirit Belt. Level 1. Platinum quality. Increases health. Increases magic resistance. Fully restores vitality. And has an infinite activity effect that helps with recovery and shields. Next is Agile Shoes. Level 1. Platinum quality. Increases agility. Increases running speed. And reduces slow effects. And finally, the Skill Book. Holy Light. Platinum quality for priests. Consumes mana to restore significant vitality and increases all attributes for 10 seconds with a relatively long cooldown. He happily thought, isn't this the skill of the Knight Bisak Lin? Once reversed, it will cause all attributes of the enemy to drop sharply or plunge into a state of chaos. Lambda raised his hand to activate the skill book. Light enveloped him. And the Agile Shoes, when paired with the Dragon Collar Necklace, would greatly reduce speed and strength of effects, countering agile bosses and compensating for attribute deficiencies. The sound of admiration erupted. So handsome. I wonder what the Great One's attributes are now. The principal quickly stopped the commotion. The award ceremony ended, and everyone dispersed to study and prepare for assessments. Then he explained to him, "The guild has secretly sent people to protect you. Today's ceremony is also to make you the center of attention, making it harder for the deep abyss to act." Lambda understood. I understand. The principal asked sternly. The final test is in 3 days. Do you have any plans? Lambda said he would upgrade all equipment to level 10 and help his teammates pass the test. Suddenly, the ring on his hand rang loudly. He looked at the news and was startled. It was an urgent message. He immediately asked, "Can you tell me your teammates, so we can go to the principal's office for a bit?" He read the list. Tomak and Bakchi are your teammates. Right. Lambda replied, "Yes, I'm not worried about Tomakmak, I'm just concerned about Bakchi." He pointed at the girl on the paper. Her potential hasn't been fully realized, and she even wants to change classes. The principal smiled. If you choose her, then the girl must have some strengths. The exam doesn't offer any advantages, but as long as you pass, you won't have to worry about your future, and your studies won't be interrupted. He reassured, "Don't think too much. Just lead the training team," Lambda replied. "Yes, sir." He suddenly noticed something strange. The principal understood immediately. This is the real reward for you, and it's also part of the Alliance's plan. After finishing up in the principal's office, you'll enter the Lizardman dungeon. Bakchi is level 10, with the Luck Goddess potential at level 2. Lambda stood back to assess. The attack range is stable, just trust your judgment, and your reactions should be a bit quicker. She immediately responded clearly. The Lizarima leader took the opportunity to attack. Bakchi stepped back to block the blow. It jumped up from before, intending to strike her down with a knife. Lambda reminded, "Don't hesitate to dodge. Your angle must be precise." Her decisive sword tip slashed down, splitting it in 2. The system displayed the skill. Attention of the Luck Goddess, which can be used on a target to receive a special buff. Each time you clear a dungeon, it increases positive rewards for 24 hours and can only be used 3 times a week. Defeating the opponent made her breathe a sigh of relief. Her eyes lit up when she touched the treasure chest, activating her potential, which is the lucky hand. When opening the chest, there's a high chance of receiving equipment and skills of the highest quality she can use. He was surprised, thinking, is this a new ability that Bokchi gained when she raised her potential to level 2? Very practical. It reduces the number of big prize draws and significantly increases the ability to earn money while avoiding unsuitable professions. Thinking of this made Lambda's heart ache, because the lucky hand is a personal, passive skill. Only she can use it. But upon reflection, Lambda indeed felt it was unfair. Nothing fell to his side. While Bokchi kept winning prizes, he told himself to consider it a tie. She ran up to Lambda excitedly. The outfit coordination and point allocation are all according to your wishes. What do you think? He nodded in praise, showing clear progress. As long as you don't hesitate and follow through, you won't have to worry about the final exam. Hearing this, she smiled brightly and rubbed her wrist. Watching her rub her hands, he thought to himself, it really is still a bit forced. Initially, he thought she was chosen by the Great Sword system due to her innate strength. He asked directly, Bokchi, do you really want to change classes? She panicked and denied it. No, I really like the Great Sword. Did I do something wrong? He shook his head. It's not that. He pointed at her wrist. I know you've allocated a lot of points to strength. To become a great swordsman, you've worked very hard, but the profession also relates to your future. His voice became serious. To be straightforward, your physique isn't suited for the great sword profession. If you force it, it will harm your body. We can only accompany you for a while, but eventually you will have to leave the profession. The harsh truth made Bokchi feel sad, but he made it clear that changing classes is not easy. The difficulty of the dungeon is very high, and only she can enter. He has never experienced it himself, so he cannot guide her. She could get seriously injured or not recover at all. He rubbed her head and advised her that if she could get through this, future battles would be completely different. He was just giving a hint. Whatever she chooses, she is still part of the team. Bokchi clenched her fist tightly. Memories of the captain and teammates flashed in her mind. Even though she was just a buffer, she was always cared for by everyone. Seeing her silent, Lambda encouraged her, saying they would deal with the boss first and then think about it. She replied with a trembling voice. Bokchi gathered all her determination. I have made my decision. I will change classes. Lambda was happy for her, but the spinning in her head made her dizzy. She was so tired. Her head hurt, and she felt like she was going to throw up. He stepped out and immediately called out to Mock. She snapped back. I've been waiting for you two this whole time. Mock grumbled. Tomorrow is the final exam, and I can't find my teammates. Lambda smiled and handed her something, saying, Don't rush, I have good news. He held out a piece of paper and asked, Do you know what this is? One early morning at the career examination hall, everyone was nervously chattering, praying that no one would make a mistake. They stood in front of the countdown board for the boss, sighing heavily. With this talent, I could even twist screws tomorrow, the person next to you says. Don't worry. My grandmother has arranged for me to work as a clerk at the Alliance branch already. Just then, a group of 3 arrived, and Baiji exclaimed excitedly, There are so many people. Momo tucked her hair behind her ear and gently asked, Xiao Bai, are you ready? She obediently replied, Yes, ma'am. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, Momo Xiaoya. The parents of COC stood outside the student area, holding up a sign that read, The best trio, cheering loudly, You can do it, you will definitely pass. Lamya glanced at Momo and asked, Uncle, what? Still don't know. She laughed. I absolutely will not reveal it. He began to worry, thinking that this news would eventually leak out from somewhere else. But clearly, the security was too tight. Just then, the hall became chaotic. The city lord had arrived. The man with purple hair was none other than the city lord of Jiang City. He began. Good morning, students. I have an announcement to make. This year's exam will be postponed by 3 days due to unavoidable circumstances. His words caused the entire hall to fall silent. Today. Everyone was called, not just for that reason. Players murmured. What's going on? Why is it postponed for 3 days? Someone shouted. Could it be a ghost incident? One person doubted. There was a fight in the western city. News was blocked, and the scene was sealed off. Could a foreign object from another realm have slipped in? The girl next to her panicked. No way! I'm so scared. The city lord continued. Today is the first time that special students will appear at Jiang City. Lamya listened intently. According to the new regulations from the Alliance, each special rookie must participate in an independent dungeon challenge with their team before the final exam, the city lord added. This challenge is also a profession test, which will be streamed live for all students to watch and learn. He waved his hand forward. The first special rookie is. The spotlight shone on him, the #1 student of the Jiang City Vocational Academy, Lam Ya. Elsewhere. Labai frowned. The news just announced. The exam was postponed by 3 days. Lam Ya was suddenly chosen as the special rookie, and the dungeon he wanted to solo coincided with the final exam. Yingui appeared amidst the smoke and asked, Have you let the alluring figure in yet? He nodded, worried because they hadn't changed the dungeon. Haunting images flashed in his mind. But the Lord's mission was to get that person in, ensuring the assassination target must enter that dungeon. As for other matters, they are beyond our scope to handle. Yingai emphasized. Just confirm that Lam Ya has entered the correct dungeon to place the props. If there are no incidents, return to the base immediately. Do not waste time, Labai reassured. No need to worry about that. The device I placed is undetectable. That city lord won't notice anything. Even so. Yingui remained concerned. What if the professional checks the deep aura? Or if the dungeon's difficulty increases, causing them to seal off the scene? At that time, you would be stuck in Jiang City, waiting to die alone. Suddenly, he pushed the gold card into the wall. Labai gradually faded into the space. The first thing was to retreat, but still observe closely. The target is about to enter the dungeon. How about your side? Has Heiquan dealt with Huang Xiaofeng yet? He frowned and confirmed. It's done. He is in our hands. While Yingui was reporting, Heiquan was holding Huang Xiaofeng. As for that guy, we still haven't been able to contact him. He replied irritably, Forget about him. Just assassinating Shangguan Yan is enough. Live or die, it's up to him. On the stage. The trio of Lam Ya stepped up. As the announcement concluded, people had already guessed it was him. All special freshmen had made significant contributions to the Alliance or possessed god-level talents. Huang Xiaofeng was not impressive enough, not to mention the second generation like him. Shangguan Yan was also eliminated now. The city lord whispered, Just stand still here. The principal has already told you. Right. He waved his hand, activating magic from the ring. A beam of light shot straight into the sky, creating a gathering of energy. Lam Ya, Momo, and Baijur all moved towards the scene of the attack immediately after. The system board popped up, reminding, You are about to enter a dungeon with unclear information. The level is from human up. Nightmare difficulty. The final test. The name and data of the dungeon are concealed by special props. Only upon entry will the situation inside be clear. But the light turned red, signaling that you and your teammates have entered the dungeon. Receiving a bone fragment as feedback, using it will immediately take you out of the secret realm. Lambda frowned, sensing something was off. A warning appeared. When attacked, the bone shard's effect would wear off. The deeper they went, the more intense the warnings became. Due to the alluring presence, the difficulty of the dungeon increased to catastrophic levels. The bone shard's effect was compromised and had vanished. They could not leave the dungeon. Bakchi gritted her teeth, enduring the searing heat surrounding her. Mok immediately raised a shield to protect all three of them. Lambda. Could it really be like this? He nodded in confirmation. The dungeon had mutated. Upon reaching the boundary, the system immediately warned that the internal data had changed. The NM Forest dungeon had mutated, now at a catastrophic difficulty level, influenced by the alluring presence. The internal structure changed drastically. The original layout and new creatures had appeared, with most remaining intact. They had to strive to survive. Once the dungeon stabilized, Lambda reminded the group, just like in the previous simulation, gather together and form a defensive stance. The final boss in the Anum Forest consists of 3 intelligent humanoid monsters, all at golden rank. The pressure surrounded him. The hardest part was enduring the relentless firepower and being encircled by all 3 bosses at once. The main checks were on speed in clearing the dungeon and endurance during the fight. Lambda scanned each vulnerable point. Even a small mistake could cost skills and lead to unnecessary blood loss. Mok tightened her grip on her weapon, whispering worriedly, "If it weren't for the demons interrupting, this map wouldn't be so tough." Lambda tilted his head and smiled, agreeing. Bakchi seemed to be sitting on fire, her expression frazzled, outside the frame. His smile was evident, the aura of a great master sending chills down everyone's spine. 2 years ago, I also participated in the Southeast Asian forest, and I was beaten badly. The demons were even more disgusting. They were clearly human but wanted to wipe out a testing group like mine. I wonder if Lambda or the enhanced boss is stronger. Oh my, please don't lose anyone else. The card nestled in the corner chuckled softly. The arrogant genius's time was coming to an end. Those misfits. Your fun life is over. See you again. In the secret realm, Lambda calculated meticulously. No one could guess how that alluring figure would alter the terrain and bosses. So far, aside from the high heat, the minor monsters and terrain had not changed at all. He bluntly called out by name. Those snake half-breeds over there, it seems they've been waiting a bit too long. The system displayed information. Snake half-breed, level 15, golden quality, skills, blind poison arrow, stealth, net throw, ambush, speed, a half-human, half-snake species living in the Annam forest, fighting with daggers and spears, specializing in ambushes from trees. A blind poison arrow shot out swiftly. The light mixed with toxic smoke rose thickly, causing excruciating pain. Lambda pulled his cloak over his nose and shouted loudly, "Emerald Sea Tide Life." A stream of cool water surged forth, sweeping away the toxic gas in just a moment. The smoke cleared completely. The snake half-breed stared wide-eyed, not expecting their move to be countered so easily. Lambda immediately commanded, Mok. 2 o'clock. Gather 5 that are spreading out. Bakchi. Keep an eye on Mok when she charges her power. Unleash the strongest skill to wipe them all out. The 2 responded in unison. Understood. She unleashed the butterfly wind technique, and at that moment, he reminded her, Little Mok, to the left at 9 o'clock. There are 3 of them. Use firestorm and then ice binding technique. The flames blazed fiercely, incinerating the area of the snake half-breeds. The system warning appeared. Firestorm dealt critical damage, activating the fire spread effect. The fire element amplified throughout the area, burning continuously. The snake half-breeds lost health continuously. Minus 1,551, minus 1,553. Mok cast the ice-binding technique, freezing them and then swiftly eliminating them. She maintained the butterfly technique, calling out to Little Bak, and Bakchi confirmed immediately. I'll support you. Her face was full of determination, her resolve shining brightly. The flames twisted and coiled like a dragon soaring through the sky. The snake half-breeds fell into despair, losing 2,167 health. Lambda stood below, watching the massacre unfold. At that moment, someone in the shadows attempted to ambush. but he detected it beforehand. He growled, "Destruction formula." Lamda swung his sword from a distance, the slash tearing the tree behind him in half. After the wave, he slung his sword over his shoulder and told Mok Baichi to move forward, preparing to engage the elite monsters. "Remember to conserve mana." Mok raised her hand to signal, "Okay." In the hall, the blonde guy frowned. "Is that weapon a saber?" The purple-haired girl interjected. "No, why didn't anyone tell me that the male god was taking a shortcut?" The guy in the red hat chuckled. "And that beautiful girl summoned a clone. What kind of talent did she awaken?" Someone nearby whispered, "You know, she is the goddess of our academy. It said her talent is extremely strong." Confirmed by the Alliance. Enough to keep up with Lamgeo, not an ordinary person. Her father praised Lamda for growing up. Someone he can trust. Her mother was proud, saying that Mok is just as capable, excelling in everything. Now, they can rest easy. The card was grinding its teeth in frustration, creaking as if stepped on. He was pale with anger. Those weak fools, if they want to be strong, they must join the abyssal forces. Flattering all day, truly useless. He strode out of the gate. Just then, a stranger appeared on the wall, reporting, "Target number 3 has completely left." He immediately ordered the other side to confirm whether target number 1 had opened the abyssal gate yet. Preparing to close the net. Early morning at the outskirts. The girl issued a decisive command, "Close the net." The one hiding behind the wall immediately received the order. Team 2 surrounded the abyssal demon, initiating action. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Target, hunt and kill number 3. The group confirmed the final target, the fallen, the card. As soon as the words ended, both sides acted, moving away from the testing area. The card flew up, scattered by the wind. Each card transformed. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Those ignorant professionals don't even think about obstructing my great cause." He laughed with glee. "Today, I am officially an abyssal warrior." A part of his body mutated, roaring. "I am no longer who I used to be. I, the card, the vengeful one who fell into the abyss and was reborn, will trample this world." Just as he was feeling pleased, a loud shout rang out. "The fallen, the card." He snapped back angrily. "What?" The dark-skinned girl coldly said, "I give you 10 seconds. Remove all the fog from your body, suppress the abyssal energy, and raise your hands in surrender, or else." Her brows tightened like a final warning, with only the path to death left. 10. The soldiers immediately controlled the card. He screamed, "Damn it! What's wrong with you guys? No, there's a mole who betrayed me." He struggled desperately. The countdown echoed loudly. 9, 8. The card went mad, unleashing his power. "You better not mess this up." Manifest. Diamond Mage outfit. Diamond Mage weapon. Universal card. Die already. The dark-skinned girl waved her hand, still stubborn. Attack. The group of warriors charged forward. His abyssal power surged, his equipment glowing brightly. He wore a twisted smile. Universal card. Royal card. Just as he was getting fired up, a surprise blow struck. The soldiers fired purifying arrows. The arrows were silent. He was interrupted from casting spells. Summoning failed, entering a state of silence. The flames they controlled dealt fire damage, along with burning, turning into a curse that made the target only able to move slowly or dispel themselves. The fireball exploded, engulfing the card. He collapsed, nearly drained, as the alliance of professionals surged in. Suddenly, his eyes changed color. "I have to make you all die together." He tore apart everything around him. The system reported the profound power being unleashed, devouring and cleansing debuffs, amplifying attacks, going berserk. All attributes greatly increased, skills became stronger, and his body was immune to pain. The dark-skinned girl and her teammates raised their shields. "Everyone be careful. He is about to unleash his full, profound strength." From this moment, he became a reborn boss, rapidly regenerating health every second, chanting a dark descent to create a wide, dark barrier, reducing the enemy's visibility. The black mist from his bright eyes spread out, come here, you worthless fools. If you can't kill me, then I will wipe you out along with everyone in the hall, leaving not a single one alive." After that statement, he charged forward like a madman wanting to sweep everything away. Suddenly, a light butterfly darted out from the darkness. It pierced straight through his chest like a bullet, dealing 1000% critical damage, reducing life regeneration by 50%. The card roared. "That damn assassin!" The mysterious figure behind him spoke up. "I'm right here." He turned his hand to cast the Moonfall triple strike. In another place, the crowd was buzzing. "Look, the path the boss is taking seems to lead to the poisonous frog." They guessed that Lamb was planning to use the toxic pond to kite and take another route. The guy next to him stroked his chin. A poisonous frog. What's the point of fighting it? It doesn't affect the barrier, it just increases buffs. The system displayed the monster's name. Poisonous frog. Level 20. Diamond quality. Dangerous skills. Weapons used to defeat it will gain the lazy poison trait, turning it into extremely toxic. It lives in the eastern part of the Annam forest, controlling the toxic green pond with its poisonous skin. Without hesitation, Lambda summoned a red orb, reversing the healing spell and the deprivation spell. The red-black energy swirled like a vortex, and the poisonous frog counterattacked with its tongue. The spectators shouted loudly, "Quickly dodge. Don't let that poisonous frog hit Lambda. He's going through the dungeon without a scratch." He was pierced through by it, not to mention the wind and flower assistance of the god. The commentary was abruptly drowned out when they saw the poisonous frog lunging forward. Lambda's life points dropped sharply, minus 2,587, but he remained calm, reversing the divine healing. Calamity descending. The wound closed quickly, and they gaped in shock. He got hit but had no injuries. Could it be that he can heal himself? The poisonous frog blindly charged forward. Lambda dodged the poisonous attacks, maintaining distance to avoid being pulled or poisoned, and began to kite again. The viewers lamented. Where are the mages and the great swordsmen? Why are they just standing still, planning to avoid the fight? Two girls were still quietly supporting him from behind. Bakchi activated the wind ring, while Mok cast a great fireball, a fusion skill. The precise combination caused the poisonous frog to lose 2,544 life points. Bakchi frowned, saying it was no surprise that the disaster dungeon was enhanced. Even the smaller bosses were troublesome. Mok wiped the sweat from her brow. "It's nothing unusual, even though it's a fusion skill. It's light and doesn't consume much mana or cooldown." She suddenly remembered something. Just as Lambda guessed, how long had they been away from the monsters? She kept her eyes peeled. 30 seconds, 31, 32. The poisonous frog weakened due to the deprivation spell. The countdown continued. 33, 38, 39, 40. And then it exploded. They received the secret realm buff, the lazy poison trait. Mok signaled with her eyes. 40 seconds was enough. Bakchi smiled happily at the perfectly timed reward. The card at this moment was drained of life. The last point of the evil being vanished, the death confirmation established. The dark-skinned girl watched him fall, confirming that target number 3 was dead. She ordered the mysterious figure. The 5/6 led the profound army, coordinating with other teams, seizing this rare opportunity. He replied seriously right away. Then he tightened his voice and asked loudly, "Brothers, everyone saw that, right?" The whole group held their breath as the mysterious figure continued, stating that the upcoming battle would be more brutal than any enemy they had ever faced. He asserted that this time it would be like a direct confrontation with the tide of demons, and no one might survive to return. He looked at each person to gauge their loyalty. If anyone wanted to withdraw, stand up now. I will not stop or blame you. I only hope you protect my brothers and the people of the city. Do not let the demons cause trouble. No one moved. The righteous words made everyone silent and resolute. The mysterious figure repeated once more. "Has everyone made their decision?" The soldiers replied in unison. "We have decided, and we will not regret it." "Right. No regrets," he roared with satisfaction. "Good." The whole team took an oath. "Then follow me into the abyss, to behead the Abyss King. Humanity will surely prevail." In the dungeon, the three of them rampaged, wiping out the elite serpent, the elite ghost spider, and the elite wild boar. Mach looked at the leaderboard with joy, unsure if it was because she was stronger or the map was weaker. Her score was 20 points higher than Lambda's, and she still had enough strength to take down 10 more. Lambda interrupted, reminding her that it was still early. The first boss hadn't appeared yet. Little Mach summoned the big tree for protection. Fong Sin Chile lightly shook the bell on her wrist. The sound sent chills down their spines. A gigantic tree fell from the sky. The spirit of the great tree had manifested, thanks to the influence of the mesmerizing figure. The great tree's innate ability was permanently raised to platinum. Mach and Fong Sin Chile were stunned. An Ho Kan coughed lightly in shock. What kind of joke is this? Can Thuka use debuffs to break limits outside the battle? The audience was astonished. Wasn't this the boss of the secret realm? Thunchu commented that this child had immense potential, and this was just a summoned avatar. Suddenly, the dungeon warned that the shadow of Anam had tracked their location. Lambda tightened his voice. "It's coming." The magic circle lit up, and the system displayed Shadow of Anam. Number 1. Number 2. 5 squares, 3. Level 20 down to 10. Quality from platinum to gold. Skills: Enchanted Flame Weapon, 5 linked slashing blade, single slash, and block. The 3 of them were infected in the Anam forest. Now they were mindless monsters. They would kill any living creature that appeared before them. Lambda immediately charged into battle. The great tree set up a formation. The giant tree galloped across the chasm, executing the knight's charge, Heaven's Strike, aiming for the landing point. The two sides clashed violently, continuous damage points deducted. The knight's charge dealt 1,021 damage, and Heaven's Strike deducted 1,920 health. Shadow number 1 fell. He seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, "Unleash your power, Mach, Bak Chi. Don't hold back your mana. Unleash all skills for quick damage. Little Mach. Stay put and wait for orders." Mach unleashed ice magic, showcasing the results of her training. Ice binding technique. The shadow was controlled, its health continuously dropping, deducting 426, 287, 413, but it didn't take long for them to break free. Bak Chi immediately rushed in to assist. Lei Min. The raging flames struck directly, deducting 1,912 life points. Mach did not stop, following up with Pink Butterfly, Wind Butterfly, and Poison Bubble. She coordinated with Tat Fong Nan, creating a sharp net to ensnare the boss. Dust and smoke filled the air. Bak Chi worriedly asked if she should go into close combat since all long-range skills had been used up. The system panel suddenly appeared. Shadow of Anam number 1 had been defeated. Its eyes gleamed with rage as it gritted its teeth and charged forward. The target it chose to confront was Lambda. The council evaluating Lambda commented that according to intelligence, the Abyss was planning to assassinate me to obtain the artifact on the way. Kuan Yen chuckled lightly. This is indeed a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tiente nodded. Yes, thanks to Lambda's appearance, their plan was thrown into chaos, shifting their target to him. Targeting Lambda isn't wrong. They are playing the Fox Spirit Mountain trick, sending Bak Tiu Su to act alone. That guy's eyes glinted behind his single eye, thinking that the Lord of the Abyss was far-sighted. But little did he know that Bak Tiu Su was just a clumsy fool. Kuan Yen added, "Being ambushed by me yet still charging in. It's unclear if they're foolish or just confident." A few demons were planning to retreat to their lair, unaware that Bai Xiaoshi had vanished. A plan to deceive them with false information had already been prepared. He decided to inform Lam Ya, so that he could actively enter the secret realm in the role of a special reincarnation, causing the demons to let their guard down and open the abyss gate early. A council member worriedly asked, "What about his son?" TNT firmly replied, "I have already spoken to him. Consider it a test." Remembering Tu Fong, if the Lord wants to recruit him, it won't be harmful when the gate opens. As long as he refuses the power of the abyss, the spy will bring him back to Jiang City. Just then, someone rushed in. The girl reported to Kuan Yin, "Master, our main forces have entered the abyss and are gaining the upper hand, but in 5 minutes, the demon tide will crash into Jiang City." After hearing this, he stood up and said, "Follow the plan. Everyone temporarily retreat to the center of the inner city and wait for the main forces to return. This time, we will definitely win. No one will be harmed." Kuan Yin glanced at the screen showing Lam Ya, thinking about the variables. Inside the secret realm, the battle was still intense. The giant tree unleashed a move that wiped out the monsters. "Lord Lam Ya, please allow me to handle these pests." Killing slash. Life points reduced by 2,620. The shadow of Anam momentarily paused. The guardian giant tree charged forward, unleashing a move that turned everything to dust. Heavenly strike. The wild horse rampaged, reducing 1,503, then another 1,508 life points. The entire room was stunned. The boss of the secret realm on the screen had to be at least platinum level. The god of death's triple slash just finished, and 2 bosses had been eliminated. Huang Tiante nodded. That's right. Defeating a platinum level boss only requires 5 moves. The universities watching were all satisfied. They said, "This girl is like an unpolished gem. Her awakened talent is the reason she holds the status of a special reincarnation." The bald man beside them shook his head. "Honestly, I am not very optimistic about the priests going this route." He adjusted his glasses and continued. "Although the damage is high, healing and mana spread out, it is still less durable compared to the tank class, not able to block counterattacks like a swordsman." They analyzed. Warriors have lifesteal, assassins are agile, while priests are too fragile, easily hit and suffer heavy losses if they step onto the front lines. The city lord overheard and was surprised. What if the battlefield really encounters a strong controller? Getting overwhelmed with damage means instant death. Therefore, I do not support priests making surprise plays. Just fulfilling their roles is enough. He chuckled softly. Perhaps this guy is intentionally hiding his cards, not wanting anyone to see his true strength. After all, he is a special reincarnation recommended by Jiang City. The observer waved his hand, meaning the teacher did not mean that. In reality, he is doing very well. From the moment of attack, dodging, and responding to enemy strikes, everything is extremely precise. His tactics, awareness, and performance are nearly perfect. However, he still pointed out the weaknesses. If the talent is not enough to keep him alive, in chaotic battles, it is very easy to die. The teacher only regrets that talent. The observer asked back, "Teacher, are you serious?" The bald man raised his voice. "After all, it is just a versatile profession with high combat power. There are plenty of talents that can replace him." His words caused the city lord to pause. Not stopping there, the bald man mentioned Mok Mok. This girl is completely different. Her clone has high intelligence, good combat ability, synchronized with the master's strength, just like the boss using all its power against her. Every movement of her is recorded carefully. Later, she just needs to stand behind and command. Letting the clone fight is enough. Moreover, the summoned creature can be revived. If used correctly, she will become a permanent weapon, capable of infiltrating other realms. Everyone should consider the strategic value of this. Just then, a soldier ran in. After hearing the report, the city lord nodded. Understanding, the observer anxiously asked, What happened? He stepped onto the platform and spoke loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received information. In 5 minutes, the demon tide will invade. Everyone should stop watching and move to the shelter as directed. Please rest assured, the defenses are solid, and high-level professionals have been arranged around. The city lord reassured everyone. As long as you stay calm and follow the instructions, you will be safe. Mok's mother frowned with worry. Is there really a demon tide? Her father smiled to reassure his wife. It's fine. This alliance is very confident. Let's go. Don't hinder the kids. The system reported in red. Anamchian has been eliminated. A new map has opened. The charmer of the forest wishes good luck and encourages interaction with new friends. Lamia took out a golden scroll. Mok asked curiously. What is this? He replied slowly. Something the Alliance prepared just for us. The scroll glowed brightly. Ancient texts appeared. Lamia explained. The new map is far more dangerous. Everyone take this for self-defense. Information about the shield scroll appeared. Once used, it will create an impenetrable shield for 10 minutes. However, those inside cannot leave or attack. He handed it to her and advised that if it wasn't used, she should keep it for later. Mok nodded. I understand now. So what's next? Lambda waved his hand. No, everyone stay back. Let Xiao Mok stay here. I will go with the ancient tree. The gate to the next level just appeared. Lambda's eyes turned cold. The map ahead is too dangerous, he warned. The area before them is out of the testing range. You all have done very well. His hand rested on the tree trunk. Moreover, I also brought the ancient tree guardian along. Bakchi and Mok exchanged glances. Fong Xin Lei remained silent. Both pushed the items in front of him. Then let's take them along. He was stunned by the surprise. Lambda sighed. He had no choice but to take Fong Xin Lei with him. There's no reasoning with these people. He tossed the item Bakchi handed into the mouth of the ancient tree and said, Let's go. The system activated. Using acceleration, the guardian tree sped up. Using water rush, the guardian tree accelerated even more. Using thunderstorm shift, maximum damage. The guardian tree carried Lambda and Fong Xin Lei straight into the deep black hole. The system began to provide information. Black armored puppet soldier, level 10, golden quality, no skills. Description: soldiers in black armor wielding black swords. Although they have no skills, they strike quickly and deal very high damage. Black armored puppet archer, level 10, golden quality, no skills. Description: soldiers using long black bows, no skills but extremely high accuracy. He commanded, charge forward. The puppets were easily taken down by the ancient tree. The knight charged, eliminating them. The space was left in ruins. 3 linked cuts, eliminated. But there was still one puppet standing tall amidst the smoke. Black-armored puppet swordsman. General. Level 20. Diamond quality. Skills: summon puppet sword soldiers, archers, and spear soldiers. He is the leader of the black-armored puppet legion, instinctively destroying enemies. Capable of summoning an infinite number of soldiers, the guardian tree asked. Sir Lambda, should I take action? I believe I can finish it in 1 minute. He frowned. Wait. Something feels off. His eyes revealed killing intent. There are hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. We must force them out first. A red light surrounded him, reflecting. Body energy therapy. Ready for calamity. A massive source of power struck down upon the puppets, but the puppet remained unfazed. Black armored puppet assassin. General. Level 20. Diamond talent. Skills: stealth, smoke bomb, shuriken. He is an assassin serving the black armored general, leading a team of puppets that can become invisible, using shuriken from a distance and katana in close combat. Lambda's gaze turned serious. Another scene with a couple again. He jumped off the back of the guardian tree. Xiao Mok temporarily retreated. These 2 bosses are a match for you. Tree brother, stay close to the swordsman. I'll handle the ninja. After taking down the first wave of soldiers, pull it closer to the ninja. Okay, it replied. Understood. Its voice was filled with disdain. This little thing dares to stop me. The black-armored puppet summoned a purple orb, calling monsters. Lightning flashed across the dark sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Lambda activated the command. Jimlin Nguyet An, destroying knowledge, initiate. When night falls, words appeared in the sky, increasing damage by 50%. A terrifying force struck down again, reflecting all stars, descending to hell. End. Enemy life points reduced by 4,068. Total annihilation. The puppet assassin gritted its teeth, pulling something from its robe. A thick fog suddenly spread. Stealth. Smoke bomb. He stood still and instructed, Xiaomakmak, it's your turn now. Hearing this, Feng Xinqi closely followed her. Butterfly wind. The ninja was quickly cornered. The boss was defeated by the black-armored puppet assassin. The general. On the other side, the ancient tree also took down the remaining puppets. The general's eyes sparkled as he fell into a standoff. Entering a state of battle readiness, he prepared to summon a new batch of soldiers. Lambda called forth a red orb. Using reverse healing and the skill theft technique, he launched a direct attack, finishing off the boss of the secret realm, a swordsman in black armor, the general, at the hidden refuge. The crowd roared. Lambda has an AoE attack from a distance, truly a living legend, with damage higher than both platinum bosses from earlier. Although the skills are few, their power is unmatched. The excited man couldn't hide his enthusiasm. With this quality, many from the major academies might not even be able to achieve it. The person next to him wondered, "Don't tell me he's a legendary genius." That statement made the bald man sweat. Indeed, it could even be a sign of divine talent awakening. A hand gently rested on his shoulder. The city lord expressed concern. "Do you feel unwell? Do you need to rest?" The bald man forced a smile. "I'm fine. Sorry for my outburst. Student Lambda is indeed a genius, worthy of being a special recruit for Jiang City." The cheers grew louder. Indeed, calling him a legend is not an exaggeration. His potential and strategic value are immense. Colleagues, let's prepare to compete for his recruitment. A stream of dark energy swept over Bakchi's head. From Lambda's direction, "Hurry over there." His expression was emotionless, sensing a great source of power. The ancient tree turned to ask, "Lord Lambda, that one is very strong." A faint figure rode a broomstick through the gray smoke. Thousands of puppets appeared, revealing the Queen of Annihilation. The Annihilation sorceress laughed coldly. The system reported that due to the rising temperature from the alluring figure, the unnamed enemy in the secret realm had grown stronger. The ancient tree said, "Annihilation sorceress. The system lacks sufficient information, only showing clone, level, aptitude, skills, unclear." Lambda was surprised. "Have you encountered this boss before?" He focused on observing the Annihilation sorceress. It was a clone, with no data available, seemingly summoned by something. Her face still wore a smile. His thoughts raced. He had encountered a boss like this before. He silently assessed. This battle would be extremely challenging. The Annihilation sorceress spoke. Quite interesting. She listed each item: the passage paper, the forgotten lair, soul summoning, the guardian tree, and the tears of resurrection. The smirk remained on her face. No wonder there was an alarm. The ancient tree was ready, waiting for the attack order. The tears of resurrection were also preparing to unleash their skills. Lambda signaled, "Brother tree, little Mok, do not be careless. Does anyone know her?" She shook her head, taking a small step back. It replied, "I don't know, but she feels very familiar. Lord Lambda, she has a mark similar to yours." He frowned and asked again, "A mark? It must be the passage paper to the forgotten lair." The Annihilation sorceress twisted and smiled. "Little brother, don't look at me like that. Considering our connection, I will let you pass this door for free." After saying that, she flew away, hoping you can also get through the forgotten lair. The puppets bowed and then retreated. The system reported that the boss of the secret realm, the Annihilation Sorceress, had disappeared. That scene left him stunned. Did she really leave? Was it because he had the passage paper? Or was she also a creature from the lair? The ancient tree stroked its chin, although it didn't remember her clearly. Besides the mark from the lair, she also bore signs from the same source. The Tears of Resurrection nodded in agreement. It hesitated before speaking. She is not a creature of the secret realm. I suspect when the master used soul summoning to summon me, it transferred some of the alluring figure's power to me, thus pulling her in here. She also carries a similar aura. Perhaps she granted this power to the secret realm and altered the dungeon, Lambda pondered, although he wanted to understand thoroughly. The tree summoned by soul summoning probably held no valuable memories. Well, no need to think any further. He frowned slightly. Brother, let's put aside the matter of the demoness for now. Lambda looked up at the large vortex above. The problem is that the general summoned by the demoness has also disappeared. So, who is the final boss? And why hasn't the system reported anything further? Suddenly, he heard a call, Lambda, and he turned around quickly. It was Mok Mok. Mok Mok and Bok Chi rushed over, saying they sensed a disturbance on the map and were worried something had happened, so they immediately came to find him. She wiped the sweat from her brow, breathing a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing is wrong. Just then, the puppets stopped in their tracks. The system warned, detecting a black-armored puppet mage. The mage profession requires attention. The puppet cast a cold gaze down below. They immediately charged down. The black-armored puppet mage was filled with battle intent. Mok Mok panicked. Oh no, did I guess wrong again? Lambda drew his sword, reassuring her not to think too much. If she hadn't come, we probably wouldn't have received a notification at the door. I suspect this is the final boss. The puppet began to gather an energy ball and then launched it. They targeted her directly for the attack. Lambda immediately stepped in front. The ancient tree and the life shield also joined the battle. A magical circle of light surrounded the group. It froze the remaining energy ball to prevent the explosion from spreading. Hearing this, Mok Mok acted, using ice seal technique. An ice wall slowly formed. The wall blocked the advancing puppets. Seeing this, the puppet murmured an incantation, casting a spell through the protective barrier, summoning the array. The sky darkened again. The black-armored puppet mage began to summon something mysterious. Thousands of puppets flew in the air, covering the sky, then dove down to break the magical circle. The black-armored puppet mage's army officially entered the fray. Bok Chi tightened her grip on her sword, horrified. There were so many it was disgusting. The ancient tree turned to ask, Lord Lambda, how should we deal with this? He smiled enigmatically. No need to rush. Facing this number, I also need to call for worthy reinforcements. Lambda raised his hand, and the item in his hand flew into the air, summoning. The Dark Curse Knight appeared. The gigantic shadow overwhelmed the entire enemy formation. The Dark Knight looked extremely fierce, summoned at Platinum level 20, fighting for 1 hour. Mok Mok looked at him with admiration. Lambda, your master is a level 15 golden boss. Right. How did you upgrade it? He replied nonchalantly. I never paid attention to it. In his mind, he also wondered, could its power be tied to mine? The screen on the other side exploded. Oh my, it's Master Cam. Haven't you heard of him? The Great Lambda is the one who changed the historical difficulty, the one who caused the summoning qualifications to drop. I've been shocked for a year because of this. A chubby young man widened his eyes. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I just want to have his child. The cheers were deafening, smashing the puppets. The one with the enchanting figure was just like that. The cold-faced guy gritted his teeth. Your connection has been cut off too. Huh. The blue-haired guy ground his teeth. That's right. What now? We're all stuck here. The guy next to him replied. Whatever. Let's act first and figure it out later. A sinister laugh came from one. Too fitting. The demon commander is in trouble. They can no longer control us. No need to be a target anymore. Just summon the teleportation gate. Over here. Lambda instructed Knight Nguyen Rua, the old teacher, that there was no need to use the moonlight burst. If they wanted to swarm, he just needed to pull the monsters away. Its eyes immediately turned red. The knight leaped, casting Dark Curse. All stats surged, charging straight ahead. He brandished his sword and charged directly into the swarm of illusions. The illusions rushed in to attack fiercely. Lambda observed closely and said, "Good. The formation has been disrupted by the old teacher. As long as they weren't all dead, the 4 bosses wouldn't dare to make a move." Lambda led the group to retreat. It seemed they wanted to use the small monsters to wear us down. They were still channeling mana into the magic formation, not attacking at all. Indeed. Even the General of Illusions wasn't very smart. Knight Nguyen Rua suddenly turned back. The swarm of illusions charged in unison to ambush. Lambda shouted loudly, "Now! Right!" A wave of terrifying power swept away the illusions. Hell's descent. The whole group fell like dry leaves, offering no resistance. The ancient tree also contributed a blow. Heaven's Strike, refreshing the skill. Continuing with Heaven's Strike, Lambda unleashed his move, nearly wiping out the illusion soldiers. Reverse Tide, Life and Death. Mok Mok and Bok Chi coordinated to rush in. Poison Cell, Firestorm, Life's Tear supported. Ice Freeze technique was unleashed. The illusions were shattered by Knight Nguyen Rua, Moonlight Ambush, critical hits in succession. The dust gradually settled, after a series of fierce blows. The black-armored illusion mage was eliminated, the formation was broken, and the boss took reverse damage. The tendrils behind him reached out, dispersing attacks to prevent them from recovering or summoning more monsters. The chain demon tightened around the illusion's body. Reverse transfer technique and restriction technique were simultaneously cast. His eyes flashed with killing intent. It was over. Reverse healing. Plunder technique. The illusions gradually disintegrated. The illusion mage was burned from within. Critical hit. Reverse healing. Divine technique. Calamity descends. Continuing to reverse. Hell's descent. You have defeated the black-armored puppet mage. General. He quietly glanced at Mok Mok. She and Bok Chi were still working together to take down the remaining illusions. The ancient tree guardian was not standing idle. The illusion mage trembled, trying to get back up. Knight Nguyen Rua immediately swung his sword down, despairing heavy strike. The swirling chains gradually disappeared. The system announced the completion of the mutated instance of the southern forest, starting to calculate rewards. The golden fish glowed. Swimming around, a treasure chest appeared, thanks to the special ability of the Goddess of Luck. All treasures would be upgraded to diamond level. A notification appeared before Lambda, asking if he wanted to double the treasure. He calmly replied, "Open it." As soon as he finished speaking, the treasure chest immediately opened, receiving the diamond-level skill Priest's Blessing of the Collective Affection. The mage weapon, Thunder God's Tome. Equipment including the 6-yang ring. A rare item. Along with the item was a note detailing the skill Priest's Blessing of the Collective Affection. It healed all targets in range, increased all attributes, and randomly added 3 buff effects, only removable by skills of the same level. Lambda smiled slightly. A diamond-level skill like this was indeed worth it. Another panel appeared. Punishment of the Spirit Stone. Reduces the life of all targets in range. Lowers attributes. Randomly removes 3 buffs. His whole body radiated killing intent. His aura rising. The people on the other side curiously crowded around the screen, wondering what had dropped. Let me see. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. The city lord coldly looked at the chaotic crowd below. He remained silent before asking, "What is the situation of the battle at the abyssal border now?" Monsieur replied with a smile, "We are about to win. We have fought all the way to the depths of the abyss. Today is the best opportunity to eliminate the master of the abyss." He gritted his teeth. Today, they will all have to die. The city lord turned around, his expression calm. Good, but this feeling is too easy. So we must still be cautious. The demons of the abyss will stop at nothing, Monsieur quickly added. If we can wipe them out in just one battle. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the crowd cheering. Lambda. Lambda looked around, secretly thinking, am I already in a safe place? He stood with Mok and Bok Chi among the excited crowd, just as per the alliance plan, but it was unclear how far they had progressed. The city lord looked at him and nodded slightly, a smile briefly appearing. He glanced back, feeling uneasy, as if he had overlooked something. Mok smiled and waved at a distance, following her gaze. Lambda saw her parents. If they could completely eradicate the forces of the abyss, uprooting them would be excellent. He chuckled softly, but suddenly the crowd panicked and screamed as a strange creature appeared. Lambda's expression changed instantly. It was a demon-tide creature. The city lord frowned, puzzled. How did it get in here? A person being choked screamed loudly. Help! Monsieur rushed over. Everyone stepped back. Don't panic. Let me save him. There's a possibility that the safe house has been infiltrated. We must respond immediately. Sweat poured down his forehead as he quickly ordered reinforcements. Lambda dashed forward to pull the person away from the creature's claws. He turned around and used the skill. Tactical seize to eliminate the creature. The man collapsed to the floor. Another hand reached out, and Lambda suddenly noticed something strange. It wasn't right. The guards outside the city were supposed to be very strong. He glanced at Monsieur, who was holding the other person. Monsieur easily returned to report, and moreover, he was sent by the high-ranking alliance members. Lambda frowned and turned in another direction. This group of demon-tide creatures was definitely summoned by an infiltrator. A group of people panicked and fled as they were chased by monsters. The city lord raised his hand to command. Quickly, all the professionals here, draw your weapons, protect the students. The winged dragon behind him also immediately transformed. The professionals coordinated to resist the waves of monsters. A woman screamed in panic upon discovering a monster behind her. Monsieur shouted loudly, warning, city lord, behind you. He raised his hand to calm the crowd. Don't panic. The fire of the winged dragon only burns the abyssal monsters. The winged dragon breathed fire, incinerating the monster that was about to charge, while several other creatures broke through the walls and rushed in. He began to feel confused. Who is using the summoning artifact? Where is the infiltrator hiding? Mok quickly spoke up. I'll handle this area with Bok Chi. Little Mok. Keep an eye on where the demon tide might emerge. Lambda fought while calculating. Should he prioritize evacuating people or hunting down the infiltrator? His face was icy. He was sure that the culprit had not escaped. This safe house was within the city. Unlike the tournament, the defenses were very strict, but if he couldn't catch him, the demon tide would not stop. A scream from outside the door sent everyone in the city into a panic. The demon tide also appeared in the city and above the shelter, with the monster levels fluctuating around 30 to 40. The entire combat team was urgently surrounding and killing them. The city lord controlled the winged dragon and asked urgently, Vuong Monsieur, why hasn't the reinforcements from the inner city arrived yet? His face clearly showed anxiety. Where is the force stationed around here? One person hugged his arms and replied, a teleportation gate for the demon tide has appeared inside the city. The number of monsters outside far exceeds our expectations. He panicked, sweat dripping from his forehead. The monsters from this new gate are very strong, and the guard team is understaffed, unable to provide support. Lambda listened and realized the situation was dire. If this continued, the demon tide inside and outside the city would trap everyone, and their group would be wiped out one by one. Mok created a protective light circle and said to Bok Chi, Psych. I've found that my skill is particularly effective against those insect-like monsters. Bok Chi nodded, confirming they must belong to the low-resistance type. She anxiously looked over at Lambda. Do you still have mana left? He replied calmly. I can still hold on. You should conserve your mana so that little Mok can use her main attack. But inside, he still felt uneasy. If the demon tide continued to surge like this, everyone would need a large amount of recovery items. Fortunately, besides him, Mok, and little Bokjia, there was also the city lord, the observers from the academy, and a few other professionals providing support. He quickly turned to the city lord and said, "The monsters here are around levels 10 to 20. The high-level teleportation gates may have opened elsewhere." He turned toward the wall where everyone was huddled. The monsters have low magic resistance but very high physical defense, so the mages can assist from a safe zone. Understanding his intent, the city lord immediately ordered, "All mage students, prepare to join the fight." Everyone confirmed in unison. At that moment, Lambda's sword lit up. Killing intent surged around him. The system panel popped up. Transfer. Blessing of the stars. Meteor strike. Causing the life force of all monsters to drop significantly. And all attributes decreased. Seeing this, the crowd cheered in admiration. "Lambda is amazing." One person beside him exclaimed, "The diamond-level skill from the dungeon is indeed different. I didn't expect it to debuff and deal damage at the same time." A female student ran over and shouted, "We will also follow Lambda and contribute our strength." She cast a spell on the blonde-haired girl. "Let us heal your health and mana." Lambda still felt worried. If the skills and items for mana recovery are insufficient, and reinforcements haven't arrived, their group would exhaust themselves. If they can't find the source causing the demon tide, when everyone reaches their limit, the consequence will be annihilation. He stepped forward and asked the city lord directly, "How many days can the supplies in the area last?" He answered immediately, "This is only a temporary refuge. We don't have excess supplies, and the resupply must wait for the guard team." He frowned. "That's too bad. The elite forces have all been pulled for the deep raid operation. Both the inner and outer city are short on personnel. Wait, something feels off." He froze. "We've been misled. This is a Fox Mountain tactic." Someone was about to place a hand on his shoulder. "Calm down." Lambda reflexively pushed away. "Get back. Don't disturb me right now." Kuan Yin removed her mask, her face gradually becoming clear. "Lambda, it's me. I understand what you're thinking." Lambda stopped. "Shangguan Yen, why are you here?" Kuan Yin cleared the surrounding monsters quickly and said rapidly, "I didn't have time to report the plan to you. The one luring Baitiu Su is not me. It's a decoy arranged by the Alliance. I've been watching over you. You're very strong. Cooperating will definitely break through the encirclement. Eliminate all monsters and find the source of the demon tide." The professionals are setting up a defensive circle. Seeing them struggling, Lambda asked again, "Are you sure? How long will it take? If it drags on, casualties are unavoidable." Kuan Yin didn't answer, just unleashed her skill. "Let me show you my talent." Her hand rested on Lambda's shoulder, and the system announced, "Granting power of unknown origin. Receiving soul adaptation from Shangguan Yen. Skill damage. Plus 100%. Increased range. Expanded damage area. Reduced cooldown by 30%. Increased mana recovery. Health recovery. Shared damage." Kuan Yin smiled. "This is my talent, Soul Link. It transfers my soul to you, lasting for 1 hour. And it's not just that." Lambda asked urgently, "What's the cost? Will it harm me?" He looked at her hand glowing with golden light. "This talent must be legendary." Kuan Yin quickly said, "Don't worry. The side effects only affect me. After using it, I will faint for a week. You have to protect me. This fragile one. This is my last card." Lambda grabbed her hand and pulled her along without hesitation. Kuan Yin, still caught off guard, exclaimed, "Hurry up, you lead the way." A monster blocks the way. "Damn, there's a spy. Don't let it shoot slime." Lambda brandished his sword and charged straight ahead to slash. With just one strike, the monster fell right there. He raised his sword in front of him, and the Thunder Spirit Moon Hidden began to absorb the remaining soul. The system displayed a notification. The quality surged, and all attributes were enhanced. Kuan Yin continuously led the way. Lambda followed closely, with monsters still swarming behind them. He turned his head to ask, "Have you figured out who it is?" While fighting and moving, Kuan Yin nodded. "Of course, there are always hidden watchers in this area." A scroll containing hidden weapons floated in the middle of the room, placing the summoning scroll right in the monitoring room. I don't know if it's brave or foolish, as this place has surveillance cameras. Outside, Jiang City was covered in dust and smoke. Among the swarm of monsters, two figures advanced straight ahead. "Damn it, they're finally back," a teenager shouted. "Wipe out these trash monsters, these despicable fallen ones." He kicked hard. "Die already." Remembering the scene of being captured, he became even angrier. How dare they humiliate this young master? It's truly disgraceful. Infuriated, he yelled, "Don't follow me anymore." A cold voice rang out. "Huang Tu Fong," Black Fist said sternly. "I can't go with you anymore. From here on, you must walk alone. I have other matters to attend to." He pointed at the glowing hand of Tio Fong. "Remember, monsters will not attack you, but professional hunters will see you as a fallen one." Tio Fong frowned, holding his arm tightly. Black Fist warned, "If you encounter them, it's best to surrender, or find a place to hide. Wait for the monster tide to pass, then go out, hand over the signal, and explain clearly." Tu Fong slung his sword over his shoulder, snorted coldly. "Isn't there a cooler plan?" Black Fist turned to leave. "No, I still have a mission to complete." Foxy suddenly appeared. "Really here?" Yin Gui exhaled smoke. "Black Fist, are you planning to betray us?" He replied without hesitation, "I have always been an insider, a drug addict. It's not too late to turn back." The guy went crazy. The drug shot up. "I will kill you, you traitor of the abyss." Black Fist dodged the blow and asked back, "Haven't you ever thought? You are also human." Yin Gui lunged in, sneering, "Human? What do they think I am, just because my talent is weak?" The guy's face was contorted. "Talent is just luck. Why can't I be like them? I want everyone to kneel at my feet." Black Fist advised, "Your dream is not wrong, but to advance, you cannot rely on the abyss." A sudden blow distorted his face. Fox slowly approached. "Little brother." She raised her hand to stroke her chin. "We meet again." Tu Fong didn't let her seduce him. "Get lost, looking like a rat." That made her face change. "What did you just say?" He sensed something strange and immediately turned to run. Fox pushed him against the wall, trying to escape. "With the power difference, do you think you can get away?" She scoffed. Little Kaka only had a big mouth. He struggled but was pressed down harder. "A useless fallen one. My mouth is cleaner than your filthy strength." He refused to back down, continuing to insult. "Ugly one. Without makeup, you wouldn't even qualify. You'd be eliminated in the first round of cleaning houses." That statement crossed her limit. "You, seeking death." The rope tightened around his entire body. "Damn, are you serious? Aren't you not supposed to kill me?" Her words made her pause, recalling the orders from her superior. He was deliberately trying to provoke her. A voice reminded her to stay calm. This guy's talent for evil surpassed even Mai Kao Dai Nian's expectations. His potential to become a fallen king is immense. We must keep him intact for brainwashing, turning him into our trump card. She frowned, suppressing her anger. The fox reluctantly stepped back, as if not breaking through the defense. Yangui shouted, "Stop rambling and come help. He's hiding his strength." She sighed. "Fine, fine." A brilliant light erupted in front of them. The light was blinding, forcing the fox to raise a hand to shield her eyes. At the same time, Black Fist threw a punch, hitting her squarely in the face with the upper hook fist. Black Fist continued to unleash a series of furious punches. He relentlessly punched the fox, a series of heavy strikes following the water heaven destroying earth technique. The fox tried to withstand it, but to no avail, suffering severe injuries and a drop in her attributes. Yangui was stunned. No way. Both of them are clearly level 30. He tightened his fists and roared, "Don't even think about escaping. Die for me." Yangui and the fox immediately charged in, attacking from both sides. He coldly replied, "It's useless. Even if you transform, you can't do anything to me. Besides, the fox is still supporting me." She frowned. "What do you mean?" The two combined their attacks, but Black Fist remained unharmed, leaving them in shock. What the hell is going on? He used his innate ability, the Forbidden Sound Wave, dealing immense damage to targets with decaying attributes amidst demonic transformation. If he could kill them, the effect would last longer. The fox screamed in pain. "My face." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, his voice cold. "I once intended to give you a chance, but now you're still blind. Then there's no cure for you." After saying that, Black Fist charged like a bullet, throwing a punch straight at her. He bowed his head, pursed his lips, hoping that, in the next life, you would be human, then unleashed the celestial star strike. The fox roared, blood staining her sharp teeth. Next, he executed the Earthmaster technique. His massive hand pressed her down to the ground. The system reported that the fox had been eliminated, with no signs of life remaining. He remained silent, just watching quietly without saying a word. As if sensing something, Black Fist turned to look in a distant direction. Yan Gui, drenched in sweat, hurriedly fled. "Sorry, Fox. As long as I'm alive, there's still a chance." But Black Fist blocked him. "You won't escape, you addict." He roared in anger, his whole body transforming. "Don't push me too far." Then he charged straight at Black Fist, completely insane. Black Fist unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes, his attacks impenetrable, accelerating and employing the diamond palm technique. In the blink of an eye, he circled behind Yan Gui. Next, a powerful strike landed on the guy. Kwang Min was Han Quan. He withdrew his hand into a defensive stance, finishing with a fierce uppercut. The system reported that the drug-addicted degenerate had been eliminated. The battle was over, and the target was no longer alive. He turned to look at Huang Thufang, who was unconscious. This guy really had some issues, didn't he? He hoisted the boy over his shoulder, thinking to himself, "Whatever. Let's just get him to safety first." The principal contacted him. "Black Quan, where are you?" he reported. "Outside the north gate of Jiang City, bringing Huang Thufang back. He was knocked out by Yen Kuai." He continued, "The pursuers were Holy and the drug addict, who had teamed up with me, and they have been eliminated." The principal nodded. "Good." The principal continued, "The plan has changed. No need to bring him back to Jiang City anymore. Take him straight to me." Black Quan was puzzled. "Are you planning to let him join? But he has never trained in the system. Being a spy would be like signing his death warrant." He calmly replied, "His innate talent for degeneration far exceeds the assessment of the deep demon. My Chow. He might be even more than just a degenerate." Black Quan was stunned. A fallen Tri Vuong. The principal was certain he will be valued and enter the highest authority of Tam Uyen. Moreover, he had previously rejected the temptations of the deep demon with strong willpower. That is the key point, ensuring he will never fall. He predicted that he could approach and eliminate even Tam Uyen Tri Hoang, ending the war of humanity. Tam Uyen, the principal added. "It has been a long time since Tam Uyen has seen such talent. I have confirmed with the Alliance and his father. Everyone agrees. You don't need to worry about other matters. I will grant him the power of Tam Uyen and protect him from corruption." He hesitated. But what if he doesn't agree and wants to keep his human identity? In fact, he always mentioned someone named Lam Da. Black Quan recalled the scene where Huang Thufang was fighting while calling out Lam Da's name. If he obtained the Gat power, it would no longer be a fair fight. He spoke softly. "Let me handle that. He has strong faith. It's not easy for him to fall. That potential far exceeds normal assessments." The principal revealed a secret, the clear reason for his shortcomings. According to his father, he experienced a major shock in childhood, related to another family secret. He analyzed. Lambda must have seen his true abilities, which is why he didn't strike decisively. This young man could easily kill deep demons. The principal pondered. But because of that, Huang Thufeng's extreme personality made him see Lambda as an obsession, wanting to destroy him, to trample him underfoot, to prove his bloodline and status. He concluded, although they cannot be teammates, these two can still cooperate from different angles, maximizing their strengths, the principal instructed. Other matters can wait. Bring him here, and I will continue talking. He respectfully replied, the disciple understands, and will immediately take Huang Thufeng back. Black Quan suddenly remembered. Right, I heard that Jiang City is in trouble right now. He replied wearily. Indeed, something unexpected has happened. I am at my wit's end. The principal struggled to sit up, calmly saying, fortunately. Lambda arrived in time. He thoughtfully noted. The entire situation is turned upside down. Lambda looked up, his voice cold. How interesting. These mindless beings are afraid of me. Such a large teleportation gate. Yet no monsters have stepped out. Could it be because... He guessed that the Alliance's jobless had eliminated the Lord of the Deep Realm and the Deep Demon. Thuong Quan Yen smiled. That's right. These guys are all followers empowered by the Deep Realm. He stated confidently, I can sense the spiritual connection with them from the very borders of the Deep Realm. Thuong Quan Yen warned, they are risking everything just because they are forced to move forward. Their commander is dead, and their instinctive fear prevents them from causing trouble. He sighed, not understanding how these guys conduct their business to end up like this. Thuong Quan Yen replied while handling the situation. The fallen demon escaping supervision didn't just faint immediately. After finishing the task, he gently dusted off his hands. He smiled faintly. The important thing is that none of them can escape. They all must face judgment. Lambda said solemnly, how should we deal with this scroll? It resembles a summoning object. I used my powers but couldn't break it. Thuong Quan Yen examined it. You can't destroy it. That's troublesome, he added. That's right. It remains intact. Suddenly, a few henchmen fell right in front of them, and both remained silent, watching. The followers trembled, their eyes filled with fear as they looked towards the two. Lambda tilted his head, his gaze filled with disdain. Is this really a creature of the demon tide? He raised his sword and said decisively, perfect. Let's deal with it. Then activated the ocean tide summoning. Undead Sea. He stood beside and reminded, Lambda, are those evil beings going to be sunk by you? We still need to keep witnesses, he replied calmly. No, I'm only targeting the demon tide creature. Lambda spoke sternly. Counterspell, blessing of the constellations, punishment of the meteor shower. Red meteor rain poured down. The sound echoed. Shangguanyan was secretly astonished. This guy is truly extraordinary. In just a few seconds, he caused damage, weakened, controlled, and healed. He turned to report that the route was almost cleared. The next step is... But seeing that guy standing frozen, he called out, Hey, Shangguanyan replied calmly, Nothing. You continue, Lambda clarified. The most important thing is to completely close the teleportation gate since we can't break the summoning scroll. He analyzed further. It might be directly related to this largest gate, if it can't be destroyed. Then, Lambda gathered his strength to cast the Spirit Moon Concealment, Annihilate form, lowered himself, raised his sword, and released a massive surge of energy. Lambda shouted loudly, Spirit Moon Concealment, Annihilate form. He thrust his sword forcefully into the gate. The swirling purple energy surged. The pulling force erupted, shaking the entire area. Everyone exclaimed, What is happening? An earthquake. The city lord of Jiang City loudly reassured, Don't worry. The shelter has been specially reinforced. It won't collapse easily. He spoke confidently, with me here. Vuong Mathieu thought to himself, could it be from Lambda's side? From the teleportation gate came frantic cries. He wondered, does the teleportation gate emit human sounds? This is truly the first time I've seen it. Moans echoed, pitifully pleading. Don't stab anymore. Lambda reached into his pocket and took out a small object. He told Shangguan Yan, "This is the earplug Muk gave me. Use it at the right moment." That guy froze. The summoning object has reacted. It cried out loudly, pleading, I close it. Spare me." Lambda said coldly, "It has run away." The scroll cracked. A wide streak of water spread, then gradually faded, and a piece of paper fell to the floor. He asked briefly, "Is it over?" Shangguan Yan examined it closely and replied, "It's over. There will be no new demon tide appearing." He confirmed that the situation had completely turned around. "In the devastated city," the commander ordered, "the teleportation gate is closing. Gather all these familiar soldiers." The team responded. "Understood." Suddenly, someone looked up at the sky, their voice trembling. "What? What is that?" Creatures resembling jellyfish appeared in droves. While everyone received mysterious blessings, their negative states were dispelled. That is the Sea Moon wisdom. Lambda appeared in midair, pouring power into each person. They were healed by the mysterious creature. Looking at the hovering figure and the life points recovering 613, everyone gasped. Is this a new batch of students? Among them, a young man with purple hair cheered, covering a large area every half a second, restoring full health for the profession users. The bald young man praised, a freshly graduated student. "I've never seen a celestial being descend like this." But then, they noticed Shangguan Yan standing behind Lambda, who was busy cooking for him. They immediately began to argue. "No way. Didn't they see Shangguan Yan?" Someone else chimed in. "Shangguan the Great isn't a pastor. It must be due to the accumulation of innate soul power." Before they could finish, another person interrupted. "If there is an increase, then an ordinary person can't cover such a large area. Don't you recognize him?" Seeing that face, they exclaimed with certainty. "That's Lambda," the young man with blue hair pointing up to the sky and shouting. "Lambda is famous, a pastor focused on attack." Hearing this, another person widened their eyes in disbelief. "What? Is that him?" At the same time, Lambda opened his eyes, his expression serious as he solemnly chanted, "Spirits of the stars, bless the gathering of stars." As soon as he finished speaking, energy radiated from him, forming a clear cross shape. He focused on sensing the skill and contemplated. After the lightning spirit moon absorbed the summoning item behind that door, its power increased significantly. Even though he used an active skill, it automatically triggered a purification, releasing the oath of the sea moon throughout the inner city. Immediately afterward, anyone within the affected area felt their bodies change. The group damage reduction and the attributes of those being healed increased. The city lord was stunned upon realizing Lambda's ability. Before he could speak, Wang Ma Chao interrupted. "The healing range covers the entire inner city. This is truly a divine gift, a rescue in a time of crisis." At the same time, the group of To Mok Mok also recognized his skill. Her classmates, who were supporting her, exclaimed in amazement, while To Mok Mok looked up at his figure in the sky. She blushed and softly called his name in her heart. Lambda. Just after a few moments, the wounds of most people had healed. Everyone was stunned, including me. I was almost fully healed. My condition returned to normal. My classmate, who was seriously injured earlier, was now completely healthy, laughing loudly. "I'm fine now. My stomach and legs no longer hurt. I'm ready to fight another 300 rounds. She turned to To Mok Mok, sighing in relief. Thank goodness. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "We won." The rescue team had just arrived, quickly reporting, "Brothers, the city lord and students have arrived. The underground shelter has been reclaimed. Hurry and use your skills. We don't have to die here." At the same time, Lambda switched the lightning spirit moon to destruction mode. He gripped the sword tightly, his body radiating a brilliant red lightning. Then he charged in to eliminate the creatures pouring out from the abyss. Wang Ma Chao intended to assist, shouting, "Lambda, let me help." But before he could step forward, the city lord stopped him. "Wait. Look at his weapon. It's extending." Hearing this, he finally noticed the sword, stunned. It was absorbing the power of the abyss. The sword in Lamda's hand continuously absorbed and accumulated the power of the abyss. The city lord explained, "That very sword has slain the tide creatures. It is purifying and absorbing their remnants, thereby increasing its quality and level." After a short time, the sword began to transform. He immediately released his grip, watching it grow larger, surrounded by strange symbols. The system announced, "Lightning Spirit Moon has successfully absorbed. Quality upgraded. Attributes increased by 100. Gaining new skills and a new form." The protective form transformed the sword into a protective net, embedding itself into the ground within a radius of 50 meters. It became a protected area, reducing enemy attributes while increasing ours. The Jade Shield creates a layer every 3 seconds, blocking 200 damage, unlocking the ability to use the Heavenly Shock 10,000 images. Heavenly Shock 10,000 images is an active skill using Moonlight. Meteorite. Moon transformation deals massive magical damage to all enemies within the protected area while controlling them for 3 seconds. The Jade Shield was provided to the entire team, blocking 500 damage, stacking with the shield of the protected area, seeing the space around them being sealed off. Tamakmak and Baichi were stunned. The city lord smiled, thinking to himself, "This kid has single-handedly changed the perception of the entire profession." Then he turned to Tamakmak's group, thinking, "From now on, the younger generation will value pastors even more." Outside the city, the people cheered. The main force of Jiang City had returned, and the rescue team was still busy. Someone reported that Area A had been completely cleared, with no tide creatures hiding. Another person reported that the outskirts had recovered, and the signal tower was operational again. In the command room, Huang Tiante listened to the report and immediately asked, "What about the situation in the inner city?" Someone immediately reported that the First Legion had secured the defense of the central area and began clearing it, while the Second Legion was assessing the damage at the shelter. After listening, he pondered deeply. He had considered every possibility, but he did not expect the rogue universe to infiltrate. Why did they target students? Furthermore, he had underestimated the threat posed by the magical tide. Why did no one notice? He recalled the scene of civilians being hunted by monsters in the city. The outer city was too vast, with many teleportation gates, worsening the situation. The number of adventurers had drastically decreased, and the initial testing area was almost destroyed, forcing a retreat to support the outer city. Many homes were damaged and needed repairs. He thought of the civilians and Lambda. Although no one died, many were severely injured and required long-term treatment. In the city, there were still Lambda, Shangguan Yan, and the city lord. He hoped his predictions were not wrong. The more he thought, the more his head ached. Who decided to withdraw most of the main forces to surround the lair? Why couldn't he remember? Suddenly, a staff member joyfully reported, "Teacher Huang, communication and monitoring have been restored." Another person added, "We have confirmed that no one died or was severely injured in the city." One person sighed, "Students are really impressive. In such a situation, no one lost their life." Another chimed in with sarcasm, "Lucky indeed. If it were me, I probably couldn't manage a battlefield like that." One person supported, "And there's the city lord and Shangguan Yan. The enemy is just a bunch of insects." Seeing everyone deny Lambda's contributions, Huang Tiante suddenly spoke up. No, if Lambda hadn't been there. He looked at everyone and stated firmly, "There would have been casualties." At the same time, in another location, 2 cloaked figures quietly observed the entire city. The loudspeaker announced, "All magical tide creatures inside and outside the city have been eliminated. The source of the magical tide has also been dealt with. The recovery efforts after the disaster are proceeding steadily." In the hospital, people were bustling in and out. Teachers, students, parents, and adventurers were separated for examination and treatment. After the prolonged battle, Everyone was exhausted. If it weren't for me and the priest continuously healing, they might have collapsed long ago. Fortunately, the examination results showed that no one had any after effects and received free advanced treatment. In the control room, the screen displayed the health statistics of humanity. On the other side, Shangguanyan, severely injured, was being carried away. The one most affected was him. At that moment, he had exerted all his strength, his face haggard. The soul connection caused him to fall into a coma. His people immediately took him back to Ling Yun's sect. In the interrogation room, an accomplice slammed the table seriously. The spy had been handed over to the Alliance for processing. The scene of bloodshed emerged as soldiers stormed in, firing their weapons. We also relied on them to gather clues and launched a large-scale investigation to track down the mastermind behind the magical tide and punish them accordingly. According to the testimony, due to a lack of forces in the inner city and shelters, nearly 10,000 people lost their lives. Many city officials were dismissed for negligence. Corrupt officials were summoned to court, one after another. Back in the hospital room, Lambda sat silently on the bed, still feeling that many mysteries remained unsolved. Earlier, the principal told Lambda that the Alliance had known about the spy's plan and was prepared to counterattack. Therefore, the inner city and market would be guarded more strictly. After saying that, he leisurely peeled a banana and continued eating. At that time, he was struggling to support Shangguanyan, who was completely exhausted. I once asked him why the Alliance allowed the main forces to concentrate all their power on attacking Shen Yuan. He murmured, "That's right. I remember there was a proposal document. There was a hint of jealousy and blame in the words, but it's not wrong. I wasn't at the front lines then. I was in the control room, and when something happened, I rushed over immediately. I stood still, listening, telling myself, is the side effect of the talent a decrease in IQ? Suddenly, Shangguanyan's eyes lit up. He shouted, "I remember now. At that time, we were confident we could eliminate Shen Yuan with just one strike. An elite team left the gate. That's why we concentrated all our forces to support the inner city." Lambda interjected. Wrong. I felt something was off. It was as if everyone had lost their memory, completely forgetting a shared memory. Shangguanyan suddenly recalled something about the president of the president of the president of the president. His pupils contracted as he continued to explain. Even if there was negligence and complacency, it was impossible to withdraw all the main forces. Were you all foolish enough to open a path for the spy to summon the magical tide's teleportation gate? They appeared in an organized manner, attacking in formation. Many members who had previously been responsible for security later returned with us, but then, they were unexpectedly ordered to participate in the Shen Yuan operation. And no one opposed it. One of them revealed a murderous intent. His eyes turned red, and his aura was unstable. Shangguanyan had no choice but to shout, "You all are truly foolish." Returning to the conversation, he looked at Lambda and said, "That's right. All of us completely forgot the initial orders and defense plans." His expression immediately changed, becoming serious. This is too strange. If someone is truly manipulating our thoughts, then he has the power to destroy the city and control the deep abyss. Blood will cover everything. The skyscrapers began to collapse. Amidst the chaos, Shangguanyan suddenly asked, "Why should both we and the deep abyss die?" Lambda gently interjected. "This means that," he quietly said, "he doesn't want us to be like that rebellious one." The scene shifted to the city lord. He coldly ordered that the original plan had clearly stated that after confirmation. A comprehensive protection team would be dispatched to the area. The city lord showed a look of helplessness, his gaze complicated. He also had to consider that the demons might have planted a wicked one among the civilians. His opinion was agreed upon. There were quite a few of them, with mixed identities. Although their strength was weak, many had received power from the deep abyss. He continued, "Since their true forms are usually powerless and do not engage in battle, the task is merely one-way communication with the demons of the deep abyss. Verifying identities is extremely difficult. The city lord did not dismiss this, but pondered how to respond. Due to the instability caused by the low-level demons, they had planned defenses in advance. He looked at the stack of documents on the table, but no one had ever executed that plan. He immediately realized, his eyes widening, his expression tense. A high-level demon is still hiding among us. Now. The memories have been completely erased. Moments later, he denied it again. No way. All of us have been through checks. If there is such a strong insider, could we easily turn the situation around like this? His gaze was contemplative. If his identity hasn't been exposed, why not report to the deep abyss to withdraw their forces instead of letting them be wiped out? The image of giant monsters facing off appeared in his mind. Unless the deep abyss is in a civil war, the city lord nodded thoughtfully. Civil war, yes. The real target could be the king of the deep abyss. Perhaps the king of the deep abyss in another region wants to seize Jiang City. He turned and ordered, TNT. Immediately contact the professional alliances in other cities. These guys are more dangerous than the demons. They definitely have other schemes. To trace them, we need to know how and what tools are used to erase memories. After that, he ordered to gather all related individuals and demanded a thorough re-examination from the beginning. At the top of the tower, a pair of masked men silently observed. She chuckled. Our actions have been discovered. The male voice replied coldly. It's fine. We are being clear like this. Being discovered is normal. His hand began to chant a spell. In his eyes, there was only the figure of Lambda. After all, the combat data of this kid was already in hand. The talent and strength of this boy are indeed outstanding. He did not spare any compliments. It was no surprise that he defeated the Black Knight guarding the gate without a scratch, and even got recognized by it. The girl, hearing this, curiously asked, "Do you like this human?" She pointed at the pendant with Lambda's image, her voice filled with threat. Aren't you afraid the demons of the deep abyss will kill this human genius? He casually replied, What is there to fear? My plan to lure the tiger away from its mountain does not endanger him. It is only to test his strength. At that moment, a bright red streak of light flashed. The signal had arrived. Right after the light, Lambda and Mach appeared. He did not hesitate, swinging his sword straight at the monster. The entire dungeon was recorded. Lambda looked up, his face serious. The strange girl smiled in admiration. Just as you said, no one is like him. Extraordinary strength. His companions beside him scoffed. Who was it that told me to withdraw earlier? Suddenly, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, No way. What is happening? The three-eyed man immediately turned around, his gaze sharp. The reflection showed the room of biological tears and the guardian tree. This is real biological tears. And there is even a protective giant tree. It's not just about using tools to summon it. This is indeed a dark art. The strange girl looked up closely. Even the demoness who had created the seducer was attracted. The three-eyed man opened his eyes wide, mumbling, No way. Could it be that we were wrong? She looked at the image of Mach, mumbling. Biological tears are this girl's talent, but how can even the guardian tree obey orders? Her fighting scene left everyone confused. Am I seeing things? Who is she? Really? The three-eyed guy gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his hand. He yelled in anger. Damn it, we were wrong. The gigantic eye hovering above exploded. The three-eyed man shrieked. The prophecy of the third umbilical cord is not aimed at Lambda destroying the cursed knight, but rather at that human girl. In the distance, amidst the pink mist, a light flashed. Mach is truly the chosen one. She held her staff, eyes closed, lying beneath the deep sea. At the same time, over by Mach, she suddenly sneezed. Lambda's phone rang. He looked at the amount on the screen, his expression bewildered. Is that the reward from the Alliance? Mach exclaimed. I received it too. Bakchi, sitting beside her, had bright eyes. I have it too. In the hospital room, a young man with a bandaged head held up a sign and smiled. Perhaps this is the reward for those who contributed when the monster tide surged in. This time, generous, not only supporting the professionals but also providing long-term assistance to civilians. Other injured warriors laughed and chatted. "We're fine, but those students preparing for the final exams must be suffering a lot. Recovering while studying for exams is tough." Lambda looked at the screen and sighed. The final exam would be held in a month, testing both physical and mental endurance. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door while asking, "Who is it?" A representative from the city lord entered with a smile. "I come on behalf of the city lord, as he is busy. Here is the honorary medal for you, and you can update your equipment." Lambda immediately grabbed the equipment information board. Mok and Bakchi all focused on the screen, but perhaps at this moment, he wasn't really interested. Lambda scrolled through a few lines and said, "Not really. I plan to change my shoes and belt. The self-healing effect is no longer necessary, and the magic resistance only counters basic magic attacks." A series of changes appeared on it. As a pastor, he already had high magic resistance, reaching 9,350, with an additional 1,000 from the major healing powder, leaving 300. "Actually, I chose the major healing powder just to meet the exam points requirement." He considered and continued, "I think I will switch to the Lightfoot shoes to enhance overall strength. Speed is never a disadvantage." The image of Uncle Laosu and the guardian tree suddenly flashed in his mind. They both used overwhelming speed to crush their enemies, becoming formidable bosses in hidden realms. Lambda smiled and explained, "Without speed, efficiency drops by half, making it easy to be defeated by a few exhausting attacks." Uncle Laosu looked confused. Me. After a moment, Lambda squinted. "I've made my choice." He clicked on the shoes. "I'll take the flame shoes, along with this healing wave skill book." Immediately, the fiery shoes appeared along with the information. Flame shoes, level 10, limit 20, diamond quality, no equipment requirement, effect, increases 60 points to all attributes, 50% movement speed, 50% fire resistance, activates the flame path skill, increasing speed by an additional 50%. Creating a fire path that deals damage and increases fire resistance by 30%, lasting 10 seconds. Mok asked curiously, "The shoes are really strong, but why did you choose the healing wave? It's quite common compared to other platinum level skills." "Right." Lambda clicked on the icon. "Look, the healing wave automatically activates around me. Platinum level skill. Level 5. Active. Creates a healing wave randomly around the designated area 10 times, each time restoring 500 health. Cooldown 10 seconds. But right after that, Lambda took out his weapon. The healing wave reversed. Pursuit wave, level 5, active, emits purple energy, 10 times in the designated group, each time reducing 800 health. Cooldown 10 seconds. He explained, "Using my talent, even if it's not widespread, the single target damage is much stronger than healing or light, as long as there are 2 or more opponents." The representative smiled and turned away. "Everyone, just rest. I need to find Shang Quan Yen. That guy wants to extort money for the Ling Yun sect." Suddenly, Lambda called out, "Wait, hold on a moment." He asked in a serious tone, "Huang Tu Feng, you guys are sure there are no issues?" "Right." The other person immediately turned around, replying seriously, "He may not be as good as you, but he has his own talent and mission. If anything happens, I, Huang Tiante, will take responsibility." Mok glanced over, puzzled. "Is Huang Tu Feng really missing? Do you know where he went?" He replied coldly. "It's a secret," she angrily shouted. "Lambda, you..." He patted her head. "All right, everyone just rest. I have something to do." She looked at him and asked, "Can't we go together?" Bakchi interjected, "That's right, Captain, if you need us." Lambda immediately refused. "No need. This is something I can only handle alone." The system unexpectedly displayed a skull notification. The skill reverse. Heaven and Earth has opened upgrade Another bald man asked similarly. In the square, a silver-haired woman announced, "We still haven't found Lambda." After a while, she knocked on his room door. Mok opened the door and explained, "Teacher, Lambda is in the dungeon. Can you wait outside?" But the female teacher suddenly glared. "Even though you are outstanding newcomers, I still have to be straightforward." She adjusted her glasses and said, "The future belongs to you. Choose the top 3 elite universities, excellent instructors, or go to places that don't require scores and don't consider reputation. I am sincerely advising you," to Mok whispered. "Teacher." The teacher confidently continued, "Don't you know? Captain Lambda said he would attend Tianqi University, ranked 10th. A scene of Baiji appeared in both places, because only Tianqi University would break the rules and accept the whole group together. She became even more annoyed remembering Lambda's words. "Sorry, teacher, don't persuade me anymore. My teammates must go together. This is the only requirement," the teacher said sharply. "Even if you are at the top, I won't accept anyone with connections but no achievements." At that moment, Lambda shook hands with the principal of Tianqi University. The school had agreed to all conditions, and the whole group would enroll there. She exclaimed in shock. "What? Tianqi University?" Lambda leaned over and replied, "That's right. I don't care about the rankings. As long as the school is suitable, you should go back." She stood behind a tree, her hands clenched. "Lambda, don't think that having God-level talent makes you invincible." Returning to the present, she softened her tone to persuade. "Today is the last day for special enrollment. Think carefully. After today, there will be no more opportunities. Don't let regret set in." To Mok could only smile awkwardly and waved. "Yes, take care." Then she gently closed the door. Leaning against the door, she sighed. "Lambda, I understand you have your reasons, but don't make enemies unnecessarily." Saying that, she opened her device. The message had not been replied to for 2 days. At the same time, in a dungeon, Lambda was charging forward. He jumped high, breaking through the encirclement of the monsters. The system reported. Defeated the monster using the reverse skill. 1,510,000. Without hesitation, he dashed into the green portal ahead, changing dungeons. Just after entering the new dungeon, his hand reached back. The combat skill exploded, and the monsters underfoot were swept away in an instant. He immediately looked at the notification board. Defeated 3,000 out of 10,000 using the reverse skill, he thought to himself. Thankfully, it didn't require killing 10,000 bosses. Smirking, he thought, "At this rate, I will complete the objective before the break ends, even though leveling up is a bit slow." A few faces and the female principal flashed through his mind, but Shang Guanyan and Huang Tianze had already spoken with the principal of Tianqi University. The school had many resources, actively supported them, and was a perfect fit for them. A ranking appeared. The top 10 academies were the breeding grounds for top professionals. To get in, not only talent was needed, but also backing. The network of schools formed naturally, so getting into the top 31 was nearly impossible without strong connections. Lambda smirked. "Exactly. I won't play with mediocre connections," he thought. If it weren't for Yan and Tianzi, a man adjusted his glasses amidst a rain of money. His thoughts continued. If it weren't for them, Tianqi University would likely have rejected the fixed group's invitation. Lambda walked while calculating. Although not as prestigious as the top 3, they would still advise him to find another school that could accept Baiji. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. This time he indeed gained an unexpected connection. Just then, a dark hand landed on his shoulder. To Mok crossed her arms and frowned. "Finally, I see you've escaped the dungeon," Baiju cheerfully asked. "Captain, how far have you progressed now?" He recalled the system data and replied, "It's fine. Each dungeon has 200 to 500 monsters. I can kill enough before the break ends and still have cheered. Okay, I agree. See ya. Mok suddenly hugged his arm and lightly scolded. Good. Everything is planned, but you also need to rest. Shucks. She tightened her grip and poured out. Have you been grinding dungeons and lost track of time? The final exam is over, and the graduation trip is coming up. Are you going? Lambda forced a smile. I forgot. Under the blue sky, the airplane took off. The trip was organized by the labor union, with expenses covered by participants, regardless of the academy or profession chosen. Any examinee this year could participate for free, as approved by the government. A giant monster appeared. In this new era, the monster tide and anomalies emerged, prompting humanity to establish safe cities where residents were not allowed to leave freely outside the city walls. Monsters lurked. The area beyond the city was fraught with danger. Even though the monster tide had receded, there were still creatures slipping through the net. From there, smaller monster tides began to spark. A fully equipped army landed along the city walls. The Alliance maintained continuous patrols, with each city having a wild surveillance outpost operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In the wind-swept garden, 2 men armed with weapons were hunting monsters. The area outside the city now also offered tourism, combined with training for better bonding. Lambda closed his eyes and nodded. All right, I'm going. Practical combat is still very necessary. Mok excitedly exclaimed. Why did you agree so quickly? Baichi happily shouted. Awesome. I told you, the captain would definitely agree. On graduation travel day, the station was packed. A group of people chatted as they walked. Lao Liu, did you surpass grade A? Of course. Lao Liu is grade epic, picking up items like a god. How could he not be grade A? Take me with you. I'm only grade B, if not grade A. I'll probably inherit the family business. Does that count? Lambda, confused, pointed, and asked. Can someone explain to me how a stranger could squeeze in here, opposite him? Shangguanyen smiled. I'm the sect leader and a valid staff member. I'm about to enroll in Tianqi, so I wanted to get acquainted first, and I want to join the fixed team with you all. He asked in surprise.